Hello and welcome. Happy Sunday. I hope you are all well. And, well, I know here it's beautiful sunshine. If you aren't enjoying the sunshine, you must be absolutely nuts because you're listening to us, right? Hey, it's a splendid day. I'm Lawrence Trent. This is Jan Gustafsson. This is round 7 of the Gashimov Memorial. And I have to say, Jan, you know, it is so lovely out there today.
It is a beautiful day,
it's
right?
It's beautiful, yeah. I feel kind of bad being in it, you know?
I think that's a great way to start the show. Is it time for the first break? Let's go outside for a little sun, you know, get a coffee, sit outside.
That's
Or
right.
shall we take a look at the games today?
Big
I think we
games
have
today.
a big crowd favorite. And surprisingly, I don't mean Kayak and Caruana, even though they're very deserving as well. We have Nakamura against Carlsen. A lot has been said about this matchup. And Carlsen very convincingly won on the first orbit, but today he's playing with the black pieces. And I do remember the last encounter these two had, where Nakamura was white, where he got very, very close to a win, and that's really not an overstatement. The computer said plus 10 for like 10 moves in a row, and Nakamura went on to lose that game. So today, maybe a surprise, maybe not a surprise, they repeat the very line they played in that game. And Carlsen must be, I'm not sure if tired, but he's seeing a lot of this line we have on the board. I'll use my kraken arms to grab the mouse right away from you. Carlsen, by the way, everybody's always, me included, myself included, I don't speak English yet, but we get there, praising him for his flexibility in the opening. But if you look at his last, I don't know, 1 or 2 years, he's doing this stuff every game. He's playing an Nimzo Indian every game.
Yep.
It's not like he's fooling around a lot or even changing it up a lot with the Grunfeld and the Slav or anything. He is very much a Nimzo player nowadays and a Berlin player against 1e4. So he's not.
It's a good opening, the Nimzo.
Of course, they're both rocky solid openings and they suit his style well. But it's not like he's, because I think that's his image a bit. Yeah, he doesn't know his openings, but he changes all the time. He's not changing all that much. So knight c3, Nakamura once again goes for this principled move, preparing e4. And Carlsen reacts by pinning the knight, also known as the Nimzo Indian defense. And Nakamura repeats the move he played last time, which is really the topical move at the top level, pretty much ever since Anand used it in the World Championship match against Carlsen and got a very nice position in that game. Guys have been playing this all over the place. Carlsen himself, he had the aforementioned games against Anand Nakamura, then he faced it against Karyakin in this very tournament, and today Nakamura decides to repeat the line.
Right.
And Carlsen, he twice played d5 in this position.
You're struggling today, Jan.
I really can't speak
My
yet,
goodness.
I've told you. In his last game he went for castles. Seems like Nakamura had no objections to repeat that line either. Today he chooses the third main line, which is the move c5.
Very sharp line.
Very sharp line. I believe this is the line which our friend, co-worker, mentor, inspiration, Paco Vallejo Pons recommends in his Spanish video series for Chess24 and also the one he's endorsing. I have no reason to distrust Paco. To me, this move always looks a little bit illogical because it allows white to do what he wants to do, right? He pushes d5, the next move he can go e4. He grabs the center, builds a nice pawn chain. Normally, black has been trying to justify that by going b5, and like I think this is the move Paco is recommending. After e4, either castles and it all gets a little crazy, or something like b takes c4, chipping away at the center.
Meanwhile, we got a tweet from Jack.
How can we have tweets already? We just woke up.
You can all send us your messages, by the way, via hashtag Seat24Live. Just before we get into the particulars of this game, let's put that up on the screen. Jack Canoff.
You're not in full-blown analysis mode? I was
not
going to start right off the gate.
Give me 5 minutes, to settle in.
Not happening. It's Nakamura Carlsen, Sunday.
Jack Canoff says, Lawrence, can you please address when you said I'd have probably made it as a Premiership footballer? It makes you sound pretentious. Well, maybe it didn't come across well, Jack, but it was me being slightly ironic.
Are you using that technique to express yourself?
Yeah, I think I was being, it was, let's say, tongue-in-cheek, Jack. If you read it properly and read it again, you'll see that he's referring to my website.
Right.
Where I said, I learnt chess much to my own chagrin, because if I'd continued with football, I probably would have made it as
you don't have to tell me about your website. I study it religiously.
Yeah, well,
it's the same paragraph where you said that apart from making millions and being adored by millions, now you're only being adored by thousands.
Yeah. So I'm hoping, Jack, now you've understood that the tone was purely tongue-in-cheek, and no, it wasn't a pretentious claim. Can I just? I'm sorry. I must stop this analysis here, because we've I don't know what's happened in kayak, but we've got this position in 5 minutes, and I think this deserves some attention. So we're going to go from here. Kayak and Caruana have played 20 moves in 5 minutes. Now, it's a fair guess, a fair bet, Jan, that they've seen this at home already, this line. So we're going to go through it, and Mr. Peter Svidler, who I understand may be calling in later.
Wow. He tweeted today as serious withdrawal symptoms,
Yeah.
He's missing to talk about chess.
He may be coming in. His favourite opening, the Grunfeld, and the Rook B1 line, which we've seen already this tournament. We've seen it a lot, actually, in some of the big super tournaments recently, and this is absolutely incredible.
All this is very heavy theory. For the details, as usual, we do recommend the Grunfeld series by Peter Svidler himself on this very site, chess24.com. He even recommends this line. Black gives up the center and grabs the a2 pawn. Queen d2 is not considered to be a serious move, so, well, it's a move, but you exchange queens and nothing too bad can happen to you. So white plays bishop d2, queen takes a2, castles, bishop g4.
Yeah, so it's here, isn't it? White bishop g4 is the move.
Bishop g4 is a move Svidler recommended, but then probably afraid that people would use his own recommendations against him. He went b6 against Aronian and the candidates, which is also a move, of course.
Bishop g4 is the main line, giving up the pawn. We already saw with Rajabov that taking this pawn is nothing special.
This is considered to be a drawing line at the highest level. Bishop d4, bishop b4, and either knight c6 or rook d8. I believe rook d8 is the move they played in this very tournament.
Yeah, and Caruana actually, well, it was slightly tricky, but he held.
Yeah, but these guys, they have analyzed this.
Right. So bishop e3 is the other main move, and
bishop e3 or bishop g5. There's lots of stuff here, but for details, we have to refer and concur, is that a word? To Mr. Peter Svidler. So bishop e3, knight c6, all this is mainstream theory. d5, and here I'm a bit struggling for details. Again, we would have to ask the guy if bishop f3 or knight e5 or even knight a5 is the current main line here. But if Caruana blitzes out knight e5, it's a reasonably safe bet. He knows what he's doing here.
So now he took an a5. So the big difference now is that, well, Black's plan is pretty primitive. He's going to pump the a-pawn down the board and queen it. And with this bishop on g7, I'll do a nice little diagonal.
Beautiful.
It's very difficult for white to actually stop that happening, right?
Yeah, this is the main source of counterplay. Black gives up the center, but he says, you know what, if I can queen my a-pawn or at the very least create enough of a distraction that you're not going to crush me in the center on the king's side, I'll do it.
Right.
And of course, since this is modern chess, all of this has
been
been
analysed
heavily analyzed by
incredible.
both sides and theoretical. I recall this position after a4, rook e1, a3. I've certainly seen that.
Right.
And what follows, this a3, of course, looks like it's blundering a piece. Rook e1 has been played in order to protect the e2 bishop and threaten knight takes e5. And black just ignores that threat, allowing knight takes e5, which looks like it's winning a piece, but I believe it's really sacrificing in exchange, because here black has queen takes e2.
What a move.
Queen takes e2.
And there he goes.
This a-pawn made it all the way.
White did stop it.
That is a good idea.
With bishop d4, there is no other move in the position. Black made a queen.
It was queen takes a2. Just for the sake of arguing, I will argue there were other moves.
Okay. But the difference now is that...
The difference now is that you have a double threat. You threaten rook a1 and bishop to f6, which is a bit awkward for me to meet.
That's why. That's why he played bishop d4. Black made a new queen. White had to take. Black takes back. White had to block. Black takes. White takes.
So now, all of a sudden, it looks like White won. He's 2 pawns up, but he still does have, Black still does have that resource. Playing bishop f6, reclaiming.
And that's what he did.
Not surprisingly, because the alternative was to resign, which would be sad, having blitzed out your first 25
that would
moves.
Be quite,
right.
That would be quite...
You caught me.
Quite something. And knight c6 was played. Is that correct? Have I...
You can just go there.
Yeah.
And yeah, clearly this is a line. Both of these guys had a close look at home. And the assumption must be, if Karjakin plays this with White, that he thinks White has winning chances in this ensuing endgame.
Nah.
I'm pretty sure he thinks so.
No, he doesn't think that.
He does think that.
Black took the exchange, put his king up the board, and then played knight c6. And this knight is a very, very good piece, because White is threatening d6 and d7 immediately, which would win the game.
Would win the game.
So Black had to attack the knight, so now d6, of course, Black can catch the pawn. And the great thing about this knight as well is that it covers these two squares, so it stops the king coming in to join the action.
It does. So
it's a good knight.
Keeping all that in mind and the 2 points for the exchange, why do you think Karjakin has 0 winning chances here?
I just don't think Caruana would have entered this line so quickly if he didn't think it was...
Well, there's a difference between winning chances and winning. So I believe both of these guys, they checked it, and Karjakin felt, I can play this without any risk and I might win.
Maybe.
And Caruana felt, I can hold this if I'm careful, and I'm Caruana, I will be careful.
Well, he played rook c8 and now g4, a move I like a lot. Maybe with the intention of playing g5, Jan, to get a kind of bind against these pawns, very possibly. Maybe stopping f5 ideas, I'm not quite sure.
This
it's
is
a space-gaining move.
One of my 3 rules about the ending. If you're better and you have a 4 against 3 on the king side, you want to play g4 in any situation. And if you're black, you want to play h5 to stop this g4. I mean, after black had to address this threat of d6, but if he had gotten one more move here, he would have played h5, stopping white from gaining that space. Because now it's very hard for black to exchange pawns without creating weaknesses, or to stop white from gaining more space. h5 will always create a new weakness on h5 and on f7, arguably. So he played h6, doing nothing. And
well, it stops g5.
yeah, it stops that threat, which is renewed by h4. And I don't know if I stumbled into this ending and I had not analyzed it till the end at home, I'd be extremely, extremely worried here. Because this lurking idea of g5 also prevents me after king f6 from ever activating my rook. My point
Well,
is...
king f6, you might be able to just go e5 check. Right?
Yeah.
And that hasn't helped white, I assume.
No, I'm not sure about e5.
I mean, sorry.
It's a good move.
No, because now you can go g5.
Yeah, this is probably bad. No, my point was that the pawn will help stopping the black king defending against the d pawn and becoming active, which is why he had to go the other way and go king
But they
to
are
f8.
playing so quickly.
They've both analyzed this position. It's one of these theory battles where Karyakin thinks, okay, you know, I'll test you in this territory. I've spent my time. I know I have nothing to worry. If you do something wrong, I'll win. Caruana says, you know, I also put in the hours. I think I can hold this.
We've got a tweet, ladies and gentlemen, from two very prominent figures in Dutch chess. None other than Anish Giri, the current Dutch #1, a child prodigy himself. He must only be 20, Anish, 19 or 20.
I have no idea. He's been around forever. I'm sure he's 25 or something.
He's probably 55, Anish. Anish, thanks for watching. I love hearing from you. We'll get that tweet up right now. And Anish says, we'll just pull that up for our lovely audience. Guys, don't get too excited. It's exactly how my game with Caruana went last year. I blitzed it out 10 seconds quicker than Karyakin. Good man, Anish.
He is
Up
fast.
to what point, Anish? Please tweet us. When did this all stop? Are we still? Is it still after 29 King F8 following your game? And perhaps even more importantly, what's the assessment? What assessment do you give it, Anish? Is white really? Has he got really good winning chances here? I assume you were white, of course, or was he black? Were you white or black? You haven't told us either.
I believe he was probably white, right? If it's his game with Caruana and Caruana keeps following that line.
Yeah, I assume he's white.
Who knows? Goes to show how out of touch we are. We don't know the topical theory
I like
battles
how
in
you
the
use
Grunfeld.
we. Your free use of we is
Well, in
fantastic.
this case, I meant myself, because you've never known anything about the Grunfeld. While I used to know things here, you know, and I used to play it, but I haven't followed these Rook B1 battles for a while. Anyway, my assessment still stands. This looks nice for white, but if black knows what he's doing, and since this has been played before, I'm strongly assuming he does, it will end in a draw. Robert Riss, our friend from Holland, tweeted us, pointed out the same thing. If my memory doesn't let me down once again, Fabiano Caruana had this position before against none other than Anish Giri. Thanks for tweeting us, guys.
We got another tweet from Nick K, a sad tweet. A sad little tweet. A bit sad that the Grunfeld, once a fighting choice for black, has been reduced to a quick way of forcing a draw in most elite games. I think that's inaccurate.
I also disagree.
Yeah, let's rewrite that. I kind of know what he's trying to say, but it's inaccurate. Nick, it's the onus is on white to prove an advantage, not black. At this level, if white forces a draw, then so be it. There's really not much you can do about it. That said, at club level, and we keep on coming back to this, I spoke a lot with Peter Svidler about this, the Grunfeld is still an excellent weapon because nobody at club level is going to have analysed this 35 moves deep, or it's very rare that you're going to see it. So, you know, it's the way it is with modern chess. White can force a draw in most openings.
Well, you could argue about that, but certainly in very concrete openings like the Grunfeld, where a lot of it is move by move, as we've seen. Black pushes his a-pawn up the board, white tries to do something in the middle. And there is always, it's always a judgment call. If you're afraid your opponent has prepared a forced drawing line and you want to win with black, maybe you don't go for the most forcing line. You play a move like, whatever, b6, you know? Next move, bishop b7, we'll get a game. But if you're playing Karyakin with black and you're Caruana in a regular tournament, not in a must-win situation, you will stick to your guns and your home preparation. Right. And these guys do work at home. But it's still a fighting opening. Look at the position. You create an imbalance, you give white the center, and you try to attack it. I mean, that's as dynamic as it gets.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more.
Enough Grunfeld defense. I've played a bit of Grunfeld recently. I don't know all that much about it, but I feel like, I'm playing it every other game. Maybe
How's
I
it
should
going?
study it. It's been going well, but I've been using it selectively, you know?
It's a good opening. Let's go very quickly to Radjabov Mamajorov. This one is a slow burner. We have...
You kind of refused to talk about the Nakamura-Carlsen game.
We're going to go back to it. We're going to go... We got it. What about our Azeri fans? We've got... You know, we got to address this game. We've got... This would be a Catalan, a bona fide 100% pure Catalan, but this is...
Well, this move order has a lot of advantages from White's side of view. If you went for the bona fide Catalan with 4d4... Oh, sorry. Black has a lot of systems available, like let's say bishop b4 check is a very serious move here. Of course there is bishop e7, there's all these lines with d takes c4. While after bishop g2, Black's choice is reduced quite drastically. He can go for bishop e7, but then White kind of chooses when he wants and if he wants to transpose to the Catalan with d4, or if he wants to play b3 or one of these slower systems. So the only way to punish this move order of delaying d4 is really playing the move d takes c4, grabbing the pawn immediately. But
there's an upside for Black though, isn't there, Jan? And it's demonstrated in this game that, you know, after queen a4 check, which is the main move, winning back the pawn, knight bd7, I think you can play c6 there as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, both are established main lines. c6, queen takes c4, b5 is a theoretical main line, queen c2 or queen b3.
Yeah.
And so is knight bd7.
Yeah. And here the a6 with the idea of gaining a tempo on the queen and developing rapidly.
Which explains White's next move.
Yeah.
White is fighting against Black going b5 and bishop b7 to... which is always the topic in these Catalan positions. If Black develops his c8 bishop, he's gonna be alright. So White goes queen c2 in order to stop b5, which would now run into knight e5 maybe?
Knight d4 maybe.
Knight d4 even more powerful, winning material.
Yeah, rook b8, knight c6 is cheerio, your Royal Highness.
That's exactly what it is.
But
so,
coming back to the drawbacks for White, now this system allows Black to play c5, and White can't play d4 so easily.
well, he can, but it doesn't yield a lot of benefits
right,
here.
exactly. Which is why Radjabov played knight c3. So now actually Black has got more control of the centre at this moment in time. That said, he is lagging behind in development, and... well, you want to play this b5 stuff, but you're always worried about a knight jump.
You very badly want to play this. I believe rook b8 is one of the, if not the main moves in this position, just to get out of this diagonal and to prepare either b5 or b6. And as usual, my memory doesn't serve me on the details. Rook b8, White has the option of going d3 to plan bishop to f4, for example. Then bishop d6, a4, a position like that I believe we've seen many times. Again, don't sue me on the move or the details.
Can you be sued on move order details? Is that
I think
something
we should try to sue you for both grammar and move orders. I'm not sure if it's going to get us anywhere, but it's certainly worth a try.
Good luck with that one. Interesting. Okay, so this is the current situation then. We're looking at a few ideas. Let's see what Mamajorov does. Now let's return to the game that I know you want to get stuck into. We've got a really interesting game here in Carlsen, Nakamura Carlsen.
Right. So Carlsen went c5 against his f3 system. He's been facing regularly recently. His third choice in 4 games, and even the move he did choose twice, d5, he deviated very soon afterwards. So he's changing systems every game. Castles, e4, and d6, which I'm not sure. It feels a bit passive to me. I am sure that Carlsen prepared this and has a concrete idea in mind. But in general, if you give white the center like that, normally you want to fight against it very quickly with the move b5, which is
The main
move here.
And that's what, was it Karyakin played in the candidates?
Mamedyarov against Karyakin, among other games, and things go very crazy very quickly. White goes e5.
Karyakin was winning, right? I mean, it was something like e5, knight e8.
f4, d6, and it becomes huge mess.
Look at all this tension in the center. It's beautiful, isn't it?
It is beautiful.
What's this called? The bathtub. Is that what you called it, Jan?
I think this is the reverse bathtub.
The reverse bathtub.
I call e3, d3, f4, c4 the bathtub.
Have you coined that? Is that you've stolen it?
I wish I had, but I'm sure I picked it up somewhere. I honestly don't know.
So this is the reverse bathtub, is it? In any case, the point is in this position, as Jan said, so much tension. And white is really, strategically very risky for white, this whole setup, because he has developed only one piece. Black is castled, and he's already ready to strike out, and he's expanded so much in the center it could all fall apart.
Then again, if white manages to consolidate his center, he will have a dominating control on the chessboard.
It's literally hangs on a sorry, the phrase is completely. It's Sunday afternoon. No? On a knife edge. Let's just use
on a knife edge?
Yeah, I think that's right. Macaulay producer, is that right? Could be. I like the support of our producer.
Not a lot of tension between Carlsen and Nakamura,
is there
clearly,
a lot of tension between
which
us?
is why they avoided this position. I don't think there's any tension between us whatsoever.
No, I don't. Should there? If you're going to
start, this is getting strange. Very,
if you're
very
starting to sue me for move orders, I don't. I might have to.
There is a move order police.
Okay, so he played d6, which Jan doesn't like.
No, I mean, it's a bit of a typical Carlsen move in that he takes game out of mainstream theory and relies on his playing skills. Last time this did not work out that well in this structure against Nakamura. Well, not this exact structure, but in this opening. But I'm also not very familiar with the intricacies of this very line. In general, white has a problem. He needs to get his pieces out. There's always ways to blunder a pawn on the way, like I've done as a youngster many times, something like bishop to d3. I'm trying to figure out how to blunder a pawn. It's not that easy, actually.
It's not easy. But I mean, even something,
Yeah, bishop d3 would now run into b5, and the center would crumble. I'm not sure you go knight d5 or bishop b7 first, maybe, or rook e8, who knows. But this looks fine for black. So what white normally wants to do is get his knight to g3 for starters. Go knight e2, knight g3, stabilize the center. And I'm a bit surprised why Nakamura felt he should start with bishop d2, which would be less high on my priority list. First of all, after knight e2, black can't take on c3 anyway. And if he wanted to do so and give us double pawns, he would have done it already. And I don't think that's a strategic threat right here, right now.
Is he worried about b5 here?
That's what I think. That's the only justification I could think of. He wants to avoid b5. But I'm not sure how scary it looks. Even a3 instead of c takes b.
But maybe now you can go a6.
Let me go b5, a3. What's going on?
A3 here. I'll just come back.
Maybe, yeah. No, I think you're right. That must have been what he wants to avoid. And maybe this is also what Carlsen was gunning for, that this d6 is just deceptively
Just returning here after a6, my point is that if you take, we've got a kind of, it's not a Benko gambit because I don't have the fianchetto bishop, but it's Benko gambit play, and these bishops are aggravating, to say the least.
And the white king is a long way from complete safety.
Yeah, and black is ready to...
Yeah, this looks
very dangerous, yeah. So instead, Nakamura played bishop d2, and I suppose the difference is that b5 now...
Just knight takes b5.
Just knight takes b5, exactly. Exactly, breaking the pin, that's why. Knight bd7 was played after bishop d2, obviously with the idea of getting active on e5. Now knight g2, and we saw knight e5 attacking the pawn. There really is no other move here apart from knight g3. That makes sense.
Well,
Also, there's
C1. I would argue knight c1 makes some sense, but you want to stop the mating one.
b3. This is cute. If this were to happen, would that be the end of Nakamura's career?
I think this would never ever happen.
But were it to happen, let's assume that he
No, it would not be the end of his career.
How long would it take for him to get over this?
I think
A long
nothing
time.
will take longer or be more painful to deal with than the winning position he had in the last game and losing that one. So, I mean, like, something like this, well, first of all, it doesn't happen, and if it did, you'd kind of laugh it off. I think it's not that
Yeah, you either laugh or cry, right? One of those.
Probably both.
Probably both.
Anyway, he did
played knight
spot the
G3.
mating one, knight g3.
ED and CD. So this is the position now. And it's funny, against these structures, normally you've got your bishop on g7, your pawn on g6, and you play h5. And I'm just wondering, can you do it anyway?
Well, maybe you can. But I have to say, again, this is arguably lack of knowledge, but I like this strategically for white once again, and I believe it's a position that suits Nakamura really well too, with very dynamic play, active pieces, a long-term kingside attack. Let's say bishop e2, castles. You always have f4, e5 looming. You have bishop to g5. As you said, the black bishop on b4 is a long way from the kingside. So I believe Carlsen would have to do something concrete here to upset all these ideas. And the move I'm thinking of is c4.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I had to get it in before you said it.
We're on the same wavelength. I love it. c4, what an interesting move. Just boxing in this bishop, potentially threatening knight d3, and potentially threatening a move like queen b6, stopping white from castling, which could be quite annoying. So, for example, if bishop e2 here, or maybe even just dropping the bishop back this way.
Bishop c5 is very possible, probably. Yeah, probably bishop c5, but queen b6 also comes into consideration. And you can fool around or entertain the idea of going knight d3 check even at an opportune moment. So yeah, this all of a sudden looks a lot less clear-cut than what we just saw. Bishop d4 and...
Well, we've got to be careful.
Now, let's not be too careful. Let's be reckless. It's not our pieces.
That's very... Bishop d4, I'm slightly concerned about this, yeah.
About blundering the bishop when it gets attacked? I'll give you a warning.
Actually, it's not easy, is it? For example, if the bishop comes out this way, then
Queen
suddenly we
A5.
have queen a5 check. And that's not clear.
No, I'm not sure. I do agree with you that... I'm not sure. I'm sure I agree with something you said.
Well, another interesting move, because if you go f4 here, forcing matters.
Way too loose. You can't go f4.
I know you
Even
can't.
knight d3.
Yeah, it's
This is just too loosening, too early.
And then, you know, if you try and win some pawns,
Okay, there will be a lot of
something will happen, right?
counter.
Well, it's not clear.
Nah, this is pretty clear. It's not like I see a move, but I have a feeling something's about to happen, you know?
Okay, I trust you. Even this move.
Maybe h5 is a good move here. Undermine.
He's not going to do that. It's too loose.
No way.
I like c4. I think c4's to the point. I think it makes sense. I think it causes some potential problems.
Well, black has to play dynamically here. Really, if you allow white to go bishop e2 and castle, strategically you're in very big trouble already. So you have to make something happen. No matter what your computer tells us, of course, on Chess24, within our beautiful broadcast tool, you can see the computer evaluations, you can see the times the player spent on a move. Most importantly, you can make your own moves. Just try making a move on the board, and you might be surprised that it is actually legal. So if you're not agreeing with the moves, I'm sure you're agreeing with me, with the moves Mr. Trent is pointing out, try your own moves on the board. So I believe he should go c4, like any slow move, bishop d7 or a6. If white just gets two more moves here, it's really a dream
You have to play c4. He will play c4. I'm sure he'll play c4. I'm
I
certain.
think so too.
I'm certain he'll play
But
c4.
even after c4, the strategic dangers are not gone. The move I like after c4 is bishop e3, not allowing any of this bishop c5, queen b6 business. I'm not that worried about the c3 square. Here once again, if I manage to get bishop e2 castles or bishop to d4 if needed, I believe it's a very
Good
delicate situation for black
Actually, bishop
strategically.
e3 is an excellent move, Jan. Congratulations.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Far too kind.
Very good move, bishop e3. Very impressed. Already, I'm regretting c4.
That's the thing, right? It also, I still believe he should probably do it, but it also gives up some squares, especially the d4 square. After bishop e2 castles bishop d4, you know this attack will come. So black
And this
still
pawn
needs to
can
do
be
something
really
quick.
weak.
Queen a5 maybe to
Okay.
reintroduce the idea of bishop c5. That's still a like white's position here, I gotta tell you. I mean, if you exchange the dark squared bishops, it's less looming. So if you make random moves here, I'm not sure, bishop d7, rook e8, whatever you want to do. Bishop e2, let's say bishop d7 or bishop c5. Yeah. Castles, bishop c5. It's not like you resign here, but even this without the dark squared bishops,
horrible for black.
I feel like white
This
has
is
very serious long-term
horrible.
chances.
Long term, white is doing so good here most of the time.
Well, I wouldn't think it's that clear. You take and go b5, and without the dark squared bishops, you're not getting mated that easily.
So
I don't think white should take on c5.
But you can just.
You can, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever.
I ain't
You know,
worried about
b4.
nothing. I ain't
I
worried
know
about.
you ain't.
I ain't worried about nothing. I'm gonna win this pawn. I ain't worried about nothing.
We should have that as official song of the broadcast, right?
No.
French Montana, I ain't worried about nothing. It's such a good song.
It's
really a terrible song.
really terrible. It's a really terrible, terrible song.
So, what is Magnus Carlsen gonna do?
He could just play more.
Yeah, but this is really bad. Bishop e2.
Oh yeah, goodness. Where's my horse going?
Well, you know, horse is not gonna get trapped, but it's just very risky strategically with his bishop on b4.
No, I think it's.
And also for
I'm not
Carlsen
convinced.
fans out there, I'd be a bit unhappy that he's taking time here. He might have been surprised by this quiet little move, bishop d2, stopping b5 or whatever idea he had cooked up. But he's already thinking for almost 10 minutes on his next move, which, since his situation is quite dangerous strategically, you would have hoped that he knows his way around here. Then again, Carlsen has shown once in a while, I would say, that he can play a little bit of chess even when he's out of book, unlike yours truly.
Interestingly, in the Karyakin game, after king f8, it's Sergei Karyakin who's now taking a long time. And in fact, another beautiful feature of our broadcast tool is that you can see, as you'll be looking at the video directly below when you click on the game, exactly how long they've spent on each move. So here we can see that Karyakin has spent 23 minutes and counting on this move. So the question is, was king f8 a surprise? It must have
No,
been.
I don't think so.
So
I
think it might have been. Well, no.
That's the only sensible move. I think he analyzed this ending. Maybe he didn't put a focus on h6, but more in general terms, and he concluded, I have some winning chances. I have this plan. I can go h4, I can go h5 or g5. I can bring my king. I'm never running any risk. And now he's trying to work out the details. Does he want to start with king e2? Does he feel this is a good moment to go h5? Does he feel this is a good moment to go g5? I believe king e2 looks like the most obvious move to centralize your king. Point of king f8 is now black can activate his rook. Now he can go rook a8 and d6. There's king e8, so the pawn does not promote that easily anymore.
You gotta be careful with
I'll
why.
sit up now. Look at this. My hand is
Oh
outside
my
the screen.
goodness. You've got to be careful here with white, because if you make one bad pawn move,
Like what,
it
like
gets a bit-
D7?
Well, no, already even here, par example, suddenly the king is blockading well, and the rook is super active along here.
Right.
And even though, okay, I doubt White is ever going to lose this, it's at a sort of position that can go one slip and it can go wrong.
Well, you don't want to go E5 because it... Also, you don't want to go D6.
Well,
It
that's
just
what I
limits
mean.
your
That's what I mean.
options.
That's what I mean. You got to be careful.
You only want to do this if it's cashing in, but for now I think you want to activate your position and try to fix some black weaknesses. So bring the king somewhere. It's a bit tricky because the rook, as you said, gets active in a hurry. Rook A8 followed by Rook A2 or Rook A3, and it's already not so easy. So I think White should decide on what he wants to do on the king side with these pawns. Probably go G5. After G5, the one question I'm having, but this might be my chicken nature speaking, if after H5, very ambitious, the H4 pawn could be a weakness being eaten by the black rook somewhere down the line.
Absolutely. I think H5 must be correct in that position.
I'm not sure. If we say black is the weaker side, normally you want to exchange pawns, which H takes G would accomplish better than H5. So H5 carries some risks because it leaves White more stuff to play with as well. F4, F5, knight to E5 would sharpen up the game. We shall see. But I'm still heavily leaning towards a draw. Mainly because both guys went for this position deliberately, and both of these guys are tremendous at doing their homework.
They are. They're both very...
And Magnus Carlsen has played bishop to D7.
Yeah.
Did
I
not
think
like this C4 bishop
I think
E3.
his original plan was to go C4, and then he probably thought, oh, bishop E3 is quite a serious...
Maybe. I just think his position is very risky here strategically. Bishop E2 is the move I would absolutely expect. And, well, you can still go C4, but it never changes the nature of the position that much. I believe black should go for this C4. I believe bishop E3 is a good move then. And queen A5, try to exchange dark square bishops and play that position. But I don't like it all that much for black, I gotta be honest with you.
No, I'm not a fan. We have a move in Karyakin. He played H5, so he fixed the pawns this way. Also makes a lot of sense because
the alternative.
If you go G5 here, then this guy on H6 is a permanent weakness, and you're never losing this.
Well, you're not going G5, and yeah, I agree. H5 is a lot less risky strategically because you can always cover your G4 pawn without problems, and GH. Even if you were to lose this, it wouldn't be the end of the world, and also you aren't going to lose this because it's very hard for the rook to attack the pawn on H5.
Now the king can come up and,
I'm expecting Karana to exchange on H5 nonetheless to... reduce material. I think he's the defending side here, and he should try to...
Well, he can't allow H takes G6, because then you have two passes. So you have... Well, for example, let's put it on the board. And now E5. This is very unpleasant. You get a pawn to E6.
You don't want to allow two passed pawns on the center.
And he took very quickly. So takes, and now... and now I expect rook A8.
Yes. No, I believe White gets to have more fun here, but with the necessary care, which I'm sure Caruana will show, he's gonna hold the draw here.
He's very good, this Caruana.
He's pretty good, especially in these endings.
Really fun.
Rishikesh got upset by all the fighting this morning and urges us, he says, please do not fight with each other and sue each other. I gotta be honest with you, somewhere down the line, I'm not sure.
My lawyers are actually watching the broadcast.
Your lawyers?
My team of lawyers. And are building a case as we speak. Very good. Let's go to Rejabov Mamajarov. We've had a few moves. We last saw it after Queen C2, C5, and Knight C3. And here,
Because they did nothing I was expecting them to do. That's so sad. Shaq played Queen C7. Which
makes sense.
Also prepares B5 or B6, yeah. B6 more likely. Because it's the same trick we had earlier. If black were to go B6 immediately, it would run into knight to E5.
Instead of Queen C7, you
Instead of Queen C7. Knight E5 would win material because the rook doesn't have anywhere to go without running into the knight fork. Speaking of knights, Thabang Bili is saying, Lawrence Trent calling a knight a horse. I haven't heard that word in a very long time. The word horse? It's a reasonably common word.
I think he meant in this context.
Right.
You're a very funny man. He's a funny guy.
So, Queen C7, preparing C7. This very B6, because after castles, which happened B6, Knight E5 is no longer winning material. Simplest reason being that black can go bishop to B7.
Yeah, which is fine for black.
So instead, Rajawov tries to point out the drawbacks of Queen C7, which is the queen might be a little loose on C7. You know, bishop F4 could come with tempo. Also, if white were to develop more quickly and the rook were to show up on C1, the queen would feel a little bit uncomfortable on its square.
Yeah, so for example, bishop F4, I like.
Yeah, this looks...
I like to develop a piece with tempo.
Logically enough,
If bishop D6. Now you want to take on C5, is that your idea? Or?
I have zero ideas. My first thing that would come to mind is probably bishop takes D6 and rook FD1. But I'd have to say after castles, I can't see that white has achieved all that much. Looks like black is very close to complete equality here. So what else could he do after bishop B7? Bishop F4 looks very natural.
Is this a load of trash? Yes.
No, just bishop takes F4. Can I get away with that? Knight takes.
Yeah, and I've weakened myself far too much on the king side.
Well,
it is imbalanced though. I mean, I have got, you know something like this.
No, the ending, I think black is completely fine. King E7, nothing's ever going to happen.
Right.
Not saying white is worse here, but this is easy to play with black. And instead, I was thinking about Queen B3 in that position we had, but let's see what he decides. Maybe he wants to go D takes C5 first. Is that clever? So there's some tricks. Bishop D6, there might be some tricks. Maybe there's no tricks. I was planning to blunder my queen with knight B5.
Yeah.
My trick was A takes B5, queen takes C7, but queen takes C2 is probably a better reply.
Yeah. So even in this position, just queen E7, and well.
Well, these positions, they're very subtle. Like if black manages to get in 2 more moves, he's completely fine. Castles and rook Fc8. But maybe white will find time to bother him before that. Let's say knight D4, going for that C6 square yet again. And after bishop G2, king G2, castles, black is still 1 move from complete equality, which I'm not sure white can use, but it wouldn't be impossible. Knight E4 maybe, knight C6 is still queen C5, I think. And you know, it looks like nothing, but white still has something to work with.
Playing for 2 results, isn't it?
Absolutely.
These guys
the C6 square is a little weak. The B6 pawn could turn out to be a little weak. So black should hold, but if white manages to establish one of his knights on C6, he will suffer for a bit. So this could be an interesting idea, actually.
Very interesting stuff. Maybe we'll see this. Wouldn't surprise me at all. Remember to send us your tweets. No, we're not going for an awkward pause. I was just looking at a tweet from Anthony Cunningham. Testing, 1, 2, 3.
I read that too, but I didn't see the deeper meaning.
No. It's one of those enigmatic tweets that we get from time to time.
It is.
Karth, Jan and Lawrence, what are your favourite chess pieces? Don't really have favourite chess pieces.
I'm going to side with the world champion on this one as well, who always gets annoyed when he's asked this question. I won't get annoyed, but I don't have a favourite chess piece. I think it's well documented that I prefer bishops over knights, but that's because they're stronger chess pieces. I also prefer queens over knights, for example. It doesn't mean the queen is my favourite chess piece compared to the knight. I think you have to love all your pieces equally.
Yes. Treat your pieces as if they were your children. Do not discriminate. Do not love one more than the other. And if you're lacking love for one, improve the situation. Make it a better piece. Make your relationship stronger.
Spend more time with them.
Spend more time. Make your bond
Joint
as
activities.
it should be. Ali Parcel. Is it good to trade white's light squared bishop for a knight in such positions as in Nakamura Carlsen? Is it good to trade white's light squared bishop?
General question. In general, like I just said, I consider bishops to be stronger pieces. So, in a nutshell, I think that's the wrong expression.
No.
But if we were to take off f1 and e5 here, I believe black would benefit.
Somewhat.
You know, the light square bishop looks passive now, but it always has a job of covering the d3 square, covering the c4 square. Later, white will want to go f4 one day, then it has to cover the g4 square and so on. So, other things being equal, I would say it would be good in black's benefit, first of all, to exchange pieces in general, because he has less space, and secondly, to exchange one of his knights for a bishop. But of course, depending on the circumstances, I'm assuming you're meaning an idea like black goes c4 and knight d3 check, for example. Things could change if black has to make extra concessions for it, like maybe having a weak pawn on d3. So, in general, I would not give that bishop for a knight, but chess is a concrete game, so there will surely be situations where it's beneficial for white to do exactly that.
Indeed. Very well said, sir. Okay, so we're at a bit of a pause in the action. Well, we've had King G2 played by Karyakin, so he's coming up via the G file. And I like this more than King E2.
It's because you're a chicken and you want to stay close to your h5 pawn, right? You don't want any piece of rook a1.
What did we just say? They're all our babies, and we've got to protect our babies.
Sometimes you also gotta
let the babies die.
I was gonna say you gotta let them loose and see the world.
Well, it's hardly seeing the world on h5 stuck there.
That is true.
Have you seen that film? Oh goodness, I've forgotten the title. The one with the penguins.
Which one? The March of the Penguins?
March of the Penguins. Very sad.
I haven't seen it.
This exact position is like March of the Penguins.
I've seen Madagascar. It's also very sad. They have this evil penguin gang.
Yeah, no, I think it's a bit different. I think one is a real documentary. Anyway, basically penguins, you know, they work months and months and months and months and months, you know, to keep hold of their babies, to make sure that it's, you know, it's incredible what penguins do. And then at the very last moment, they've got this sequence where I think it's the mother has to pass it to the father on its feet, or vice versa. I can't quite remember. And if that one moment goes wrong, the baby dies in the egg. Yeah. So what I'm trying to say is, this position is exactly like
one
that.
Thing I know about penguins, which might not be true, but it's still the one thing I know, is that once they fall on their back, they can't stand up by themselves. So I think there's people working on the North Pole who are walking around picking up penguins. Just put them on their feet again.
What would their job title be?
I think it's penguin pickup artist is the correct description.
Pick up a penguin? You won't get that, but that really works in England. For all of you English guys who like that one, thanks.
We have some moves.
Do we? Oh, we have bishop f4.
Some moves.
Oh, we've got a3 in this one.
We got a3, which is a mild surprise because I would think you wanna, bishop e2 and castles high up on your priority list. Then again, black can't really take on c3.
No.
That'd be a very serious strategical concession. So he has to go bishop a5, and now you can go bishop e2.
And if c4
And
now?
maybe his point is exactly that if c4 now, after bishop e3, there's no more queen a5, for example. Black could still try to exchange those bishops with bishop b6, but let's say queen d2. Maybe he didn't want to allow this setup with queen to a5 and bishop to c5, which we mentioned earlier.
Excuse me. Interesting. Yeah, I'm a fan of that.
Some discussion on Twitter, which is getting disturbing, about sacrificing your children according to Lawrence Trent's advice.
No,
Once again,
what? I never...
we were talking chess pieces.
Yeah, please don't misquote me on that. Do not sacrifice your children. You can sacrifice your chess pieces, but sometimes you've got to take care of them as well. But certainly not. Yes, in Rajapal Mamajarov, when he played
bishop f4. We liked d takes c5 a little bit better, right? Because now after bishop f4, bishop d6 will happen. I think it has happened. Takes, and rook fd1 castles. I feel like white is not in time here to create any problems like the ones we've seen earlier with the c6 square. Let's say dc5, queen c5. Here, knight d4, black would just take on g2, go rook fc8 and say, I'm worried about nothing. Rook fc8 is a good move, so it's rook fd8, but this is totally fine for black.
Yeah, verging on equality, isn't it?
Yeah. Then again, we've pointed out in the last broadcast, those two guys, they have a track record of equalizing against each other. So the two Azeris, Rajabov having an excellent tournament, probably not too eager to push his luck very hard against his compatriot. But of course, no one knows. It looks like Mamajarov will equalize here though.
Bishop e2 was played by Nakamura, so that is going to plan. And I think now would be a pretty good time just to take a very quick breather, Jan.
Already?
I need some more inspiration about how to call my chess pieces and baby
You want to
talk.
Google penguins, right?
I'm going to Google penguins in the break. And meanwhile, of course, you can play Blitz on our server while we're gone for a few minutes. There is the play now button. I think it's that way.
Other way.
I always do it. Up. Play now. Click on it. You can play a game in just a few minutes. Choose the game you want to play. You can play 1 minute, 3 minute, 5 minute, even longer than that. You can go to the lobby as well. There's a very easy command in order to do that just below and have some fun. And we'll be back in a jiffy.
It's a bit too early to say. What we can say is that this position is very risky strategically for black, because white has this ready-made plan of going f4 and preparing e5 in the future, and the black king could turn out to be a little shaky. So Magnus has to do something active. If he wastes too much time, rook e8, I don't know, white could go king h1 as a preparation, but something with these f4, putting a bishop to d4, something along these lines would happen, and it would not be pleasant for black. So his position is very complicated to play and risky strategically. I think he has to do something concrete, and maybe that could be a move like a5, preparing immediate action on the queen side with the move b4 next. Maybe, maybe not.
No.
You're not impressed?
No. I mean, even here, I'm trying to think if that's any good. I mean, I actually want to play the move a4 myself.
It's a terrible move. You
I know
should
it's
never
a bad
move pawns on the side you're weaker.
I know you say it's a terrible move, but let me play.
b4, such a horrible move. You don't want to do this. You're expecting me to
Yeah, I want you to
elaborate,
refute it, right?
It's just a bad idea. It's really a bad idea. Bishop takes b5, ab, no, rook b8.
Okay, but now you're going to drop stuff. This pawn is going to go. How am I going to do this? Should we try knight f5? Let's try knight f5 first.
I don't like this idea one bit. Let's say bishop takes e3.
I know you don't like this idea. That's what. That's why.
Queen b6. Like, I'm already better with black here. You really bungled it.
Did I bungle this?
No, I'm just
I
trash
don't think
talking,
so.
but I really think
I don't
A4
think so.
is a bad move.
It was just an idea. I'm not
Because
sure.
it's not in the spirit of the position, you know? You want to keep the queen side closed. That's where black's counterplay is
But
coming
I'm worried
from.
about this move.
Yeah, but it's coming nonetheless. A4 is not stopping it.
Yeah, but then I don't have to go backwards. Maybe that's my problem. I don't like going backwards in
I
life.
think that could be a problem.
So what if I go
In chess,
here?
of course, not in life.
Here, something like this.
Well, for starters, yeah, I think you should retreat. A takes B would force bishop takes E3, which I'm not sure is a concession, but in general you want to keep the queen side as close as possible. But here, you know, there's some things in the air. I'm not sure if any of them are any good, like C3, B takes C, B3, stuff like that. Probably not enough yet, but white also is not exactly delivering checkmate yet, so...
I'm not convinced about this position now for white.
You're changing your mind like every 10 seconds.
Yeah, only because I didn't.
Well,
I'm
so
not
do
sure.
I. I believe this is the way Magnus has to play.
Maybe rook FC1 is the correct move.
Again, it's not a move Nakamura is going to play, it's just a defensive move preparing for the queenside onslaught. You want to leave that rook on F1, preparing stuff on the king side. But I'm also not quite sure. I mean, king H1 is the move I would like to play. H3 is also a move that comes to mind, preparing F4. But here, B4, it's not completely straightforward. Knight to D1, maybe this is a position white should aim for. Because with C3 I take, knight takes, pawn up. I think that's...
Just
no,
A4,
no, I'm
yeah.
very coordinated.
Yeah.
Even if you were to get in A4,
Yeah.
you know? I mean, like, but A4 is a good move. No, so it's not that easy. I believe Carlsen should play this A5 followed by B4.
Pose
and
some
then,
problems, yeah.
yeah, open up the position before white has time to play all the moves he likes to play. H3, king H1, F4, bishop to D4, and gain control. So, double-edged, the onus is very much on black to do something active. If he doesn't, white will just improve his position and crush him, but I believe he will be quite aware of that.
Okay, let's go to the other game. Rajabov, Mamajarov, going a bit slower. Queen E7 just played.
E4 was played, which is interesting. You don't see E4 all that often in these structures because typically white doesn't want to create that target and block that diagonal. So if he goes E4, it might be as a concrete idea after, well, he has a concrete idea of winning a piece with E5.
But after Queen
E7, I'm not sure, does he want to go D5 here? I'm not sure I like D5. Probably E takes D. This structure, I really don't know. They say queens are bad blockers. Bit tempted to go queen D6 nonetheless, but then knight D2, he might chase me away from my beautiful square with knight E4 or knight C4. Maybe he wants to go D5. Queen D6 was a bad move, probably. Black should play something a bit more active, like rook Fe8. But this could be interesting. D6 in the air, knight H4, knight F5 is in the air a little bit. Knight H4 threatening D6. So this could be an idea, not the typical idea you see in these positions. But who knows? And if white does not do that, next move would be c takes d4, and I believe black would be absolutely okay. So probably he should try either that or e5 instead of d5, but I don't really see much point to e5, I have to say.
Well, Rajabov obviously weighing up his options.
Well, e5, black would go knight d5 more likely than not, and knight e4 would be the only way to justify this, to jump to d6, or some sneaky knight g5s maybe somewhere. But somehow I have trouble believing this is good for white. Even knight b4 is also quite possible. Queen e2, And now c takes d4. It looks like black is active enough, and the e5 pawn will turn out to be weak. Rook takes d4, knight c6.
You've got to be careful with white. You might lose. You might lose this guy.
We don't want to lose that guy. But yeah, I agree. Probably it's not a good idea. So
I think it is more odds of him going d5 than e5. That's my gut feeling. Anywho's, of course, if you've got any questions for Grandmaster Matthew Sadler, who is joining us literally in a moment's time, please get them ready. Send your tweets via the hashtag C24Live. Please make them good. Matthew is very kindly joining us, taking time out of his Sunday. Don't know if it's nice and sunny. It's a beautiful day. It's probably.
Where is he based? Is he based in Holland?
I believe
England?
I believe he's still based in Holland, but we can ask him that. Question: any Super GM who plays King's Indian Attack more often than not? No.
Well, Rajabov, King's Indian Attack. That's
King's Indian Attack.
No.
No, there's literally not one. I actually, it's a very tricky opening at club level, and I have to admit I've had my my bad experiences with the King's Indian Attack. But that said, nowadays I think there are so many setups against it, you just don't see it at top level so much. In any case, should we hook up with Matthew?
Let's do it.
Let's hook up.
How do we do this? We have to
We're gonna
plug these earplugs in so we can hear them, right?
Right. Here, we've got a little bio there as well, ladies and gentlemen. You can see Matthew, born in Gillingham, Kent. For all of you who didn't know, that's a lovely place.
I'm sure it is. It sounds beautiful.
It's one of the nicer parts of Kent. Trust me, I've been to Kent, and Matthew will agree with me. Born 1974, turning 40 shortly, in a couple of weeks, Matthew. I'm sure we'll be glad to hear that. He was a Grandmaster. I don't know when did you, well, we'll ask him in a minute. His peak rating was 2667 in 1999, when it really meant something.
That's a serious rating for those times, you know?
Rating, yeah. I mean, 2667 in 1999 is the equivalent of, what, 2750 now, right?
It's always hard to make these cross comparisons, but that probably meant, I don't know which spot in the world rankings, but close to top 20, I would assume.
Yeah. His current rating is 2649 after making a comeback to chess, I believe it was a couple of years ago, and he's ranked 107th in the world as of the most recent rating list.
He's still higher rated than me after taking a 10-year break. That's very upsetting.
Yeah, he's higher rated than me. So I can't believe it. Let's welcome Grandmaster Matthew Sadler. Hi, Matthew.
Hi.
How are you?
Not too bad.
Yeah.
Bit dull and dreary here in Holland today, but
Oh, really?
yeah. But well, I think it's the aftermath of King's Day in Holland. So yesterday was the King's birthday. So big celebration everywhere.
No, I saw a lot of photos. In fact, I was invited to something in Amsterdam, but of course I was doing this, so I couldn't. I hear it's a fun-filled day, lots of orange everywhere.
It's incredible. I mean, I went. Well, once I came to Holland when I was, a long time ago, and I didn't realise that it was Queen's Day, and my goodness, you come in there as a foreigner and you just don't know what's happening. I mean, everyone's just gone crazy. Everything orange, just parties everywhere. It's a great atmosphere. It's really nice, especially in Amsterdam.
What about you then, Matthew? Tell us, for all of the viewers out there who don't know you, well, we know you in England because you're a bit of a legend in English chess, but you have made a comeback. When would you say you made a comeback to semi-professional competitive chess?
Well, I started playing again in 2010. That was just a bit of fun. But I think really when I started getting a bit more serious, that was when I played a couple of tournaments in 2011. I won a couple of opens in Barcelona and Oslo, and after that I just got keen to start doing a little bit of work, following what's happening in chess and doing a little bit of work on openings. So that's when I really started. But I mean, I was just 2010 was really the first time that I started looking at chess in about 7 or 8 years, basically.
And what are your plans for chess over the next few months or period? Are you going to be playing any more tournaments this year?
Not really sure, basically. I'm in the running for an Olympiad place, so you never know. But
So will you play? That's the big question. If you get
no,
it.
I would play. If I was asked, I'd play.
Fantastic.
So
When
that
are
would
you
be.
going to find out about that?
Ooh, I don't know. I mean, they're in. It's the beginning of August, isn't
Beginning
it? I
of
think.
August, yeah.
So I guess sometime before then, I hope.
Okay. Yeah, it would be slightly unfortunate for them to tell you yes after the event. That would be, yeah, not the best. So you've obviously been following the chess as well from this tournament.
Yeah.
What are your impressions so far? And then we'll go on to the games today, I suppose.
Yeah.
Who has impressed you?
I don't know. It's been the normal good fighting tournament, hasn't it? Really. I mean, it's just we're being a bit spoiled, really. I mean, I compare it to when I was professional. There were a lot more short draws than now.
The good old days.
In the good old days, yeah. In the good old days, you had a bit of respect. You sort of
Exactly.
neutralise the other guy's opening, and then you just agree to draw. But nowadays they just keep going, basically. Yeah, I mean, Magnus looked, started off pretty well, but yeah, amazing that he lost too. But I don't know, I was very impressed with how Caruana beat him, and then have Rajabov. Yeah, Rajabov just he just made him look a bit. Well, I mean, I felt that Magnus played very unnaturally in his game against Rajabov. He just really seemed to have just lost his sense a little bit of how to really well how to coordinate his pieces. But then against Mamedyarov, he just got back, and it's just how the guy is, I suppose. You just can't keep him down. He just comes back all the time. Yeah, Rajabov's playing super safe. Just looking very. I mean, I like Caruana's play. I think he's played pretty well. He always looks super solid and impressive. Yeah, I mean, Mamedyarov is just up and down, isn't he? As always, it's just. I mean, I love watching him play, but sometimes you look at him, especially his openings, and what he did against Carlsen yesterday was really. Oh, come on! You're so strong. You can do better than that, But it's good. It's great. I mean, you're just watching. You've just got fighting chess all the way. So, it's great stuff.
Who do you expect if you had to pick a winner? Who are you going to punt for?
Oh, you can't really bet against Magnus, can you? I mean, he's not playing. I think he's playing pretty well. I think, and he's got back from his loss, so you'd expect him to go on and win it really.
He's got a big test today, though, hasn't he? Black against Nakamura. What are your impressions? Maybe we can bring up the position and get your thoughts on it, because myself and Jan,
We've changed our opinion 8 times already. Getting started, I didn't like this for Black one bit, because strategically it's a very, very risky situation. If White gets any time to get in the moves he would like to make, King h1, f4, Bishop d4, this could get ugly in a hurry. But then again, it looked a bit like Black could create some counterplay on the queen side. So what's your take? You've played these structures quite a bit, haven't you?
Yeah. I mean, normally I'd say, God, it's the same-ish, with Black's bishop on b6.
This
I mean,
is not the position we're talking about, is it?
No, we'll get the Carlsen position up in a jiffy. But yeah, you were saying, Matthew.
You've got a same-ish with a Black bishop on b6. I mean, you just have a feeling really that this can't really be good for Black at all. But and this counterplay with with a5 and b4, it comes really, really quickly, and somehow that bishop on b6 has one very irritating property. It's that if White plays f3 to f4, which he really wants to do, then after knight g4. The White King's rather awkward. All sorts of tactics are coming up that don't happen with a bishop on g7. I think what Nakamura did with bishop e3 and queen d2, that was very clever, because I mean, if Carlsen had gone a5 instead of rook b8 as he's now played. Then,
can we wait for 1 second? We need to bring the position up for our viewers. We have a small technical issue, as we sometimes experience, but we'll be there in 1 second. So, Whom do you put your money on in this game? Do you think Nakamura will beat Carlsen for the first time?
Looking at the position here, I wouldn't have thought so. But it's the next few moves are really, really crucial because I mean, if Carlsen doesn't get his counterplay right, then he's got a horrible position. I mean, just everything's wrong. But if he can get in, if he can get in b4 and sort of irritate White a bit, then it should be all right for him. It's a very, very tense situation actually.
All right, we're still looking to get that board up, so we'll try and get that sorted ASAP. All right, Matthew, what else can we ask you? Well, I suppose we should tell all of our viewers in the meantime that Matthew is also a Chess24 contributor.
Author, I believe.
Author.
You've done no less than 4 video series. I've seen quite some of them and I really enjoyed them. There's a lot to be learned from Matthew about chess, really. Also from his writing for other sources, but I really enjoyed watching the videos, so thanks a lot for that.
Thanks. That was fun doing them actually. It was just sort of a spur of the moment thing, really. Just got asked and said, okay, let's just do that. And I can talk forever and ever. So just putting me in a studio and saying, talk for 8 hours, that's absolutely no problem.
Matthew, we should take him up on that offer again.
Yeah, Matthew, I would pick you against Peter Svidler, and I would take Peter every day of the week. So,
when it comes to talking
forever. Actually, we'll try and bring up a link for all of you guys at home so that you can click on those video series a bit later. We'll try and bring something up for you so you can see exactly what he's done. But in the meantime, let's look at the Nakamura Carlsen.
This is the position
they Matthew
have on the board. He went rook to b8. Is that hinting that he wants to exchange queens? I'm not sure if exchanging queens is beneficial for black in this situation, actually.
Yeah, I think he was just a bit, maybe just a bit worried about the natural move a5, because instead of rook b8, a5 was what I was really looking at.
Yeah, that's the move that comes to mind, to go b4 ASAP, isn't it?
But I think that White could then just play h3, threatening f4, and the annoying point is that if Black goes b4, then I can probably take on b4, a takes b4, and rook takes a8, and just insert that little intermezzo, forces Black to play bishop takes e3, and then I've got queen takes e3, queen takes a8, and knight d1. And this was the sort of position I was looking at. So and it's not clear really. I mean, White's playing f4. That pawn on c4 is weak. I wasn't 100% sure that Black was okay in this position. So I guess that Magnus was maybe looking to accelerate b4. Maybe take on e3 and go b4, take back with the rook, and then pressure b2. I think that was probably the idea. So, but now, yeah,
feels a tiny bit slow though. Somehow a5. I do agree with your line, and White could very well be better. But someone is so screaming out to be played, because here after b4, a takes b, even if rook takes, I will always go knight d1, and Black hasn't achieved all that much.
Exactly. So I mean, I think that's probably a sort of a little victory for Nakamura, that right. Carlsen's had to give up his most obvious plan and just go for a secondary plan, I think. So
knight d1 was played, and the next move, I thought it was a technical problem, but it looks like it actually really happened. That's led to our confusion. Black played bishop to c8 here.
Oh, good lord, that really is. Yeah, I thought you had a problem too.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, but they have that position on the board, it seems like.
Well, I think it's the idea of this move, chaps, has become apparent, because after bishop c8, Nakamura played king h1, and his idea is that he went knight fd7, so trying to bring the cavalry round to c5 ostensibly, and then to land on b3 would be mighty fine.
Yeah, although, yeah, I don't know. I mean, that a knight on b3. I don't know how fantastic that really is. I guess it's all to do, I suppose, with a bishop on e3. I mean, if he goes knight c5 to b3 and that bishop on e3 is hard to hold, then I mean that might just work. But I don't know. It's that's a hell of a plan, really. It looks more like sort of desperately scrambling to make something playable of it, to be honest.
Now just f4 looks right, Matthew, wouldn't you say?
I have a very hard time believing that black can take these liberties. It reminds me a little bit of the last black game Carlsen had against Nakamura in this very same line, where he also, well, got a strategically dangerous position, a similar structure to this one actually, and then took a lot of time to create counterplay and got very close to defeat, as we know. And this bishop c8, knight fd7, rook b8, it's a cute idea, but it kind of goes against everything we've learned in school, right? Like, do something quickly if you're in danger of being mated.
Yeah, I mean, this is really, I don't know. I mean, it's one of those things you say, the computer will always be able to defend it. But I'd be getting worried simply. I mean, just something like f4, knight g6, and maybe, I don't know, maybe even take on b6 or go something like, I know, rook b1 or something. I don't know. I mean, it's just as soon as this knight moves from d7, to c5, I've got f5 to f6 as well. So.
Oh, that's another very nasty idea, actually.
I don't know. I mean,
knight h5, you can never go wrong with a move like knight h5.
Yeah, it's
dangerous.
not.
I'm mighty skeptical of this position for black. I'm really not a fan of this at all.
No.
This is bordering. This is on one slip, one real slip, and this is game over. White's going to just mate black quite quickly.
And also, this should be right up Nakamura's alley, right? Like a dynamic position, attacking chances, calculating. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, the only other idea that black could do maybe is, after f4, maybe you'd want to go knight d3. I mean, that's the another possibility. And just, if you take on d3, cd3, queen takes d3, could maybe do something like knight c5 and then f5. I don't know.
I like the move b4 here. Can I play b4 to stop this? Oops, sorry. I clicked something funny as usual. Here we are. Not sure about it, but it is a pawn sacrifice, so does not look like black has that much for it, does it?
No. It doesn't look very convincing at all.
No.
Let's move on to another game. Let's get Matthew's opinion of the remaining games, then he probably wants to enjoy the rest of his Sunday. So
let's see if Matthew is booked up in the Grunfeld. This position they reached after 5 minutes of play. They both blitzed it out. And I'm sorry. This is the game Karyakin against Caruana. After move 25, I believe, they both had spent 0 time. And we've been trying to hide our lack of endgame expertise in the position they have on the board now. Do you think White has any winning chances?
I don't think so. Although, I didn't think that Caruana had to play f5 immediately, and because basically White was going to try and play his knight round to f5, I guess. So he's going to play knight g4
knight
to e3.
g4, knight e3.
I was sort of expecting black to play his king to g7, and then after knight g4 to play rook d3, and then after something like
king f2 maybe.
Then to play f5, but to sort of be a little bit further up with your pieces, before you play f5. But I was wondering whether White could do something like king g3 to f4 and just be he's really quite active with his king and knight. But I imagine that this should be a draw, but I don't know. It's quite a nice punt from Karyakin, because he can never lose this. So you might as well just it's actually quite nice. What I was very glad about just earlier in the game was that Caruana queened his pawn, because I used to play this variation long time ago then, 95, 96 with White. And I think my main distinction in that opening was that I was one of the few players against whom Black actually queened his pawn. Had a game against Bogdan Lalic, and he literally just played a5, a4, a3, a2, a1, and I just had to resign basically. So I'm very pleased that it happened to Karyakin as well, that some queen his a pawn against him. But of course, all theory.
Yeah, he didn't seem to mind that much from banging out his moves. That's what I always liked about this line. Even if you forgot your theory with Black, you can always count on a5, a4, a3, and hope the pawn makes it to the finish line.
Yeah, it's I think it's probably, yeah, always find it's easier to play for Black than for White this line. I mean, but I mean, this in terms of practical chances, I mean, it's a decent punt, I guess, from Karyakin. I mean, just only chances for a win or a draw, really. No real chances for a loss. So it's and I don't know, after, I suppose, King G3 or something, then
In the current position.
Yeah, in the current position now.
Excuse me.
I think
Well,
probably
F5, and
No,
I
in
think we
the
will.
current position, yeah.
In 95, F5, King G3. I'll let you
Current
do the
position.
thing.
Current position.
That's the current position.
maybe Rook H1 or something. I suppose. Are you getting that H5 pawn? I suppose you are.
Ah, that's the idea. Rook H1.
Well, worst case scenario, we have Knight G6 and maybe Knight H4 or Knight F4. But I do agree, if White is tied up a bit to defend something, Black should have no trouble defending this if he gets his king to F6. So
He
I
played
think
knight c4. I'm not sure that changes the evaluation.
I think we can agree on predicting a draw in that one. Nice line to keep in mind, though, for a free roll kind of. If Black doesn't know what he's doing, you might win this ending. But Caruana, I believe he does know what he's doing.
Yeah, he's pretty booked up on these lines.
Yeah.
My goodness.
All right, what about the last game then, Matthew? Rajabov, Mamajorov, this is the position as it stands.
It's a bit dull, isn't it? Really.
Yeah.
I suppose. Yeah, Rajabov plays a lot of this stuff. Really, he just sort of puts the bishop on G2 and just plays for a little edge somehow. But I don't think he's really managed here. This just looks completely equal in actual fact. So I wouldn't have thought that anything too thrilling is going to happen here.
This reminds me of actually a point I believe you were making when you were a big specialist on the Queen's Gambit Accepted back in the day, where very often you're kind of trying to provoke White to go e4, e5, because then you get squares for your pieces and you can become active. So to me it even feels a bit like I might rather be Black here. I don't think Black is better, but it looks like it's very easy to play this with Black, and this pawn on e5 could turn out to be a weakness somewhere down the stretch.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this knight on c5 can also come around to a4 sometimes. Just attacking this pawn on b2, and yeah, I mean, I think Black could definitely, I think White definitely has nothing, and I think if anyone can tickle a little bit, then well, I'd rather have Black in this position. But I guess that if White plays sensibly, starts swapping off pieces, that he should be all right. But no, I mean, definitely Black can be happy with the opening he's had there. I was a bit surprised really that Rajabov went for e4, e5. When Mamajorov Queen e7, I thought he might even go d5 actually.
Yeah, we thought d5 as well.
I agree. In general, you don't see e4 much in these structures, and if they do, we thought the idea must be to go d5.
Yeah, and I thought d5 was kind of okay, because I'm sure you're getting a knight onto either e4 or c4.
Yeah.
So you might even be getting d5, d6 afterwards. But yeah, this is quite yeah. e4 to e5 is really not offering White anything at all, I don't think.
No. All right, thank you very much for joining us, Matthew. We really appreciate it, and obviously hope to hear from you soon, hope to see you soon, and hope you get that Olympiad spot, because I think, well, I'm being very partial now, aren't I, as an Englishman?
Are you an English patriot?
Yeah, I am when it comes to the Olympiad team. I think you being part of that team is a huge bonus, and your experience and so on can really help the team. We've got a really good team this year, Matthew.
England would have a serious team,
We've
right?
got a serious team.
Adams, Short, Sadler, McShane, Gawain Jones, David
I'm not
Howell.
sure
You have a lot
if
of players,
Luke is
right?
going to play. I'm not sure if Luke is playing. Do you know anything about that?
Yeah, there's basically six. There's basically six guys playing for 5 places,
Right.
and well, I'm number 6 in actual fact. So I mean, it's if I don't get in, then that's that's fine too. But
Would Luke play then? Have you spoken to him about this?
I have no idea
Right.
about anyone. But I sort of assume. Well, I mean, it's happening in Norway, isn't it? So I
Yeah.
mean, that's such a nice place to play.
Yeah.
I assume that everyone really wants to go, basically. So it should be. So I mean, if I don't go, then I'm happy with that too. I mean, that's we're going to have a strong team, whatever. But it'd be really great to be able to go there. And,
Well, knowing some of your previous performances for England, Matthew, what was your record very quickly before you go with the black pieces? What was it? Something like you won?
I won. I had a lot of blacks. I certainly know that, and I won quite a few games too. So
Yeah.
I mean, I had something like 80% with black, I think.
That's insane. At international level, that's just absolutely absurd.
Whenever I have 50,
Yeah,
I'm
we're-
a happy camper.
50,
like
we're happy.
80.
80%, that's amazing. All right, Matthew, thank you very much. Take care. We'll speak to you soon.
Okay, good luck.
Cheers.
Thanks a lot.
Bye.
And you're always welcome here.
All right, Matthew Sadler there, ladies and gentlemen. A true gentleman for a start, that's without doubt. Such a nice guy. What's quite funny about Matthew Sadler is when he's actually at the board, if you see his pose, he looks the
Very
most
intense, right?
very intense pose at the board. It's really, compared to his personality, which is, he's so light in so many ways and such a pleasant guy to talk to, his board posture is quite funny.
It's a bit like you, like when you're not doing commentary, you're easygoing, relaxed, and when you're sitting here, like you're all business, right? I mean, like
I'm always business.
You're like
I'm about the business. We may have another. It's Sunday. It's Super Sunday here at Chess 24. We may have another contributor.
I think probably not today. But
Maybe not today, but maybe another day. So keep your eyes peeled for that. But for the moment, it's me, Jan, and 3 games going on. And, well, Rajab or Mamajarov, I kind of want to ignore that, actually. We've just touched on that. That is...
well, we'll get back to
well,
it, but yeah,
if
we're
anything spices up...
expecting a draw there. We'll keep an eye on Kayak and Caruana, but frankly, we're also expecting a draw there because we believe Caruana will be able to defend. So the big one is Nakamura Carlsen, no surprise. And Nakamura has gone f4. Carlsen has played knight back to g6. And we don't like Carlsen's position.
No,
We just don't.
no, we don't. So the question now, Jan, is how to progress here if you're black. If you're white, rather.
One move that I kind of like is the move knight to h5. I'm not sure it's a good move, but it does keep an eye on this g7 pawn and introduces all kinds of ideas. One is f5 to f6, another one is bishop to d4, another one is very simplistic, queen c3, queen takes g7. It would probably force black to play enough arrows to play f6 either here or some point soon. But that in return would weaken some squares again. You know, you could think about bishop coming to g4, maybe even f5, knight f4, knight to e6. So it gives white quite some options. So I have some sympathy for this knight h5 move.
I quite like that, Jan. I quite like that.
Moving around a bit to see my buttons here. Here we go.
I quite like that move. He didn't play it, but I like it.
Yeah.
He
doesn't
took
have to play
first. He took on b6 first, which...
Well, can't be too bad, but I'm not quite sure why you would release that tension, because whenever black takes on e3, we have the very tempting choice between knight takes e3, activating that knight, and queen takes e3, grabbing that diagonal. So I'm not sure you needed that, but it also can't spoil much. It was bound to happen. Carlsen took back with the rook, which, once again, I find slightly surprising. Wouldn't queen takes look a bit more natural?
Maybe the queen's a bit far away from potential defence and obviously covering the f6 square. Maybe he wants, you know, this idea of f5, f6. Let me put an example. sample. This is complete nonsense, but just to illustrate a point, you know, it's not completely unfathomable that he does this.
It is not actually.
You know, and we have a typical, now Queen H6
Queen
or Knight
H6.
H5, yeah. Queen H6 followed by Knight H5, and that's the end of the game.
This could be checkmate, right? I don't see a
You
defense.
probably have Knight G4 just to hold on, but it doesn't.
I don't think you're holding takes and Knight
Knight
E3.
E3 is game over, yeah. And Knight E3, and look at those horses. All the king's horses and all the king's men couldn't put Humpty back together again. I'm not saying Magnus Carlsen is Humpty Dumpty. By the way, don't start quoting me on that, ladies and gentlemen. Please. It was
You know, whatever you're gonna say will become
he
viral
is
on Twitter.
far from Humpty Dumpty, this chap. But that is my reasoning, I say, for him taking on B6, because now...
No, very good point. This F5, F6 probably was too dangerous to allow. And that also explains why Nakamura would choose to take on B6, because this is a moment where probably Black had to recapture with the rook. Now he goes Knight E3, just
This is very
keeping his
natural
options
as well.
open. Also, a nice thing about having that knight there, Black never has any counterplay anymore with A5, B4, because C4 is always en prise. So would A5, B and B4, but just to, you know, make my point.
That said,
Well, he has to go Knight C5.
He's gonna
I
go
guess,
Knight
to
C5.
continue with that plan.
and there's only one problem that White has, is that if he could transport this bishop to C2, I think he would be a lot happier, because that way he would cover E4, he would cover B3, E5 ideas would be in the air, and he might have a future down here as well.
But if that is your big wish, you can probably make it happen and start the transport by playing bishop D1.
That's a deep
I'm not
move.
sure that's forced, but
If it's a good move, I'm super happy with it. It might be a good move.
certainly playable. I'm not sure you need it. I think it could be a priority to, I don't know, play rook A1 maybe.
Okay. We could, yeah, okay. And then rook E8.
Yeah, here I was wondering, Queen D4 is the move that comes to mind, but I'm not sure I want to.
Well, I can just go here.
Well, Queen C3.
I'll just go back.
Trying to repeat.
Yeah.
When
And
you get
success-
away with it.
Well, the problem is
Not
bishop
so- not so
F3
sure.
runs into
No, I'm not
knight
going
F4.
bishop F3.
Okay.
Knight EF5, let's say.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, but it's only checkmate. I don't have to worry too much.
I don't know. Still looks like a. I'm not sure you have to go F6, but still looks like a playable position for White.
Yeah,
Bishop
of course.
H5, comes to mind, for example.
Well,
And E5 is kind of looming. you
well,
know?
I can maybe take, but you've got to be careful.
Gotta be careful. I'm not sure if I have EF. That's what I
Oh,
wanted
goodness.
to scare you with.
Well, if
Well,
you
I'm
play
not sure
EF,
I
I'm a happy camper.
Are you?
Well, I just take here.
Okay. Rook takes.
Well, I can take on F4.
Rook
Ah.
E8 check.
Aha, you're a trickster.
I am
Let
a
me go
trickster.
back.
And here, yeah, I gotta admit I don't have a follow-up. 'Cause Queen E3, I think you have Rook
Rook
B7.
B7, yeah.
So this,
Careful, yeah. I mean,
This
he's played
does not
knight
quite
c5.
work
This is the problem with what Mate Hikaru has done. He's not quite ready. He's a bit like, you know, those bananas you buy at the supermarket,
I do know them.
where they're slightly green.
Right.
And I'm not talking about plantains either. I'm talking about those bananas that are a bit green. They're just a bit hard.
Right.
This is basically
My
exactly
problem
the
is then I
same
put
as
them away and I wait for a week and then they're not
Right.
green anymore, then they're kind of
black,
black, you
yeah.
know, and like also something went wrong. Avocado, similar problem.
avocados. Love an avocado. Do you like
Yeah,
avocado?
but
I
you
really
can,
love
sometimes you buy them and they're
Yeah,
so
they're
really
super
hard, you know.
solid hard. They
So-
are great.
I stopped eating vegetables. I feel it's just, or fruit. I feel it's too much work to wait for when they're right.
Really?
No, I'm kidding.
I'm not sure. I'm kind
I kind of like this bishop d1 move, I gotta say.
I think he played it. He might not have played it, but if he has played it,
You get a feeling?
I got a feeling.
He did play it.
He did? That's it.
It's a good move, you know.
For any Super Grandmaster tournament organisers out there, please get in touch. I'm available to play whenever you like.
You're aware I suggested bishop
No,
d1,
no,
right?
no. Oh, yeah. Maybe it was you.
Just
I'll
saying.
take the credit.
Anyway,
It's okay.
It's all yours.
But I said
a
I
team
wanted the
effort.
bishop on c2.
You did
right?
say that.
I think I would have played bishop d1 in my game, if I'm totally
I
honest.
think so too.
I'm deadly serious.
Me too.
I never know whether you're mocking me, Jan. That's the
Neither
beauty.
do I.
Yeah,
You know,
okay.
it's a thin line.
Wow, it's beautiful. Bishop d1, I like this move, Hikaru. Put the bishop on c2, bring your rook round, and then get ready for your attack.
No, and still it's the same situation. Magnus Carlsen has to do something. If Nakamura managed to go bishop c2, rook a1, and then whatever he likes, as you mentioned, knight h5, queen d4, this could get ugly quick. So probably black will have to play f6, 1 point,
Oh my goodness.
maybe sooner than later actually. And well, it's not easy for white to
But
break
he can
through.
build slowly
He's
here,
the one who
can't he?
gets to have the fun.
Yeah, it's white having all the fun here. No, this is no fun for black.
Maybe we're overreacting as we like to do. If black, let's say, manages to bring his rook back to e7, something like rook b7, rook e7.
But you can put a knight on f5. Ah, but no, you can
Yeah.
go bishop takes. No, you can't. Sorry, I beg your pardon. That's the whole
Why
point of
can't
rook. You can play bishop takes, but I'm just gonna recapture.
Yeah, no, I'm not sure I have to take it off
Okay.
instantly. But let's say a move like queen b6, it's not completely obvious to me how you're making progress, you know? And black could still at least hint at the possibility of going a5, b4, and
Knight b4.
creating some play. No, you have many options. I'm not saying.
I'm not
I'm
sure
winning
if the
here,
knight's any
but-
good on c6.
Right.
That's the only problem. Not so easy, but
not
I still
that
feel like white is the one playing here.
Absolutely, I'd take white any day of the week, and I believe so would most players.
In
So,
Kayaki
yeah.
Caruana, we've had knight e5, f5, knight c4, rook d3, knight e5.
Move repetition.
Oh my goodness, we could get a repetition, guys.
I wouldn't be that surprised. Probably Kayakin would continue for a bit. I don't think he's taking
Yeah.
a lot of risk here, but I believe, yeah, if Caruana, after he played f5, if he manages to bring his king up the board to f6 after having exchanged a pair of pawns, for example, he will have no problems whatsoever. So I expect this game to end in a draw.
Got a tweet from the Smashing Pawns. Maybe we can get that up.
Actually, I can probably take,
You can take
these
those
things
out.
out right now.
The Smashing Pawns.
kind of like the look.
Yeah, you looked semi-serious with those things.
Yeah,
Or less serious.
professional, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. There are Sundays when you just don't know what to do. Shamkir Chess, or Liverpool, Chelsea, or Liège, Bastogne.
What's Liège, Bastogne, Liège? Is that a
Bastogne.
cycling race? I think it's
Liège, Bastogne,
cycling. It
yeah.
might be cycling.
Inform us. Yeah, that sounds like.
If you want my honest advice, I'd watch the chess.
Well, let's not get silly. I mean, I know it's 2 o'clock already, but no, Chelsea-Liverpool, big game in the Premier League, as all of you know.
Is it
I'm a
now?
big-
Do they start playing at
There's-
like 2 p.m.?
They play at 2 p.m. in England, so in an hour's time it kicks off.
That's just wrong.
And it's a big game. It's a title decider, more or less, de facto. If Liverpool win, they've practically won the league. If Chelsea win, either Chelsea, Manchester City, or Liverpool could win the league.
So in
it's-
your world, Chelsea-Liverpool is more important than Nakamura-Carlsen.
Careful.
Don't get fired. I'm kidding.
No, chess is my passion.
Chess is your life.
Chess is my life. Now, of course, Nakamura Carlsen is more important. That said, please keep me updated on the score with Chelsea Liverpool when it
Tweet
kicks
us.
off. Tweet us. Actually, don't tweet me if it's going very bad for the Blues. I don't want to hear that. I want it to be a pleasant Sunday, and we're away from home. So
I've had a great Saturday night already because Dallas, which I kind of root for in the NBA, scored a last-second game winner against San Antonio, the overwhelming favorites. It was like a big moment in my little world. So we all have
I like
our
your little
ways to waste time.
I like your little world.
I appreciate hearing that. I needed to hear that, you know. It keeps me going. So...
Well, he played knight g6 checks with Caruana, obviously offered a de facto draw for going back to d1. So, but now...
This will be a draw. I think he wants to go king f7, knight h4 again to bring that knight over to f5. But takes, king to f6. I don't see how black could be in trouble here. Maybe knight f3, I like that move. But I'll just keep waiting, you know. Rook, I don't know where, a1. What are you ever gonna do? I think I'm just too active. Probably I'm gonna lose within 3 moves. I'm gonna go king f4, e5.
I'll tell you what, I'll play.
Yeah.
Without these guys, black's task is a lot easier. Let's put it like that.
Right.
Quite simply, without the h-pawns, there are so many scenarios where the rook can give itself up for the 2 pawns.
You know what my problem is? I'm 100% sure my judgment is correct,
correct.
Here, that this is a draw, but I can't back it up.
Do you want to play
all,
on?
You know? No, I don't want to play on. I don't
Why?
want to give you any satisfaction whatsoever.
Why is that?
I don't know. I'm just
You're a horrible
mean-spirited person.
So knight, king f7, knight h4. You have to take on e4.
Yeah, you gotta take.
Yeah, take back, king f6.
Maybe king f6 you don't need, but it also makes a lot of sense. Knight f3, and now you want to go king g3, king f4, right?
Maybe the idea is that you come and attack this h-pawn.
You can do that. You can go king g4 and
Okay, and now
you cover a lot of ground with your few pieces, actually.
it's kind of Zugzwang.
Look at that knight. It covers so much stuff.
Yeah.
Covers e5, covers g1, covers h2, so the rook can't even wait on the h-file. Impressive little horsey. I think I'll join your campaign of bring the word horse back for knight.
I think so.
I think it's a good cause.
Well, if there were a... I mean, I've got a big problem with it calling it a knight, because a knight is really...
It's not really a knight, right? Look
Right,
at the guy.
I mean, a knight is a man on a horse, right?
Not even necessarily on a horse. Like, I'm watching Game of Thrones. I've seen plenty knights who are not on horses anymore.
But that's the traditional image we have of knights, isn't it? A man on a horse.
I just have a man in shiny armor, but I'm not a native speaker, so I'm not sure what you're being brought up with. What is your native language?
Nonsense. I mean, I speak a lot of... No, but on a serious note, in this position, how do you make... So white would go e5. But then we can just
Whenever you go e5, you know, even rook d1 I'd be a bit tempted to play. d6, king e6, and I might not give you a draw anymore. No, I'm kidding. It's still a draw, but I don't think white can make a lot of progress here. Oh, can he? King f4. Let's pay some attention as well.
Yeah. Oh, knight d4 checks already. So we have to... Oh, goodness.
I have a plan.
Yeah, I know. I can say. So you're going to go king e4, and you're going to go knight d4 check. And I'm slowly but surely ruining this.
No, well, you can't stop my plan. If you go after king f4, the position we just had.
Sorry, how did this
we
go?
forgot how we got there. We went rook a1 somewhere randomly. King g4. Let's say king e7, e5. Rook d1, d6, king e6, king f4. I like the move king to d5. Is that a possible move?
Wow.
I think that's a good move. If you go king f5, I'll go rook f1, forcing you back, unless I'm resigning after d7, but I don't think I am, because I have rook f8.
And you win.
Do I win? Well, yeah, I probably win.
Probably the king's close, right?
No, but king d5 I think could be an important resource just to stop this king e4, and I don't see how white can make progress.
Yeah.
We'll see how it goes, but I'd still be surprised-ish if Caruana lost this game. I'd be really surprised. I have so much faith in the guy somehow.
Yeah.
He just looks like, you know,
He looks like the real
trustworthy
deal.
when he's sitting there, right? I mean, like, he bangs out his opening, you know he's going to work hard.
I mean,
over
just
the board.
looking at him, you'd sort of be happy sending him your accounts and letting him do your finances, wouldn't you?
I don't know. First of all, I don't think he'd be qualified, and secondly,
Who
I
is?
think he is competitive, you know. Yeah, nobody's qualified, but do you want to give him your money?
He's got enough already, hasn't he? Probably by now. So yeah.
What's enough?
We have a repetition in Rajabov Mamajarov. That is a, well, I say stone cold draw. I think it is a stone cold draw. The point is that Rajabov has managed to win a pawn on a6, but Shak is so active, and if you go f3, I can check, and if you come back, then I can take this, and he's never ever winning that. With the white pieces, with the king still a bit shaky, and the rook joining the action. So I just think
No,
this
is fine for black. They will repeat moves
will
here,
repeat.
is my guess. Karth is saying, is chess the most unfair sport as white has serious advantage all of the time? I don't think so. I think tennis is a much more unfair sport. The serve, I believe, is much stronger of an advantage in tennis than being white in chess is. And even in, you know, our everyday sports like football, basketball, I believe home court advantage, teams score a higher percentage than when they're white in chess. So, no, I don't think so.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, we'll wait for that one to...
I'll keep talking about tweets. Laurencio Ionascu is saying, Jan, you mentioned black should play f6 soon in Naka Carlsen. Is it only to stop delay e5 or are there other considerations? There are. It's also to stop f5 and f6, which, well, not as desirable positionally, could just lead to checkmate sometimes. So you don't want that to happen. I mean, if the white pawn ended up on f6, it could get ugly in a hurry for the
For
black
example, we'll make some bad moves here. But if white gets in something like this, it's always very, very
just
dangerous.
to show how quickly it could end. g6, knight f5, or knight takes c4. Yeah, knight takes
You wanna
c4.
go this
That
way?
makes you happy. And knight takes c4, queen h6, and all of a sudden, that's all she
Actually,
wrote.
You can actually save, it's a bit annoying.
Our
That's a
point, our beautiful point, is not
But okay.
being vindicated. But now,
But, well,
this must be an easy win. Let me think for 1 second.
what my idea is...
Nah, white will win here somehow.
What?
We don't know how, as usual.
And look, he's
you
gone
don't.
for f5. Knight d3 was played by Carlsen. What on earth is that all about?
Yeah, looks like Carlsen did not take my advice to heart and play f6, but he ain't worried about nothing. Played knight d3, attacking the f4 pawn, but it does look very reckless. I think now knight e5, f6 is trouble, so maybe he wants to go knight g f4 to...
No.
I think he has to. Knight e5, f6, you just can't allow that. You just can't.
Is that really? Is this?
This just
This
looks
is
like
just
checkmate.
Checkmate, right?
This you just can't play this. His idea has to be knight g f4.
This is just checkmate, right?
I think this is checkmate, frankly. Yeah. I mean, g f6 as another example. Knight h5 maybe. This is white has too much attacking potential here. I think you're getting checkmated. Knight takes c4, followed by queen h6 is threatened. Knight takes f6 is threatened.
No, this is game over.
This
is
just
game.
doesn't work.
If he plays knight g5, he's going to lose.
I don't think he's going to play knight g5.
He's going to play knight
He's
g4.
going to play knight f4, which looks highly artificial, but it does stop f6.
It's amazing. I want to play g3 and win your knight, but
You can't.
I want to transport my horsey to d4 and play g3.
Right, but... Well, I'm not sure I like what Carlsen's doing. He's again playing very kind of high risk, high reward stuff, because he did provoke f5, which, if it doesn't win, is not a move you want to make positionally. So if he can go, let's say, queen to h4 or queen to g5, and then rook to e8, and one day regroup with knight e5, knight d3, he could very well be better positionally if he survives this phase, you know? It's still very risky with his knights all over the place, and I think white has to be better here. Move like, I don't know, bishop c2 looks like the most natural move to introduce the option.
I
Forget
kind of want
going
to get
f6.
rid of one of these knights, actually.
Well, I'm not sure you do, because they're a bit clumsy defending each other, but bishop c2 also introduces ideas of f6
and
again.
A4.
No, I meant f6,
In
because
this
the point
position?
is queen takes f6, now we have bishop takes d3.
Ah.
Not sure if
Ah,
it's any
no.
good, but you know, it
No, you have
puts
to go
it back
G6.
on the map. And here, who knows what's going on?
You can go A4. Let's start. I like this move, A4. Let's start chipping away at this queen side, because this pawn is holding everything together.
Not only that, also a4 could activate our rook for free on the a file
Right.
at the moment. I'm not sure we need this f6 business, but a4 is very much
Yeah.
an idea white should take into account just after a6, which would be natural to,
B3 or
yeah, b3 or take on b5 and then b3 maybe. Now we have our rook activated
rook
on the a
A7.
file. Also comes to mind. Very dangerous
this
situation for
is
Magnus Carlsen.
this we might be witnessing history today, guys. Still a long way to go, but you know, Hikaru is really in with a shot here at winning. We've got some more tweets.
Then again, we've learned to not write Magnus Carlsen off, especially against Hikaru after their last game in this position. Could still go either way, but I believe white is better objectively, and also he has more resources to work with. You know, this f6, this a4, b3 you pointed out. Like, Magnus Carlsen will have to be really careful. What are people tweeting?
We've got a great tweet here from Ben Cluinson. Big problems with my girlfriend looking at chess on a Sunday. Probably, you know, should be spending time with the GF, but is instead watching hours of us. And she's getting annoyed. Rightly so.
You gotta make your choices in life,
Yeah.
and probably watching us is the wrong choice, frankly, but we do
right
still appreciate it.
Another tweet here from Hilary Edelman. As for Germans not having a sense of humour, Jan Gustafsson is nicely breaking the stereotype. Yes, absolutely. He's a funny old chap, is our Jan. And the stereotype, because you are famous
I'm lost for word.
for not being a funny country.
The
where I'm
Germans?
from. Yeah.
Yeah.
Was that
Well,
fair?
I think it's not true in every case, but you know, most stereotypes, they have their root in something like these things about British cuisine. You could also argue them, but it's probably based on something, you know?
Question here. Jan, are you related to Alex the Mauler?
No, I'm very
Alexander
upset at the
Gustafsson.
guy, because he absolutely destroyed my chance of becoming, or arguably staying, the most famous Gustafsson.
Right.
Like, this guy is huge. He's a huge celebrity. He's an MMA UFC fighter, Alexander Gustafsson. Before, it was just a bunch of hockey and football players and one writer, Lars Gustafsson, we were dealing with. But now, Alex Gustafsson, I'm not related to him. It's a pretty popular family name in Sweden.
Right. And there has been a draw in Rajabov Mamajarov. Very quickly, we'll go over how it ended. It all ended with a bit of a bang. Everything came off. These guys very rarely have a decisive result between them, and yeah, this is one just not to ever talk about again. We can. This is not going to.
Well, they're on their home turf. They have had plenty of battles.
They've had a few battles, but this today wasn't one. So a draw, meaning that Rajabov currently is out in front. Of course, he was tied with Magnus Carlsen before the round, and Magnus Carlsen black against Hikaru. It's really one of those positions where I would be very
Stakes
afraid.
is high.
Yeah.
Maybe your move a4 comes into consideration even immediately here. We don't know. We should know, though.
We do know. But
We do know.
why
a4 is a good move.
We do know. A4 is a good move.
Because, yeah, white is well positioned to do battle on both sides. Earlier I said you don't want to open the side you're weaker on, but it's by no means clear white is weaker on the queen side here, because black is a bit uncoordinated with his rook on b6, his bishop back to c8, this is a4
This
and
bishop is
b3,
really,
could really blow open
it's
the
not-
position.
It's doing nothing, isn't it? I mean, it's It's a bit of a dead piece at the moment.
Well,
Maybe
we'll
it'll
find
come.
work, but at the moment, yeah, it's a bit restricted for sure.
It's in the dole queue. It's looking for work and down the job centre. That bishop is essentially down the job centre on
The
c8.
thing is it collecting unemployment?
Unemployment benefits? No, it's got to. You've got to actually proactively look for work before you collect unemployment benefits. Well, at least that's how it works where I'm from.
Are you saying the bishop, he's not looking for work? He's just chilling
No,
there?
he's chilling.
He went to d7.
He went to d7
felt like
and he
it's
thought,
too far
no,
out, you know?
Let's go back home and eat Cheetos and watch Oprah.
Speaking of unemployment, you know, the more I stare at myself during this broadcast, I feel like, no, this eye, it's not just a lazy eye, it might be collecting unemployment, really. I'm not sure what's going on. Is it just in my head, or is it like my one eye like half the size of the other? It's a question I'm very, very concerned
It's a good
about.
question. You still look beautiful to me.
Nah, that's what I needed to hear once again. Thank you so
I
much.
think that's the phrase you use with girlfriends, right?
I have no idea.
What do you mean you have no
I'd like
idea?
to get some of your insights, because
Don't
I know
talk to
you've
me.
had your time with the senoritas. You know, maybe you can teach our viewers
many
few
years
things.
ago, maybe not for a while. Anyway, with that said, I think it's another good moment for us to just take a breather as this position comes to its climax and
position is
crescendo,
full of
and
life.
it's full of life, and we're not going to go anywhere. Neither should you. We'll be back in a jiffy with more coverage of today's round. Stay tuned.
Welcome back to Chess 24, everybody. My name is Jan Gustafsson. I'm delighted to be once again able to work with international master, hopefully soon to be Grandmaster, Lawrence Trent, who is as fresh as he typically is on a Sunday at 2:30 p.m. And we have some very serious action on the board in our main plate of today, the game Nakamura against Carlsen. We left it around here. Nakamura played a4, which is a good move on many grounds, just because black has to go a6, and whenever he so pleases, he can now activate his rook with a takes b5, grabbing the open a file. But the drastic events of the next move, after a6, he went knight to g4, asking some very serious questions, because rook takes f4 is a threat that is not easily parried. So the knight does not have a square. Black has to do something. The move queen g5 might look natural, but it could run into a very nasty trick, which I will point out now. Or shall we give the viewers some time? Nah, let's not give the viewers any time. Knight h5.
What a move.
It's a pretty nice move, isn't it?
Yeah.
Exploiting the pin, and the point is if queen takes h5, knight f6 check, wins the queen, gf, bishop h5, knight h5, and to add insult to injury, queen h6 just finishes the game here, because this knight would have to go to g7 when the plan rook f3 followed by rook g3 or rook h3 is pretty powerful.
Yeah.
So long story short, queen g5 doesn't work. Rook f4 is a threat. The move g5 is too ugly to even seriously think about. Just weakens the king for good, and I'm not sure what white is gonna do, but he's gonna find a way through. Maybe knight e2 to undermine this guy, and g5 is a horrible move. So the move we're expecting here, of course we use the break to analyze this position in great depth, which is why I can give you all these tremendous insights, is the move h5, which actually also runs into trouble, because after rook takes f4, knight takes f4, white has a very nasty little Zwischenzug. You English people, you use the word Zwischenzug, right? You English chess playing people.
You English people.
Does that
we're a
sound
different
condescending?
species, yes.
No, I'm just trying
You
to
English
brush up
people.
on my language skills, that's all.
Yes, we do use the German Zwischenzug.
And here it is, knight h6 check.
Beautiful move.
Before, it's kind of a what's it called? kamikaze, harakiri kind of move.
Kind of, but you...
Demolition. Before the knight, it's doomed to sacrifice his life for the greater good anyway, and it's trying to cause some damage. The point is after gh6, queen takes f4. Black is an exchange up, but look at his pieces. Look at his bishop on c8. Look at his king. Look at his pawns on h6, h5. The rook on b6 not contributing. This looks pretty bad for
Queen
black.
g5,
Queen
queen
g5,
f2.
we just go away, queen f2, hit the rook with tempo. It's to go somewhere, let's say b7.
And now knight h5.
Now knight h5.
And now there's a beautiful rook a3, rook g3 idea.
So many resources for white. This is one. And h4, putting the queen on d4. This is grim position for black, because his bishop is really not contributing all that much. It's the lazy dude we were talking about earlier.
He played h5.
Another small point, you might want to go f6 defensively, but that runs into h4.
Oh no!
This queen does not have all that many squares.
Oh my goodness, it's gone. It's a goner.
I'm not sure if it's gone, but it looks like he's in very serious trouble. He played h5. We're expecting Nakamura to play rook takes f4 after he went knight g4. I'm sure that is his idea. And, well, black could go h takes g, but then just rook g4, and white is not only a pawn up, but also does have a bit of an attack still. Still, I believe he might have to do that. Now knight e5. When white is better, but after rook f4, let's say queen g5, at least you're not getting mated, you know?
Right.
So this is something that could happen, but even the smallest solution for white, let's say rook f2, agreeing to exchange queens, takes, it is still a pawn. So this is kind of worst case scenario for Nakamura, and even this looks pretty good. So goes to show Magnus Carlsen once again pushing his luck a little bit in his black game against Nakamura. For viewers less obsessed with chess banter, there's been plenty of talk back and forth between these two via media, social media. Nakamura famously tweeted about Magnus Carlsen being the Sauron of chess and him being the only one who could stop him. Sauron, the evil eye or whatever he is from Lord of the Rings. And Carlsen replied, he's never seen Lord of the Rings, which is a crime in itself, and that he would be more offended if Nakamura was a stronger player, which, you know, is quite strong.
That's really strong.
And so on and so forth. So combine that with the overall score, which is +9, which means Carlsen won 9 games, Nakamura never beat him, and the fact
Is
that
it
Carlsen...
+9?
It is +9.
That's pretty.
Even though my facts have been wrong before on this show, so don't take my word for it, but I do believe it is +9.
Is that
9
classical
wins.
chess or?
That's classical chess.
Oh my goodness.
9 wins with no losses.
That's a huge score. He needs to break. Reminds me a bit of the Chelsea-Tottenham voodoo.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was
that
thinking
was
of.
what you were thinking of, right? No, basically Spurs couldn't beat us for many, many years, and then they did, and then they won lots. So I think if he breaks the spell, then...
You see that in chess a lot, like there's a lot of examples. Karpov-Kasparov being the historical one, with Kasparov being down 5-0, then he broke the spell in the World Championship match, won 3 in a row. More recent times, Aronian used to lose every game to Ivanchuk, for example. Then he did break the spell and started to beat him. Carlsen is still the best player in the world, so even breaking the spell doesn't mean like Nakamura would crush him every game. But he certainly has a chance, and wow, he did not go rook takes f4.
But knight f2 might be... Oh, wow.
Might also be a very good move.
Might be a good move, actually, because this pawn is so weak.
He forced this weakening of h5. I still thought rook takes f4 was strong.
Yeah, probably.
Maybe he didn't like the line we were
But maybe
showing.
this is just very strong. This is just very good. Knight f2.
He doesn't want to...
No, this is just very good. This is extremely strong.
So let's think.
Well, okay, so a threat is knight takes h5. A threat is f6. Actually, f6 probably is the
Is a threat?
Yeah, because
Yeah, you're right. You're not wrong.
I know.
So knight takes f2
Yeah, and then you can just recapture with the queen.
and knight to d3.
And now we just put the queen on e3.
And let's
And this
say h4, you go f6,
F6
already.
in a heartbeat.
In a heartbeat, and I resign. So I can't go h4, which means that pawn is probably a goner.
It's a goal now. You have to go f6 yourself. But now, well, I can probably take
Bishop
with the
h5, you
bishop.
have a lot of mate constructions.
Oh my
Bishop
goodness.
g6, queen e2, queen h5.
That's it. No, that's it. It's gone. Knight f2 is a brilliant move. He's not going to last 35 moves or 40 moves. It's just not happening. Well, I say that. If he goes down that line, I mean.
We've said all these things before when Carlsen was totally lost in the last black game against Nakamura, but I agree, it looks bad. It just looks bad. Let's...
Tweet from Tabang Billy, watching live from South Africa.
Wow. We're expanding our range.
We've had a worldwide audience so far. Brilliant. Love to hear from you guys.
Always nice to hear.
Really
I've
nice.
never been to South Africa.
Me
I've heard
neither.
it's beautiful.
Yeah, Cape Town I hear is absolutely
Yeah, I
splendid.
hear it's a great place.
Let's go.
It's far away.
Yeah, it is fun. But
Anyway, let's go. I think they have some chess tournaments there.
I agree. Let's just do it.
But knight f2, yeah, let's
Knight
think.
f2 is a seriously good move, I think.
h4. Can I go h4?
No. H4, no. I'm just going to take...
You're going to go f6 again, yeah?
Yeah.
I think that's the trouble I'm always in. Knight takes d3 and f6. And h takes g, queen g5. Checkmate. g6, queen h6. So, no can-do'sville. I don't see a good move.
No, I think...
Queen f6, let's try queen f6. At least attacking b2.
Surprised me if there wasn't... I mean, it would surprise me if actually this didn't win for a start.
Queen b2. Yeah, this looks dangerous.
It would surprise me. Let's just...
Queen a1, f6. We do have knight f2 for good luck. Is this the end?
Looks like it.
No tricks, yeah? G6, just queen h6, and we are getting checkmated. Magnus Carlsen in trouble. We'd like
Massive
to bring
trouble.
the many people watching this game, not only here, but I believe on live Norwegian television,
Wow.
better news, which we can't because they're not watching us, they're watching Norwegian television. But it looks like Norway is in for a disappointment.
Paul Cooksey, interesting tweet. Reminds me of Kasparov Shirov, the kind of voodoos. Shirov very rarely beat Kasparov, didn't he, if ever?
I'm not sure if he ever did.
No. Wouldn't surprise
Well,
me.
it was a huge scorer, but also, and this is no disrespect whatsoever to Shirov, who's my teammate in Baden-Baden and a fantastic player. Kasparov was the better player when they played, and
Yeah.
he had a style that was quite unpleasant for Shirov, like having the same strength, but more of them, you know, with very deep opening preparation. He was
Yeah.
just a bad matchup for Shirov, which happens. But yeah, there's been many cases in history where one player dominates the other.
Who's your worst? Who have you got the worst score against? Who have you played?
Let me think.
Try.
I'm such a chicken, you know, I avoid losses at such ridiculous sacrifices that I don't have a huge minus score against anybody, I don't think. There used to be this kid in junior tournaments who was always beating me. Now he's like a 2100 player, and I played him in the first round of an Open recently, and I was very, very scared that he would continue this tradition, but I did manage to pull that off. Else, no, I don't think I have a nemesis that always crushes me. But
I'm sure
that's
I
'cause I'm
do,
not
but I
playing all that much.
can't think who it is. I think I've got a terrible record against Gawain Jones.
yeah, but
I
there
don't think
again,
I've ever... Yeah,
no disrespect, man, but he's 2,650, so he's a favorite, right? And like,
yeah, but even when we were juniors, and I think Gawain used to... I don't think I've ever beaten Gawain.
he's a good player, though,
That
really
time that changed.
stabilized, and also tweeting into the show once in a while, which I
Yeah,
appreciate.
thanks, Gawain. quickly back to the kayaking Caruana game. This is a dead draw, in my opinion.
Is it dead?
Yeah, well, last checked it out around here with Matthew Sadler. We were talking about knight h4, fe4, fe4, and now I actually really like this move.
Rook e1, yeah,
Rook
that's
E1,
a good move, not
that's-
allowing this knight f3 setup we saw earlier.
King f6 might have been a bit... And the point is that now after king f3, you chase this knight, and the knight can never find this beautiful square.
King
King g4, and now you just go back. Yeah. But
King
maybe you
f4?
can... Rook
I'm
h1.
assuming the idea is rook h1. I was briefly wondering if knight f5 is an option here. Takes and e5.
Nah,
I don't think it's winning for white, but might as well, you know.
no, it can't be winning. Rook h1 down the back.
e6, yeah, it's probably going to end. And the draw those pawns, they don't queen by themselves.
No.
Yeah.
No, that's going to be a draw.
No, I believe good preparation and accuracy by Fabiano Caruana. He's a reliable player, you know. He's not gonna make it easy for you. And Carlsen has played queen
Wow.
to f6, which makes me sit up straight in my chair for the first time today.
Let me try this then. I've probably blundered everything away. Knight takes h5.
Queen b2 and queen g5 is what you were saying.
Yeah, I can lose these positions. Yeah. Yeah, I can lose these positions.
There's one resource in the line we were looking at. No, let's try queen a1.
Oh,
Not queen b1.
that would be a bad move.
Queen a1, f6. We've seen this knight f2, king g1, and here we assumed it's checkmate. But there is the fantastic little
my
trick.
God.
Knight h3 takes, queen d4, which in very computeresque fashion actually loses probably after rook f2. The line I wanted to show was that after king h1, there is queen takes e4 and queen to g6,
Wow.
miraculously stopping.
Miracle.
How do you pronounce it? Miraculously?
Miraculously, yeah.
Miraculously?
Miraculously.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that's correct.
Anyway, rook f2 probably wins for white in that line,
Yeah.
but another resource is knight takes d3. Let's do this again. Knight takes d3, knight h5, queen b2, queen g5, and queen to e5, physically stopping f6 before we get mated.
Yeah, queen e5 is a good move.
Probably the only move too, but this might keep black in the game.
Yeah, it looks like it just about keeps black alive.
Were we too optimistic? No, I still think there is something for
No,
white.
you can
Feels
just
like there
take
is
on
something.
h5. Worst case scenario.
Ah, knight takes h5, knight d3, and remain
knight
a pawn up.
d3 and here you can go a5. I really like this move.
Ah, to
Just
stop
closing
BA.
the king's side, the queen's side. Take here.
So precise.
Yeah, I've become more precise with old age. Is that what they say? Question from Shiva, who is watching us from Dubai. Thank you, Shiva. Wasn't Boris Golko Kasparov's bogeyman? That's a good question, actually. I'm not sure.
There's a few guys whom you wouldn't expect to have had a plus score against Kasparov. I believe Boris
What
Gulko
about
is
Piquet
one of
or
them.
one of these guys?
Not Piquet, I think Lautier,
Lautier,
surprisingly.
maybe.
He had a plus score against Gary as well. There might be some others, probably not that many. As we've seen the other day, we really struggled to find guys who have a plus score against Magnus already, even though he started playing all these guys when he was like 14 years old. So they could collect a bit when he was young. Wow.
Paul Griffiths. You talk, Jan.
He's watching from Bangkok, Thailand. Was good to see you at the Bangkok Open, Jan. Did you take part in the water fights? I absolutely did. If you check my
Oh my God.
Twitter profile picture,
Holy moly.
it's been a blast. I must admit, I've been a bit scared of Songkran the first times I was there. But it's so beautiful. The whole city just turns into a giant water fight. We took one of these tuk-tuks, went all through the city with our
Wow.
water armor. No, I've had a lot of fun in Thailand, and I'll certainly be back. Appreciate you guys are watching.
Amazing. Look at that. Thailand, Dubai,
South Africa.
South Africa, the US.
Yeah.
This is truly a worldwide.
We might only have 5 spectators, but they're drawn out all over the place, you know?
That is absolutely.
Like, it's
That is
pretty cool.
That's absolutely right.
And this line you showed, I think that's a good line. This knight takes h5, knight takes h5, knight d3, because this position on the board looks really, really grim for black.
Hopeless, no?
He's a pawn down, and white still has the makings of a kingside attack whenever he so pleases, you know, with g4, g5, with the queen, whenever it moves, f6 is coming, rook f3, rook g3, rook f3,
Could
rook
just win
h3.
this. Oh, is white a pawn up?
He's a pawn up
He's gonna
already,
be
and he can
two
take
pawns,
on,
though.
well, b2 is hanging at the moment, but you can take on d3.
You could probably take, right?
Well, it's black to move, in all
Okay,
fairness.
so takes.
You can take, yeah. I'm not sure you have to.
Yeah, I'm managing to bungle this.
There's many options. This is also fine for white, I'm sure. I don't think you have to push
You
it
don't
here.
have to. I don't want to give him a pass B pawn though.
No, and
that's-
here queen e5 stopping this, but yeah, knight h5 looks really, really good. Combined with this a5.
Good move, A5.
So, kind of really history repeating itself. It's the same line they played last time, and once again, Nakamura really
Totally winning.
outplays Carlsen, who chooses a very, very risky opening setup strategically, which is really not that much his style. I mean, it's, as an armchair general, always more easily said than done, but this line he's played today, the c5, d5, castle, e4, d6, it's not very popular for a pretty good reason, you know. White has an obvious plan, which Nakamura has followed, bishop d2, knight e2, knight g3, bishop e2, castles, and do something on the king side. And Carlsen, well, he's been creative, but it felt a little bit like too little, too late sometimes. This rook b8 move felt a little bit slow, and this bishop c8, well, this might have been born out of necessity. It's hard to believe you can play like this, right?
Yeah.
Bishop c8, knight d7, knight c5. Who has that much time? Also, taking into account he played bishop d7 not that long ago. So, game is not over, and we should be very careful to write him off, but as of now, Nakamura has had the upper hand in this struggle.
He will. I think if he doesn't win this one, it's meltdown city. I mean, it's so easy as well to calculate this variation. I mean,
Well, this variation is he's going to see, but it's about making decisions, because he has a lot of other tempting lines, like the one we saw earlier with knight takes d3, knight takes d3, knight takes h5, which at first sight looks like checkmate, really. This, queen b2 and queen g5. Like, if I was white against Carlsen, I'd spend some time on this position, you know, hoping it's just mate and he can't make a miracle comeback. But it looks like this move, queen e5, kind of keeps black in the game. So we'll see.
William Schill, Kasparov Schill, some sort of record, 15-0. No.
I don't think that's a record, but I believe it's very possible. I think they had a score like that. Yeah.
What you mean? He
In
didn't
tournament games? No, of course, we're not counting draws for this. There's been many
just
draws,
plus
but
15.
plus 15, exactly.
Really? My goodness, that's some score against somebody's good as sure. In the other game,
I'm sure I have a better score against my dad, for example. You know, nobody beat me a lot when he taught me the rules.
E5 played, and now
These pawns aren't gonna queen.
No.
Rook h1 is a good move, keeping the rook flexible. This is headed towards a draw. E6, king f6, the pawns aren't going anywhere. E7, let's say king f7 back. Or rook f1 and rook e1. Well, all draws, d6, rook d1, king e5, and yeah, okay, you can do that, of course. Any move, rook e1 check or h5. White doesn't have quite enough firepower to queen his pawns here.
yeah, and the rook does a good job of
Stopping them.
stopping them from the back rank. No, very, very convincing stuff by Caruana.
He's a solid dude. So we expect a draw there. We already have a draw in the other Azeri matchup, which is Rajabov against Mamedyarov. And we have Hikaru Nakamura in a very favorable situation against Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, very favourable is an understatement. I think objectively the position is completely winning. If knight takes h5 is the minimum that he has, then I mean it's such a plays itself. Knight takes pawn, you attack the queen, you attack the knight. There is only one move here. You have to take back. You can try queen e5, but
No, you can't. This is just losing.
But yeah, takes.
Yeah, for many reasons too. Knight g4
F6.
was also winning, I think.
Yeah. No, you have to take, and then you see the intermediate move. By the way, of course, he can try. If he takes on f2, the problem is that the rook hangs, and that's game over. So, where are we?
Knight takes h5, knight takes h5 is forced, knight takes d3, c takes d, and bishop takes h5.
No, a5.
a5 is the move you like.
It's a move I like because if I take here straight away and you are able to take on a4, you get
Right,
counterplay.
I get some activity. Very
Yeah.
true.
And actually you can even hold on to this pawn and...
It's an easy move to miss, though, a5, if you're calculating
Yeah.
forced lines. Of course, Nakamura is very capable of calculating all this, but it is the kind of sufficient soup that could escape one's attention, you know?
Yeah. I think if he's paying enough attention, he'll see this. The rook has to go back to b8, and now you take. And now I've got a threat of rook a3, rook d3, so b4 looks... I mean, you can play bishop d7, but...
Yeah,
But
I
then
think you
I
don't
can
want to
even-
allow even white to play b4 and rook c1, keeping that bishop shut out of the game for good. So, I would expect rook b4 instead of bishop d7.
Yeah.
Not sure about rook c1. You might come up with some crazy stuff here, but in general this looks very, very unpleasant for black.
Yeah, I don't think this is going to happen, so I think we're going to see more likely we're going to see this.
I'm honestly not that sure we're gonna see knight takes h5. Like
Really?
knight takes d3. This line is so tempting.
Is there anything else here? Maybe we don't have to go knight takes h5.
Moves like queen e3 sidestepping this queen takes b2 tempo is also quite interesting. Covering the d4 square just for good luck. Let's say rook b7, knight h5, queen b2. And again, we're off to the races. So this is winning. This looks like checkmate yet again. Now the defense we had earlier, queen e5, I think we can...
Just take on g7 and go
take,
queen
yeah.
h6.
And that's all she wrote. This looks pretty strong, doesn't it?
That looks very good, yeah. Lovely spot.
And knight h5, so probably black can't take on b2, but... What's he gonna do, play queen h6?
Ah.
Even this position, you know, queen d4. I would not like to be black. It's choices. All these positions are nice for white, so he has a choice of lines where he's a pawn up and has a good position. It's not an easy choice, though. And Nakamura still has 27 minutes.
Critical.
For how many moves do they have left? A bunch of moves, like 15. I would not expect Carlsen to go down without a fight. I believe we're still in for fireworks in this game.
Yeah.
But at the moment, Nakamura has a very, very pleasant choice to make between different, very good positions.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with that. I think Hikaru he doesn't want to spoil another winning position against Magnus.
Yeah, but this is where the mental game comes in, right? I mean, like now he got another winning position. So of just keeping to play strong natural moves, he will double check and triple check, and all of a sudden he could be low on time. We shall see, but it's not easy to bring down the champion.
No, but he is fallible, as we've seen this tournament. He lost twice already.
He's not in great shape in this
He's
tournament.
really not.
Even the game he won
Yeah.
yesterday, I wasn't that impressed.
Excuse me. Yeah. Okay, we want to hear from you guys. Please get in touch. hashtag C24Live. Well, you've been great so far. Keep it going. We want to hear from you. Talk to me about chess. Talk to me about Chelsea versus Liverpool kicking off in precisely 1 minute's time. Big game for the Blues. Talk to me about your favourite films. Please don't talk to me if you rate Gravity. This is pretty much the gold standard of our commentary.
We do not like Gravity. We might have to stop watching Sandra Bullock movies for good after sitting through that one. It was really an unpleasant experience. And Ian Robinson, I have not forgotten your name for tweeting that you did like Gravity.
Yeah, that's a
We
big
don't
mistake.
let these things pass easily on this show.
Absolutely. Still waiting for a move in the Nakamura game. We're heading for a draw in this game. Well,
Even rook takes f5 looks quite drawish here.
no, it's just a dead draw. Rook takes f5. Draw.
This will end in a draw. Very solid performance by
Very
Caruana.
good.
Took Kayakin's best preparation shot easily, kind
Easily.
of, nice to say. Yeah?
Easily, yeah. Really fantastic stuff. So deep, the preparation. It's really fantastic. In the other game, Rajabov Mamajarov, a draw, pretty much a non-event, that game, actually. That was as dull as dishwater. And, in fact, we have this position on the board. And they're going to
This
play
is
out.
going to end in a draw. They're going to exchange the pawns because somehow guys like to finish with just kings on the board, you know, instead of shaking hands here. They will play this out
Yeah.
and feel
Why
good
is
about
that?
Well, you know, shows they fought till all resources were exhausted. So it gives you some credit on the fighter scale. Not sure it really does, but why not do it? And this is what happened.
Oh, it happened.
Draw agreed. White can keep the opposition with king h5, and there's no way black can make any progress here. King e5, king g5, wherever you go.
Shouldn't that be worth a tenth of a point?
The opposition?
Yeah, opposition in the final position.
No, you can maybe make a case for that stalemate. That shouldn't be a draw, but opposition in the final position. I think that's pushing
We'll
it.
leave that one. So that means 2 draws, just 1 game to go, and what a game. Nakamura Carlsen, this is really...
Nakamura is taking his time
yeah,
here.
he's taking his
spent
sweet time.
17 minutes already. As you can see in our excellent tool, how much time he's been pondering his move. And the problem is almost are good. Knight takes d3 is good, knight takes h5 is good, a5 is probably good. It's not easy to make a choice, and he really will be putting pressure on himself here to not blow this again against the world champion, against his nemesis, I believe we can say, the guy who's even more or much more in the limelight than himself, and he really wants his spot. So beating Carlsen would be, of course, very big for Hikaru Nakamura. And let's see if, first of all, the game is not over, and also the mental game, like I said, if his nerves don't let him down here.
Absolutely. Very, very good stuff. Okay, let's, Mr. Producer, let's get a good tweet.
Let's see the
Up.
Twittersphere. There's no good tweets. Producer is laughing. He probably has something in store.
Ian Robinson is watching.
Oh, he's back.
He's back.
He sent the Gravity Blu-ray. That's not appreciated at all.
Yeah.
I will say one thing in the defense of Gravity. It might be slightly less horrible if you watch it on a huge, huge screen in the cinema. Like, I've seen it on a crappy screen, I have to admit, which I think makes it more horrible. I still think it's there's many things wrong with this.
I watched
but
it in fully fledged 3D.
You've seen it on like the
In
high tech.
3D.
I've seen it in the Gibraltar cinema, which is
Yeah.
a crappy small cinema.
I watched it in 3D.
No
Actually,
offense, Gibraltar Leisure Center, whatever you call it.
I actually watched it here in Hamburg, believe it or not.
Right.
And you've got our address there, Ian Robinson.
We're waiting.
Somebody will pick it up. Some mad person will probably take it. Hell, actually, send it to me because I could use a good gift for somebody's birthday coming up. And
Isn't your birthday coming up?
Yeah.
Ian Robinson might have ruined the surprise. I was going to get you the Gravity Blu-ray.
It's my birthday. Is it today or tomorrow? Tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow. Yeah.
So send us your gifts for Lawrence Trent. Feel free to tweet all day tomorrow to celebrate Lawrence Trent becoming. How old are you? Like 25?
I'm 20. I'm 28.
28.
I'm
You're
28.
still a kid.
28 on the 28th, and my brother is 27 on the 27th this year.
Wow.
Spooky stuff, right?
That's crazy.
It's like
that must be fate.
I understand that only happens once in your lifetime. Question, Mike Coltas, when are you coming to Australia, Lawrence? If you invite me over there, I'll be on a plane tomorrow. Jan can do this on his own, no problem. I would love to come to Australia. I've always wanted to go. I actually have some distant family out there somewhere in Sydney, anyway, I'd love to go. If you know of any tournaments out there, hell, if you need a commentary team, myself and Mr. Gustafsson, you wouldn't turn down a trip to Sydney, would you?
I've never been to Australia, actually.
I'd
I
love
always
to
wanted to go. My friend Alex Voll, he's living there. I believe they even have a GM tournament. We don't want to bore our viewers too much with your travel plans, but we'll figure something out to get Mr. Trent to the other end of the world for some time.
There are a lot of people that actually want to send me there. I mean,
That's my
I don't
point.
think we're gonna fail to find backers. The Durban Cup in Easter, I've been told. Are you sure that's not South Africa? No. Oh right, okay. Well,
Well, they have a closed GM tournament. We'll find you something. Don't you
beautiful.
worry.
I'll be there with bells on. Don't worry, my friends. I will be over there. Question for Jan. Jan, how long do we have to? How long do we? Can you make?
Do we have to wait for your Queen's Gambit Declines Nimzo video series?
Good question.
I've been doing this general series on 1d4, how to build your repertoire, and I've been teasing that I will follow up with more concrete stuff, which will be coming shortly. I'm not sure I should commit myself because no, but in the month of May I will have some time and I will produce some hopefully instructive new content for you guys.
Absolutely. Keep your eyes peeled for that. Why not play the Kopek system on a higher level?
What is the Kopek system?
I think the Kopek system is some e4, c5, knight f3, d6, c3, knight f6, bishop d3. Is that the Kopek system?
I honestly don't know what
I
it
have to
is,
admit,
so
I
I'm
don't
not
know the
qualified
Kopek
to
system.
answer that question.
So unfortunately we can't answer you there. Back to the game, still no moves. Nakamura now 22 minutes. He's got to be a bit careful.
Well, there's no reason to be alarmed yet, and he might feel like this position is so good I can calculate everything till the end, you know? Which is tricky if you can't. If there is no forced win, which looks like there's nothing completely decisive yet, you might want to save a bit of your time for later. But of course, this is much easier with all the information we have watching the engine evaluation on our site and sitting here drinking our coffee while over the board. It looks like there should be something decisive, really. Yeah. Knight takes d3, knight h5, f6, so many ideas to throw around. I'm not surprised he's taking his time here to find the killer blow.
Yep, I agree. I really think it's critical for Carlsen. And
there was a movie question for you, because it was about the movie Her, which I haven't seen.
Yeah, neither have I, actually.
It sounded a bit girly from the title, right? I don't know what it is about. I think it got some Oscar nominations, but
yeah, I haven't seen it.
I haven't seen it, I have to admit. Spike Jonze, I like Spike Jonze. I should see it, and then I'll give you a qualified opinion next time. And Piotr is pointing out what we were just discussing. Is Nakamura wasting a lot of time on that move and putting himself in time trouble? Not yet. He's looking for a way to finish the game when it wouldn't matter how much time he has left. But since there seems no forced win around. At some point he has to make a decision, and he can't really go wrong. Knight takes d3 is a strong move, knight takes h5 is a strong move. But I agree, he should probably make a move, because especially with the stakes and playing Carlsen, you don't want to end up in time trouble where nerves could play a stronger role.
Yeah, and that's a big point. And there is... Ooh.
Shiva makes an interesting offer, which would find many takers. I offer 1 million if any 2750 plus player plays King's Gambit against Carlsen, or Kettleson. Maybe he misspelled on purpose, saying Kettleson, so he doesn't have to put up that million, right? Careful with such offers. For 1 million, I'm pretty sure any World Top player would play King's Gambit in a game against Carlsen, you know? Why not? I don't like it, but it's not that bad.
It's only a pawn.
Pawn is a pawn.
We've had a move. He took on d3, in fact, and now we're expecting queen e... And he's played queen e3.
Queen e3, very strong move.
He's on form today, is Hikaru. He feels the power. He feels
Barone
the power.
points out, which I agree with, a lot of opening ideas for Anand's comeback try in this tournament. Which is true. Caruana's shown a way in the Berlin to put Carlsen under pressure. This f3 line he's been dealing with constantly, but he doesn't seem to have found one system he's comfortable with. Sticking with King's Indian for black, not really Anand's style. But yeah, then again, I think it's a bit of a form crisis, and not really because of the opening. We've seen Carlsen being faced, you know what I'm trying to say, facing pretty much every opening before that, and he never lost a game. But I do agree, yeah, he's been having some problems here.
Now, in this position, I've got an idea.
Let's hear it. That's it. Interesting. Your point is queen b6, hg, and you kind of want to make something happen. And you might. hg, queen takes b2, all of a sudden some compensation, and the white attack disappeared.
And
yeah, there's some runners.
but. There is a but, isn't there?
Knight h5 looks quite strong, don't it?
Yeah. No, that's the end of the game.
Queen b2, I'm not sure we can go into checkmate mode with f6. I wouldn't be surprised if we could, actually.
Yeah, it's probably just a game over.
Yeah, I think this is probably winning.
Yeah.
Too many
He played
enemy.
rook b7.
Fair enough.
Okay.
And once again, Nakamura will probably, either after a takes b or without it, probably, why not go a takes b? It looks like as good a moment as any. A takes b, knight h5.
And now I think he's going to put his queen on h6.
I think he has to, because after queen b2, we've mentioned this earlier, f6 just looks devastating.
Queen
Here,
a1.
well, you probably even have a choice. Queen g5, isn't that mating? Oh, maybe this is knight f2 business, but fg7 looks pretty good as well.
Even this move is good.
Any move is good, but fg7, let's play fg.
Yeah.
Rook e8, let's say, and queen h6. Now with knight f2, we can just ignore it, I guess. Checkmate, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be checkmate. So that means that...
That means he probably after AB, knight h5 would have to go queen h6.
Can you... Is
Which
there
is a bit...
Can you do this?
No. I'll just say no to scare you away, but I don't think you can. For starters, BA.
Yeah.
Take. And now f6.
Yeah. Yep.
This is always coming back to haunt black, that when he gets his pieces a bit distracted, the white attack will normally hit home with f6. So we believe after AB, knight h5, he has to go for the sad move, queen to h6. And I'm not even sure Nakamura should exchange queens here, frankly. Maybe queen d4, it's such a nice move to make, you know, centralizing.
Centralizing the queen.
Keeping an eye on b2, preparing bishop e2.
And if f6, you can even chip away at this knight with b3, right? And
you could start chipping, yeah.
you know, once you clarify this situation here. It's not hopeless.
White is
yet.
much better, but the game is not.
The game isn't
It's not over, you know.
Yeah, I agree. And Carlsen will fight here. He is a fighter after all. He's saved so many lost positions.
He is resourceful, to say the least.
He's extremely. Now Nakamura down to 13 minutes. So.
Well, still has a problem. He faces a choice every move, but it's always a pleasant choice, like AB or knight h5 here. Maybe he's contemplating other moves.
I think it transposes.
Wouldn't be surprised if a move like bishop e2 was a good move here, even.
In the current position.
It's probably pushing our luck a little bit.
What about this pawn?
Yeah, knight b2, I was hoping to make something happen, you know, knight h5, queen h6, I don't know, queen d4. You ain't worried about nothing, yeah? Yeah, maybe I should not gamble and should also be material up. But even this, you know, looks tempting from afar, you're gonna have to admit. Knight takes g7, f6, what do I know? It's not gonna work, I know. Not quite enough, rook f3, but over the board, rook a3, fc3, but rook f3. You're defending with the precision of a computer, sir. It's quite impressive.
It's not gonna. Nah, it's not gonna happen.
No, that's not gonna happen. I'm just saying there's many options, but the sane and simple one is probably to play a takes b, knight takes h5. When queen takes b2 really does not work because of f6. And after queen h6, let's make moves. After queen h6, decide if you want to play the ending a pawn up, which is pretty pleasant choice, or if you want to keep the queens on the board, which I think I'd prefer.
Move, yeah.
Playing queen d4, black would have to go f6. Can start chipping away with b3 or play a move like bishop e2. White is a pawn up with a good position, but it ain't over till it's over, as Gloria Gaynor sang. Is that Gloria Gaynor? I keep forgetting stuff.
I think there've been a million. It ain't over till it's over.
I don't know, but it ain't.
It ain't over till it's over. Question.
You got a question?
Please explain the following terms: prophylaxis and perpetual check.
I know these terms. Perpetual check is if you have a position like this one.
Good example, right?
King goes to g2, queen gives a check on e4, king goes to g1, queen goes back to b1, king goes to g2, queen goes to e4.
And so on.
If the king is being checked perpetually, and therefore the players agree to a draw, which is what happened here. Prophylaxis, on the other hand, is a more complicated subject, which is a word chess coaches and people who pretend they have chess culture like me like to throw around, you know. It basically means that you anticipate what your opponent's intentions are and do something to avoid them. No, this is not a very prophylactic position.
No.
So you try to spot your opponent's plan and don't allow it to happen. It normally... I'm trying to find one example for prophylaxis in all these things.
We've got a definition. How about that? This is from our glossary. Go to the read menu at the top and you can find it. Prophylaxis, defending against your opponent's potential active plans or threats before he has a chance to implement them. Very
pretty
nice.
much what I said.
It's pretty much what you said. I agree with that. I'm struggling to find an
I'll give you one example. In this game, after e4, d6, there was a move knight ge2, which we were expecting, maybe so was Carlsen. Then black has the option to go b5, an active move. And after c takes b5, a6, he becomes very active. So Nakamura played the move bishop to d2, which could be called a prophylactic move, because it stops black's active idea of b5, and now white has knight takes b5. Bishop d2 is not really helping white's cause all that much, but it does stop black's main idea of becoming active. And might actually have caused or surprised Carlsen and caused this strategically very dodgy position he got out of the opening today. So we'll try to think of a better example, but I think you get the idea. And a lot of pretentious people, myself included, will tell you if you master prophylaxis, the art of prophylaxis, you will really improve your chess and start to understand chess. The king of prophylaxis was supposed to be former world champion Tigran Petrosyan, who was very good at nipping his opponent's activity in the bud before it could occur.
As you can see there, we're just using my eyes. Do that again. I'm just using my eyes. I'm circling the glossary. Look at that. Oh my God. I'm circling the glossary what's the link? You click on the read button at the top of the page. You can get this anywhere on the site. Click on read, glossary, and then all of the chess terms you'll ever need to know, including the likes of Patzer, which Jan can help us out with, and various other terms. I'm not saying you can help us out with because you are one. I'm saying just because you've played many.
I'll let you talk, let's see what...
Go there. It's very important that you know all the chess, and it's important to know the chess terms. Actually, it slightly frustrates me, the people who refuse to know chess terms. It's part of the culture. It's part of the game. Learn the terminology.
I'm pretty good at chess lingo. The one thing I struggle with is obscure opening names. Like I don't know what the Kopets opening is, or people have so many different names for all kinds of strange stuff. That there I'm getting a bit lost. But else, in order to understand an article on chess, like in our news section, or read a chess book, or even understand this beautiful show, it helps to know terms such as prophylaxis and perpetual check. What's up? Jose Fuentes says, hi from the Philippines.
Holy
Another beautiful
moly.
place. What do you think about Anand's chances in his rematch against Carlsen this November? Question that has been addressed quite a bit, not only by us. I think Carlsen's a favorite. He's a world number one. He's the highest rated player. I think Anand has better chances this time around. He's regained confidence winning the candidates. He already has the experience of what went wrong last time. So I'm expecting a closer match, and I think Anand will have a better shot. But it's still, as Matthew Sadler said, dangerous or difficult to bet against Carlsen.
Let's get back to the game, and I have to say...
What do you have to say?
I think Magnus is going to be very happy with this queen exchange. I'm not a fan of the queen exchange.
I don't mind it. I think it makes a lot of sense. It breaks black structure. We are a pawn up, and Nakamura, slightly low on time, is playing it safe, and I think this position is very close to winning. I like the move bishop c2. I'm liking it without being sure what you do after knight takes b2, but it looks like there has to be
I think bishop c2 is an absolute potential howler. I'm not lying. Let's analyse it. Well, I'd just take a pawn.
There has to be a trick. So the point is rook fb1, you have c3, because else if you went knight d3, you'd be left with a horrible structure and no active prospects.
c3 is
but
pretty
c3
serious.
followed by b4, and there's nothing obvious yet.
He
He did not take the pawn, so there must be something pretty obvious we're missing.
Really?
Maybe, what could it be? Rook a3, starting a deadly attack?
I think it's more rook f3. I think that's the point.
I like rook a3 better, but yeah. Because I might bring the other rook via f4 to h4 to get checkmate, you know?
Rook a3. I'll let you have it.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, maybe that's a problem.
Also threatening rook b1 and passing. And if you go b4, for example, then I think I might be able to checkmate with rook g3, king h8, knight f6, throwing a little spanner in the works, and I want to go rook f4, rook h4, or rook g4, rook g8.
Maybe it's checkmate.
So,
well,
he did not take, he played knight e5,
he
rook
played
a6.
knight e5, okay, and rook a6.
attacking some pawns.
And rook to d8.
And rook to d8. Okay. Well, I mean, it's not over till it's over, right? I mean, yeah. Look at this knight. This is this knight. It's nice. It's never going to be able to be moved apart from with this knight, and
No, the game is still going.
It's
White
still
is,
going.
of course, better. He's a pawn up. He's
Yeah.
active.
yeah.
But this knight is a bit of an anchor, and there is still the potential hope of going b4, b3, c3, you know, making something happen on the queen side, while white will need some time to get his majority on the king side rolling with g4, h4, g5. But make no mistake, white is very, very seriously better here. He went knight g3, planning to regroup that knight probably via e2 to d4, keeping control. And Nakamura is a favorite to win this game against anybody in the world, including Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah.
So the Carlsen fans should be worried.
Yeah.
Also the bishop on c8, still not very active. Can't go to d7 at the moment because of rook takes d6. It ain't over till it's over, but Nakamura, once again, in a very good position to beat Magnus Carlsen.
Maybe black has to try and play actively with b4 here. That's I think that's the move I would play.
Yeah, but I think now after knight e2, black is not really in time to cause havoc on that queen side, really.
Well,
Takes. Bishop b1. Yeah, let's say a bit of an odd square, but why not? Knight d4. Yeah, you have some tricks, so I'll give you that. I mean, I'm
it's very
still slightly doubtful, but I agree. It's not over.
It's not trivial. This is not
by
a
any
trivial
means.
position at all. And, you know, Hikaru's going to have to work. Well,
And I kind of understand where you're coming from. Like, did he have to go for this ending? I mean, I think white is seriously better, but queen d4, you know, keeping the chances for a kingside attack instead of relying on just technique, which against Magnus is not going to be easy, was quite a tempting option as well.
I agree.
I believe he probably saw this bishop c2. He saw that knight takes b2 does not work because of, or assumed it doesn't work because of some checkmate operation like this. And got too tempted to avoid it. We're not even sure this works, by the way, but because after rook f4, b takes c2 is kind of
Maybe he could have taken on
unpleasant.
b2, you know?
Yeah, we'll have to be checked more carefully. I don't trust it, and clearly Carlsen decided to be practical and take Nakamura at his word, you know. I'm sure you've seen something. I'll go 95, take it from there. Trent could also argue about, was he desperate enough that he should have tried knight takes b2? We don't know. We also don't know if knight takes b2
Played very
really
quickly,
works.
knight e5. He went more with his instinct there, I think, in that precise moment. That's an important moment, because knight takes b2 really, if it works, you have to play it.
Right.
You have to play it.
We have some more moves. Rook b8 is what he played, kind of untying this knot he was in on the queen side. Rook a7 and b4 and knight to e2. Yeah, the more I look at it, the less clear this is to me, because white's extra pawn really are those two guys against this guy, which could be a factor in the future if you get in g4, h4, g5. But for now, black has this beautiful knight. He has counterplay. It's not obvious.
I really like the move. Oh, not that arrow. I really like the move b3 here, and I'll explain why.
You want to
Forces you to go back here.
keep the bishop out of the game.
And now the
for
bishop
good.
is really out of the game. And even if you go knight d4, I go rook a8. I try and take the file. And the problem is if you go, well, let's say if you take,
I take. Suddenly, I've got rook a1.
And also after knight f3, you could even think about, well, I think you will think about not touching that. Just as an example, play f6, knight e5, fe or de, and that bishop is still
stuck.
Not a contributor.
The pawn. That's it. That's the end of the game.
Are we changing sides drastically? Are we saying Carlsen is better? He's going to win?
I'm not saying it's better. I'm just saying I think b3 is a big move here.
b3 is interesting, and also black has options all of a sudden, you know?
Yeah.
Bishop d7, rook a8, c3, followed by b3.
Clock times. Carlsen with 22 minutes odd, and Nakamura with 4 minutes 57. No, this is. This has
been a bit of a turnaround once again.
Oh my goodness! And this, if he doesn't win this, Hikaru.
Also, I'll make one more bold prediction. If he doesn't win, he could lose, because he's not going to be happy to draw this. He will push very hard, and Carlsen having more time. Of course, we're kind of drastically switching sides without Hikaru having done anything wrong. He's still a pawn up. We're
no, maybe he has done something wrong.
This queen takes h6 decision.
That might be wrong. Bishop c2 might be wrong. Even knight g3 might not be.
Yeah, all these moves can be discussed. Even rook to a6. It's not so clear you need to do that. And then there's knight g3, knight e2. Kind of switching to passive play, to defense, you know. Well, I don't know. Like I said before, it could be a bit of the mental game. Once again, he's so close to defeating his
arch rival,
nemesis, whatever, his Doctor Doom to his Spider-Man, or maybe his Spider-Man to his Doctor Doom, depending whom you want to side with. But clearly, the nerves are a part of the equation here.
And I think Carlsen's going to have a think here. I think he's reached the position. I think he's a lot happier here than he was 10 moves ago, and
no, Carlsen's going to be thrilled. He has easy play, he has more time on the clock, he can take his time now, he's not
You don't really feel the extra pawn here for white, do you?
No, and just compared to the position after h5, knight f2, queen f6, where we were talking about, his knight takes h5 checkmate, his knight takes d3 checkmate, like, he can choose this ending a pawn up, that ending a pawn up. It looks like Carlsen got the best he could possibly hope for.
Just unbelievable. I really like this b3 move, though. I have to admit, Jan, I really like it. I like boxing in this bishop.
Can the bishop go to d1 now? Then knight
so
d3.
ugly.
Knight d3, yeah.
Well, that's probably losing actually.
Yeah.
No, you have. Yeah. Well, he played bishop d7, but I think he keeps it in reserve.
Keeping his options open.
Yeah, I think the concept of b3 is always and you can't go b3 with white because then c3
c8.
and.
Not sure you want to go c3, but just rook c8, opening up that queen side. And also bishop d7. Psychologically, it's a lot more unpleasant in time trouble if you have to consider many options for black next move. He could go b3, he could go c3, he could go rook a8.
Right.
Well, after b3, okay, you bang out bishop b1 and you see where it goes, right?
Right.
So I believe Carlsen, he's also very, very good at making moves that are not just good, but unpleasant for the opponent in these situations, which is what I like about bishop d7.
And rook ea1.
And the Twitter sphere, just like us, is immediately turning. Ben Clownson is saying every time if Nakamura have a good position against Carlsen, he don't have the ability to win. He uses street grammar just like me. He will lose the game. I'm not sure if that's a given, but I do agree. We are witnessing a bit of a turnaround here. Rook a1 has been played, which I believe makes sense because after b3 you don't want your... Oh, you're doing other stuff. Sorry, I'll start watching. You're losing with white, bishop d3.
Yeah, I'm good at this losing with white stuff.
But all of a
I'm
sudden,
trying my best to lose with white.
Carlsen is active. Even the move bishop b5.
No,
I'm not sure if that's
he's
the one
played
he
bishop
played.
b5.
It's a good move, you know. C3 looming.
Yeah, it's...
Knight d4, what's he gonna do? Knight d4 looks like the obvious move.
Yeah, knight d4, but then b3.
Now b3, wow.
Holy moly. This is it. This is
Oh my God.
This is Kasparov Shirov stuff happening. I promise you, this is it.
Can you imagine,
This is it.
first of all, how happy Carlsen would be
my
and how
God.
devastated Nakamura
my
would be
goodness.
if he were to lose this game?
Oh my great goodness.
Exciting stuff.
I can't believe this. Yeah, it's Liverpool-Chelsea at Anfield and I'm hooked at Nakamura Carlsen. This is more exciting. I promise you that.
I always said chess was a better game than football because there's so much more action. I'm not sure that point stands true, but seriously, what a turnaround.
Oh
and
my God.
what potential heartbreak. I mean, that's
This is
really
heartbreak.
the bigger
This is
storyline
tear.
with
This is
story.
tear stuff. This is. I'd cry.
You'd cry?
Yeah, I'd cry. I think.
When
I'd
was the
cry.
last time you cried? I think I haven't cried for a while.
When was the last time I cried?
Even though I have...
Well,
no
over a
reason
chess
to.
game.
Over anything.
Oh, over anything I cried quite recently. Oh, we won't go into that, but
Okay. No, that's
over a chess game, it's been some years. I have to say, I take my losses a lot better nowadays. You know.
right. You're an emotional guy. He played h3, which looks slow yet again.
Just rook d8, b3, c3, b3.
This looks like an excellent move in the same spirit of before, like keeping white guessing where he's going to be hit.
It's horrible to play for
And
white.
yeah, his pawn majority is really not doing a whole lot. Like
Takes
you
an
need 800
eternity.
moves to
Yeah.
create a threat even, while the black majority is very, very mobile. And
Well, I mean, I think this is.
I'm not sure objectively white might still be fine, but clearly everything has changed here.
Matthias Remus, do you think that Naka losing this game would be a devastating psychological blow for the future? I think that's just gonna. I mean, that's gonna. After what happened in Zurich, to lose this one after having that position, you probably.
It's always hard to say, you know. We always thought, how much bigger of a blow can it be after Zurich? And it's not like the first time he lost to Carlsen either. So it's a bit like, again, to use a basketball analogy, often very good teams, they need a couple of years, you know, banging into the same opponent and losing heartbreaking. But normally the good teams, they do hang in there, and at one point they do make their breakthrough, and then all of a sudden they're able to compete with anybody. And I think that is still very much in the cards for Nakamura, because he's showing he can outplay Magnus, so he just hasn't made the final step yet.
Why are we not playing c3 for a start? Kind of makes
Knight
sense.
d4,
Okay, but I can take.
rook b1.
Yeah, and now.
Bishop takes.
Yeah. Some move. No, I'm managing to.
I don't know, could be, but this is already, you go for this if you feel like
He
there's
played
forced
rook
win.
d8. That's a that's a superb
that's his style.
move.
That's what he does.
That's what he. That's such a sickening move to face when you've
So
got 2
annoying. And you're
minutes.
sitting there, can't play knight d4, or is b3 coming down, or does he just go back? And he is good. That's why he's the best, you know, because he, first of all, he's survived this position, and also these small little moves just posing so many practical problems. He's very, very precise there, and clearly he's in his element now. He's survived the white initiative.
Can you guys quickly overview again why this is such a turnaround?
I think we should do that.
Yeah, okay, let's do that, Jan, for the people. The people have spoken.
Yeah. So
As
I
they say.
think it starts here after queen f6, where we were excited about white's chances, and that's both after knight takes h5 and after knight takes d3, which he played. Knight takes d3, knight takes queen e3, a move we also liked because this is forcing rook b7, and after knight takes h5, white is a pawn up, and he can't go queen b2, black can't go queen b2 because f6 is winning. So he had to settle for queen h6. When Nakamura had a choice, both options tempting, we, with the powerful gift of hindsight, which we enjoy, slightly preferred queen to d4, keeping the queens on the board, and having still the option of going for a kingside attack later on, to the move queen takes h6, which he played in the game. Still, white is a pawn up, and this ending should be favorable for white, but it is a questionable decision a little bit, because now black's game became a lot easier, and he does have some play on the queen side. Nakamura played the logical A takes B, A takes B.
And I think we should get to the position, Jan, because he's only got 1 minute left.
Let's go there and then explain later.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
So Rook DC8 has been played. King
He played King
H2.
H2. That.
And now C3 looks huge, doesn't
And
it?
now C3 is just such an unpleasant move to face. Because now the C file is open as well, my goodness. This is it, C3. No, C3 is it. No, that's just end of game.
Knight D4.
Doesn't matter,
takes,
just take Rook B1, Rook C4, that's it. End of game.
Knight B5, Rook C2.
Rook C2.
Knight D6 and Knight D3, I would assume. Or Knight F3, Knight D2, what's going on here?
Goodness.
He still has some tricks maybe.
Okay, but
C3 has been played, ladies and gentlemen. This looks like a dramatic turnaround. I will have a glance at the computer evaluation. Black is much better.
Wow. What a turnaround. What a turnaround, seriously.
This is drama. Knight D4, let's find a win.
This is drama.
C takes B, Rook B1. Rook C4, I really like this move, overloading the white pieces. Forcing Knight takes B5, when black has a choice, but Rook takes C2 looks correct. Rook B5, Rook B2, we don't want to happen. Knight takes D6, and here it feels like black should
close,
win.
Yeah. Yeah, unbelievable.
He will play Rook to D8. This is a very strong move, forcing the knight away from the counterplay. Knight B5, and now this maneuver just wins. Knight F3, King G3, Knight D2, and the Rook is gone. Or Knight D4, Knight takes B1, Knight takes C2, Knight somewhere, and this pawn cannot be stopped.
And he's going to reach move 40 as well.
Do we doubt that Carlsen will find that? I think he will find that. He's been so ruthless.
No, he's finding that. He looks very calm as well.
Look at him, how happy.
Oh my goodness me. Yeah.
Is this history repeating itself?
This is history repeating itself all over again. And Hikaru, he was so close before. I mean, he's only got to make one move. He's going to make the time control. He's going to play CB2, Rook B1, and then Carlsen's going to think about Rook C4. He's going to check his lines.
Right.
And Naka, he's putting on he needs a big poker face here. He needs a miracle.
He's not a poker face guy. I think we will see his dissatisfaction quite soon. And
Unbelievable.
Aruna Halam tweets says, Naka keeps gifting wins to the Norwegian orange juice. Yeah. This is another dramatic turnaround. But what you gonna do? You gotta credit Carlsen for hanging in there. As usual, he was getting outplayed, but he did not allow the final punch, and he did seize his chance with his usual composure and ruthlessness.
Do you think Caruana would have won this game with white today?
It's hard to say, but I feel Caruana, he's not affected by the Magnus factor, you know? He has a good position, he will make the moves to the best of his ability, and he might have. It was a very, very good position. Karo Khan makes the obvious pun, I have to say. Lord Sauron eats the little hobbit. It's not what happened in the movies, though. I believe these hobbits, they do well, right?
Yeah, they defeat them.
Magnus should watch the movies.
Hikaru there's no hiding the disappointment.
No.
How can you have this position after dominating so early?
Anyway, let's look at the position on the board. Knight D4 has been played, and Carlsen taking his time, but there's no real doubt in our minds that he will play C takes B2, followed by Rook C4. He's just double checking. Nakamura trying to keep a straight face, I believe, but it's not gonna help him all that much. No, C takes B, followed by Rook C4, is gonna win the game. It's a reasonably forced sequence, which Magnus Carlsen, who looks very composed, is more than capable of finding. So, this is dramatic. I don't know what to say. I've noticed, like I'm sure many others have, that Nakamura is sponsored by Red Bull now.
Yeah.
Well, I've always been a big fan of the product. I felt it didn't help all that much with chess because it only paces you or only wakens you up for a certain amount of time, right? And then the effect expires. Feels a bit like this has... I'm making a silly pun. But it feels a bit like he has not really managed to put together a complete game against Carlsen, you know? He's put together great first 3 hours, but then he has not managed to pull it off for the second time in a row with white.
Question from Umakant's sister. What is it with Carlsen that he's able to win from losing position? Is he better, or are his opponents showing nerves?
It's a bit of both. He's a hard fighter. He doesn't break down easily like a lot of others would in a desperate position like the one he had today yet again. And there is also the Carlsen factor. If you've lost to a guy 10 times or 9 times and never beaten him, and then you have another good position, who wouldn't have nerves, really?
Unbelievable.
Maybe Caruana, who's been beating him, would be less affected by it, but there certainly is a factor, a world champion factor, a dominator factor, like, oh my god, am I ever gonna beat this guy?
And we are just one move away from the time control, and what will happen is Carlsen will play c takes
He will take his time.
He's going to take this pawn. There's no real other move in the position to be...
Well, some tricks to be thought about, like b3, whatever, but he doesn't need it. The c takes b, rook b1, rook c4.
It plays
It's a very forced sequence, which he's just double checking it. I'm sure he's seen it like I would see that.
Yeah, no, I have to say, even I would.
The tricky move in this sequence we are showing after knight b5, rook c2,
It's
knight
this
d6.
move.
Some move rook d8, which is probably also not forced, we have to say. There might be other wins here, but rook d8, I believe, is very strong, chasing this knight away from
And rook
f7.
b6. Oh.
It's probably...
Yeah, but I tell you what.
Tell me.
Well, rook b6 is more natural for me because you keep the
Don't want to
rook
leave that
behind.
back rank alone.
Yeah,
you don't
but-
need the rook behind the b4 pawn.
No, I understand, but what are you going to do here?
Rook a8 check.
Okay, and now what are you going to do?
Knight e8.
Yeah, fine. Threatening what?
Maybe d6 followed by knight f6 check with at least a perpetual. Exposes you to counterplay you don't need.
Yeah.
Go rook d8.
You're right. You're absolutely... Well, he took on b2. Now
enough.
just one move. What did he do?
Do we have moves? No, I think there was...
What did he do?
c takes b, rook b1 is the position we
Right.
have on the board, and we are absolutely expecting the move rook to c4 here. Nice move, overloading the white knight from defending this bishop and maintaining his position. Rook d1, defending it would not work for many reasons, really. The most devious one, probably b3, bishop takes b3, rook takes d4, and the fat lady is singing.
And Hikaru staring up into the sky,
I
wondering
think it was
where it all
confirming he
went
made
wrong.
it to move 40, that's why I was looking at.
Right. And perhaps wondering where it's all gone wrong and just waiting. Magnus got 8 minutes to make this move, and I think what will happen as soon as he's made it, we will take a very quick break, because Hikaru will be thinking for some time, I assume, for the next portion.
This is so exciting though. Let's see what the Twitter sphere is telling us. Maybe Korchnoi is right, says Tarjei Svensson. That Carlsen, oh no, the tweet disappeared. That Carlsen does in fact hypnotize his opponents, I believe was his point.
Yeah, that was his tweet.
Let me just try to find it back. Nah, we'll track it down later. Here it is. That Carlsen does in fact hypnotize his opponents from time to time, Nakamura especially. I think it's more hypnotizing yourself if you start believing in this effect. We've seen Nakamura wearing sunglasses and a baseball cap, I believe, against Carlsen. And he's getting closer and closer. I mean, you gotta give him credit for that. He's capable of outplaying Carlsen completely with the white pieces twice in a row. But he hasn't made it over the hump yet. Anthony Cunningham also turning on Nakamura, beginning to lose faith with Naka. He needs sports psychologist urgently.
That's probably
Don't
not.
we all?
Yeah. Yeah.
Arun Ahalam says Naka's play suggests immaturity. It's a tough place, Twitter.
He played rook c4 as well.
did play
He's
rook
found the
c4.
move. They've reached move 40. They both get an additional hour each. Hikaru's going to sit back in his chair and wonder, where did it all go wrong? And you guys at home, you're going to wonder, where did it all go right to be able to find such brilliant commentary? Or not. We don't want you to go anywhere. We love to hear from you. We're going to be back in just a tick with the finale of this game today. And, well, it's going to be a very, very sad story, it seems, for the young American. Be back in just a few minutes with...
Well, we can say Carlsen is winning in this position,
Yeah.
and he has all the time in the world
Yeah.
to figure it out. We believe he will.
He's gonna
See
have
you
a good
back.
old think. See you in a few minutes. Hello and welcome back. This is round 7 of the Gashimov Memorial, and history seems to be repeating itself. Once again, Hikaru Nakamura seemed to have obtained what looked like, well, although maybe not a winning position.
Like a concrete win, but he had a ton of choices between
On A7.
options that should lead
Some,
to,
yeah.
at
But
the
of course
very least, a
A5 is-
very, very strong position.
Yeah.
Even if we go back a little bit, rook takes f4, if you want to check a bit, was very close to winning. Knight f2, the move he played, queen f6. He has a bunch of possibilities to stay a healthy pawn up with a very good position. Knight takes h5, just to show one. Knight takes h5, knight takes d3, c takes d, a5, followed by bishop takes h5 with a huge position. It's just one of these options. The one he chose was fine as well, but the tables have completely turned after the time control. We have, or before the time control, but we made it past the time control now. We have this position on the board after knight to d4, and Carlsen has the move b3 at his disposal, which would effectively finish the game, I believe. Black can never take on c2, white can never take because of b takes c2 and the pawn's queen. Black all of a sudden gets all the fun, all the activity, threatening rook b4 or a slow but just as efficient plan with knight c4, knight to d2.
Yeah.
It's pretty much game over, ladies and gentlemen.
That's it.
Which would mean Carlsen would increase his score against Nakamura to a crushing plus 10 wins with no losses. Nakamura, for the second time in a row, got extremely, extremely close to winning position, to beating his arch enemy, arch rival, nemesis. Might all be strong, but the
It's
world
true.
champion. And he has not managed. There will be a lot of speculating, most of it by us in social media, on is this psychological, can he turn it around, how devastated is he? But we are watching chess history in the making, because these guys there will be playing each other a lot over the next 5, 10, 20 years, and Carlsen clearly keeps his magic spell, his hypnotic ability against Hikaru Nakamura, turning around yet another losing position.
Unbelievable scenes. Unbelievable scenes. Reminds me of... well, I don't know what it reminds me of, but it's I can't recall somebody having so many winning positions.
Well, 2.
No, but I think
I've
even
blown
before
2
that.
winning
Yeah,
positions.
but
Maybe in their games before.
maybe
he
he's
has
had.
chances
I
as
think
well.
he's had chances in games before as well,
That's
and
it.
not to have converted one is. I mean, it's heartbreaking for Hikaru. I mean, this is.
Then again, Carlsen is not cheating, you know, they're making moves on the chessboard and you gotta checkmate the opponent's king. He has not managed to do that.
No.
What are you gonna say? Of course it is. It is
So that
tough for
means Carlsen will move to +10.
against Nakamura. And it also would mean that Carlsen, in spite of his 2 losses in a row, would move into the sole lead in this tournament yet again. He would move to +2.
Just back to +2, no problem.
You know, little slump, lost 2 games, who cares?
Just
Still
win the
gonna win
next
the tournament.
It's just,
Win 2 black games.
it's just.
Carlsen is taking his time here.
He's taking
probably
his
just
time.
to double and triple check, but B3 is such an obvious and strong move, like advancing your other B pawn, eliminating knight takes C2 for good.
Yeah.
What could white try? Move like knight C6 maybe to create some distractions?
Yeah, but you just play knight F3, knight D2, and that's the end of the game.
Let's see, king G3,
knight
knight
D2.
D2. Let's say rook takes B2
Yeah,
just
but-
for good luck.
Well, here, hold on.
Well, just this. This is good enough. Knight B8, rook to A2.
Yeah,
Let's say rook B7, B2,
B2,
and we'll
that's
get
it.
a fresh
That's
queen.
it. It's a fresh queen. No, it's just, it is what it is, ladies and gentlemen. It's heartbreaking stuff for the American, all you Nakamura fans out there. You know, I'm sort of speechless, really, at how this has gone, because I really, really thought today that this would be the day he finally turns it around.
Which goes to show you how dramatic these events are. They left the voice of chess, the new voice of chess, Mr. Lawrence Trent, speechless. He does not like me calling him that.
Like that, no.
But
I wish
it is.
I wish I was never coined that.
It's on your business card. I didn't make it up.
No, neither did I.
Anyway,
No, he's going to
Carlsen
find B3. It's
is gonna
such an
win this
easy
game.
move. Oh my goodness, he didn't play
didn't.
B3. I'm just in utter shock.
do we have to change our opinion on everything that has happened yet again, or is it
Oh
worth winning
my
as well?
goodness.
Played rook D2.
What a terrible move.
Why wouldn't you go B3?
I don't understand.
The only explanation I have is that after knight C6, which really looks like the only sensible move, he missed this knight F3 check.
No,
But it's not that hard
it's
to find.
really not that hard. I can't believe he's played rook D2. I just cannot believe it.
Still, rook D2. Let's explain why this is less good. It might not be that bad. Knight C6 is now a chance for white because this knight F3, knight D2 is no longer available. And similar ideas with knight C4, knight takes B8, knight A3 would not be winning. Like white just moves the rook somewhere, queen, rook takes, knight takes, and let's say rook B7, and all of a sudden white is in the driver's seat. This is not going to happen after knight C6.
But B3, Jan, what's going on?
I don't know. I mean, you see this plenty after surviving a difficult position and making the time control, being in the driver's seat. Guys relax a little bit and then make mistakes after the time control. It's out of character for Carlsen though, because he's been so ruthless and relentless whenever he had an edge. Still, let's not act like he just blundered a rook. After rook D2,
Yeah, but
knight C6, let's say rook E8, black is still the one calling the shots.
okay. Really?
Something that could
Rook
be played
A2?
is takes, rook A2, rook takes E4,
Okay, I understand it might.
rook takes B2, takes, king G7, and, well, clearly less winning than the line we just saw. I believe black still has good winning chances
Yeah,
here.
probably.
His king will.
What will be really
Come.
sick is if he actually wins this game through an ending like this. I mean, this will be really
grinding
gross.
after 7
Oh
hours,
my goodness!
rubbing it in.
Wow.
We don't know. It's surprising he played rook
No,
D2.
it's-
It really
it's a-
is.
it's a terrible
because
move.
B3 would just finish the game.
I honestly, I can happily say that's a huge blunder. Even if it doesn't spoil the win, B3 is
Certainly is going to make him work for, and us, for a couple more hours.
great. The other point about B3 is
Such a natural move to make
such a
too. Why wouldn't you
natural
play that?
move, and it's so obvious with a plan of
Knight
yeah,
C4, knight
or
D2.
rook B4. No, knight C4, knight D2. So, for example, just a move. Knight C4. I mean, I'm just what is going on?
It is strange. Maybe they're hypnotizing each other. You know, like these matchups have become so special because of all
Maybe
the
they're
attention
hypnotizing each other.
that. Because earlier Carlsen also did not play at his level. We're always saying he hypnotizes his opponents, but he's been struggling to make sensible moves.
I want
out
to
of the
see his
gate against
face after they tell him about B3 in the press conference.
He must have seen B3.
No, I just don't think he's seen it.
How can you not see that move? Come on. You play that in a blitz game.
There's no explanation. There's no explanation because if you see that move, you see it works. It's really simple. There's no White doesn't actually have a move here, and you've got a million years to decide how you want to win this rook.
Must be missing missing something which let's say f6. You know, knight c4. Even this is winning. Knight f5. Knight d2. No, or rook c1. No, it doesn't help. There's no attack.
Of course,
I was trying to drum up something, you know, knight h6, king h7, knight f7, but it's too little, too late. Just knight takes b1, and it's no perpetual check
he's
here.
just missed it. He's had a brain freeze moment. Maybe he relaxed too much. Might even happen to Carlsen. Maybe it's a sign that, you know, he's still got to.
Well, he's been in a bit of a slump. Even the game he won yesterday was not great by his standards. He made some mistakes today. He got outplayed.
What a mistake!
Still, to allow this?
And to think about it. I mean, you've got an hour on the clock. Sit and grind for 20 minutes and just get the job done.
But as we said before, Black is better here. And maybe it's one of these situations where he's seen a win, which in his mind is just a win, and he didn't bother to think about anything else, even if for us it is a lot less obvious. And it is a lot less obvious for us. This doesn't look winning. Even c7 and the pawns will get exchanged.
Right, exactly. Nakamura will play knight c6.
Yeah, what else, right?
There is no other move. Knight b3, you can just...
Well, worst case scenario, you repeat, but you could also go to somewhere f2, I don't know where.
Okay, but... No, he's going to play knight c6. And he's going to play rook
e8. I think that's what's going to happen.
Rook e8. And if he takes on b4...
That's pushing your luck yet again. Knight c4 and to active.
And, of course...
Rook takes e4 and this will not end well. No, I believe the line we saw, knight takes e5.
He's played knight c6, okay.
Of course, yeah.
And now rook e8.
Knight takes e5, I believe this is going to happen. Rook e5, rook to a2.
Yeah.
Rook takes e4. takes. King g7. That's what I was referring to. Maybe Carlsen saw this line from afar and thought,
this is
winning. Why bother?
He's just getting his king in quick, right?
I'm not sure how winning it is. Let's continue. First moves g4.
Okay.
King f6, king g3, king f3.
Now I have to stop and think.
Rook c4 is the move that comes to mind. We could also have done the stop and think thing, where I like to bang out moves. You know. Could very well be winning for Black.
Could just be winning, right?
It's very possible.
Yeah.
Still, of course, it's less winning. He has played rook e8 as we expected. I believe this is the sequence he's calculated and thought, okay, good enough. PB Gambi on Twitter, tweet us using hashtag C24Live if you haven't already. It's pointing out maybe Magnus sees that what he played is a win eventually, so why look for other wins? Yeah, I think that's the point I was making as well.
I don't buy that. I'm sorry. Not in this. I understand. And Peter Svidler spoke about this. You know, he said sometimes people, they find a great continuation, and in certain positions, you're right. You don't actually have to find. You don't have to look for others. Some people are obsessed with keep on finding the best moves, and I know that's how you're brought up. It's, you know, there's that old saying, if you find a good move, find a better one. But this is such a position where, you know, if there is a win in one move, which is a one-move win,
No, I agree,
you
because you
have
can
to
never
find
be
this.
100% sure in the rook ending.
The rook
which is about
ending,
to
look,
ensue.
it might be winning, but you're going to struggle on for another 20, 30 moves here. And yeah, okay, it's probably winning still because you've got two passes. But really, I mean, really?
And also, it would have saved us the embarrassment of not knowing what we talk about in yet another
Precisely.
rook ending,
That's
which
the
is
real
really
crux
what
of
we're
the matter.
blaming
Yeah.
him for.
No, this is still looking very bad for white.
No, I agree. And he's still a favorite to win. Adriano is asking, after b3, what about rook a3? Could it be that was the problem with b3? I don't think so. Let's put it on the board.
Nah,
b3.
rook a3.
Rook a3.
You have a million moves here with black. Knight c4 just wins on the spot, I think.
Knight c4, and if rook takes b3,
Well,
easiest.
yeah.
probably
Well, you can just
takes.
take a knight a3.
And if knight c2, knight d2.
Yeah, and if knight
well,
takes b3, knight a3.
Knight b3, knight a3, and black will emerge victorious. So no, it's pretty safe to say b3 was winning by force. Baroness says, put yourself in Nakamura's seat. What would you think after Carlsen didn't play b3? I don't think he's brimming with joy just yet. I think he's trying to stay in the
it's going to
game.
actually anger him even more. Let me explain why.
This
Because he's
Patzer,
going to
he
just...
can't even find this win. And
He
I'm
cut this
solo
Patzer can't find this win. I was beating him before. I blunder. He's then got a win in one move. He doesn't see it, and he still beats me. You know,
We'll see.
it's true. He's going to be furious if he loses this game. Still,
He's absolutely going to be furious.
wow, what a game! What a
After
game!
rook e8, is there any other options that white has at his disposal?
No,
Probably not, right? Black, if he's
Black's
given a
threatening
move to
knight
play knight
c4
c4
or knight d3. Yeah.
then activating this
Ah,
rook.
that's nice. So if rook a4, knight d3, knight b4, rook e4 pins.
Let's put that on the board.
Ah, but then
It's not
hold
such a
on,
big
and
pin.
then there's check. There's check.
rook
There's check.
a8.
There's check. But you might have knight f4.
Yeah, you do have that. You're always better, but it's... If you think with white that the rook ending is losing, you might want
You
to
might
try
go for
something like this,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
And here, I don't know, knight c1 looks nice, cutting off this rook, or knight f4, just expanding your range of activities.
You know, but yeah, okay. So you could get rook a2, rook takes g2 check, king h1,
Rook takes
rook
e4.
takes e4, rook takes b2, and now a move like rook g3 comes to mind. Rook g5. No, rook g5. Actually, you win the f5 pawn. Just rook g5 instead.
Okay.
Instead, rook g5, and you win the f5 pawn, and
No,
and that's actually just a winning. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's just winning this position.
black is much better. Yeah, he's just so active, but still you have to
You have
choose
to
your
work.
poison, you know,
Yeah,
and you have to work in
You have to work.
both these cases. So we still believe, or I still believe, Carlsen is gonna win this game, but we do not have an explanation why he would not go for this b3 move, which really, even if you don't calculate anything, that's the first move that comes to
It's
mind.
insane. Insanity. Keep your tweets coming. Hashtag C24 live. We are getting a lot of them. Thank you very much. Maybe Carlsen just wants to torture Hikaru. He would be a sick man if he saw.
No one does that. I mean,
No.
if you have a forced win, you take it.
No, he just missed it. Can you imagine? My goodness. So keep those tweets coming, guys. We're going to pick out the best ones. Obviously, in the other games, 2 draws, very interesting games. Well, I'll take that back. Rajabul Mamajar wasn't really very interesting whatsoever. Had moments of interest. Karyakin Caruana, from a theoretical standpoint, must be an extremely important game. Clearly, Karyakin didn't improve on Anishgiri's previous attempt against the same player. In the B group, let's have a quick look, because, we do like to check in with the B group. I don't like to call it the B group, because it's such a strong tournament.
It's called the B group, though. The Vikings A B group is also a terribly strong
Yeah,
tournament.
but this is seriously strong. You've got 2,700 players in there.
No.
I like to call it the second elite group. That's what I'm
So
going
you
to call
think
it.
second is more complimentary than B?
I like to keep the word elite in there. Notice, so maintain some. Anyway, let's go over what's happened so far. The results: Wang Hao has beaten Motilev. Holy dear!
Oh, this looks like
that's
interesting final position.
We'll just
quite some material.
whiz through the moves. We had a Scotch.
Oh, they played this line. Some notorious ending where no one ever understands what's going on. Oh, they didn't go for the ending.
No.
Black should get rid of queens in this line, else he's gonna be in trouble.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
This has gone very badly wrong for black.
Yeah.
1 second. Okay, no second. This is resigns, of course.
Yeah. Bishop F1. Nice move. Cutting off the queen. That's
I like it that you click through 30 moves in a row and then bishop F1. That's the key moment when it's completely winning already.
And
Anyway, Motilev, he's
winning.
lost the other day as well against
yeah,
Elyanov, right?
he had a
He's
good start, I
had a
thought.
good start, but then he's been struggling a bit recently.
Abasov, Mamedov.
Like a certain Magnus Carlsen, who might make a comeback today, though. Another comeback.
We have a King's Indian. Ooh,
Mamedov.
C5.
All these Azeri, they're very well versed in random sidelines of the King's Indian, no disrespect meant, but they try to leave the trodden path quite early. C5, E5, I haven't seen. Looks like it's an ending where white is a little better because of the weakness on E6, but Mamedov has seen worse and
Yeah, that ended in
magically jumped to this position that was drawn.
a draw. Another draw in Gustafsson Wojciech, very quickly whizzing through these moves. We had
It's called the Najdorf.
Najdorf A4 variation. Yeah, this is all solid
This
stuff.
is a theoretical line. White is very solid. Black is pretty solid as well.
Yeah. Bishop D8, Bishop B6, nice little.
Destructive maneuvers.
And it didn't look like Wojciech had any problems in this game.
No, I think he knew what he was doing all along.
Yeah, that's it.
Tends to know what he's doing, you know? All these years of work as a trainer for Vishy Anand. He must have had a Najdorf or two on the board.
2 games still going on. Etienne Bacrot, I believe, is the leader of the tournament in this position
I think
against
so too.
Elyanov. And he's in trouble. He's in trouble.
He is in trouble.
Yeah, he's really fighting for a draw here. And
Black
I'm not
King
sure
is
he's
just a
going
lot
to get
more
it.
active.
I'm
This
not
King
sure.
D5, King C4 is looming, and it's looming large.
How do you
Is that
stop
English?
that?
Well, at the moment you might have Knight E3 check after
Oh,
King
I see
D5.
what you mean. Right.
Point being King D4, Knight F5, and you don't allow the intrusion just yet.
Actually, you can end up losing this position with black.
Well, it's probably a draw, but you don't want to do this.
Is it a draw?
I think it's a
No,
draw.
it's not.
It's not a draw?
Yeah, it might be a draw.
Might be a
Right,
draw.
I'd take white. Let's put it like that. So that's not going to happen. So black needs to find a way. He probably needs to make some bishop.
I like the move
zugzag.
Bishop F8, getting out of any
Yeah.
potential knight forks. King E3, and now we need to find a way to make progress, which
Maybe it's
might
not
or
easy.
might not be there.
Maybe it's not easy.
Maybe it is not easy.
Mm.
Maybe it requires sophistication, like some zugzwang position. Wouldn't be clear what white's next move is here. Maybe you can wait and see, but it is not simple.
No.
Clearly, Pavel Yanov, very good endgame player, beat me in a very drawish knight endgame once. Will torture Etienne here. Looks like he's in trouble for the first time in the tournament.
And another game going on, Safali Durarbaili, and Safali
Safarli
in
in
big
trouble.
Yeah,
Very solid player Safarli is a pawn down here and probably losing actually. This
yeah. No, this
black is well coordinated. has a passed a pawn. No, I think this is pretty much gone.
Yeah. Yeah, an extra pawn, past a pawn, good blockader on c5. And that's probably game, set and match. So, interesting happenings in the B group. Meanwhile, Nakamura is still thinking. He's now spent a good 12 minutes on this move. Understandable, because probably he was ready to get his coat after b3. He probably would have resigned. Well, no, knowing Nakamura, he wouldn't have resigned, but there's nothing you can really do there. I mean...
Yeah, it is odd. As Barone points out, b3, and now Carlsen would have been in the conference room thinking about his rest before next round as a tournament leader.
Right.
Blunder. Yeah, but you don't know that as a player over the board, you know? You made the move you consider to be best. Sometimes it comes back to you and you think, oh, what did I miss? Why didn't I play b3? But maybe he's also just thrilled he has this position after the losing position he's had earlier. And Carlsen has never been one to mind having to play a long rook ending. It's one of his many strengths, really.
Anybody can update me on the score. Liverpool-Chelsea, I'd greatly appreciate it, from Stamford Bridge, while we mull this over. While Hikaru Nakamura mulls this over, we as the greatest armchair generals in the world...
In the history
of armchairs. Unfortunately, these aren't really armchairs. These are office chairs.
Yeah, office armchairs without serious
What
arms.
about armchairs? That's a good... Why don't we get some big... What are they called? The big armchairs that featuring Family Guy and these other things.
I don't know. Big armchairs?
Friends. Joey must have had one from Friends.
I've never watched Friends, so I think it's a horrible show.
We need a bigger green screen, says the producer. Well, I could really see myself relaxing in an armchair in the studio.
Yeah, we wouldn't have to keep these very straight, focused poses we're taking throughout the broadcast. It is a very good point. Also, maybe we need commentating names, like Captain Hindsight would be a name that suits me very well, I think. Anyway...
Please let me know.
This Nakamura stuff is shocking. I can't
It's
take
shocking.
that much drama, you know. Last night, all the basketball games I was watching came down to the final seconds, and like one basket would decide. Indiana winning in the last seconds, Dallas winning in the last seconds. Today, Nakamura winning position against Carlsen, going down the stretch again. Then Carlsen is a winning position, then he doesn't convert, and here we're sitting. It's too much drama in sports. I'm sure Chelsea is down 3-0 by now and will make a dramatic comeback, you know, like all kinds of crazy things are happening.
Yeah.
Someone tweet Mr. Lawrence
Please,
Trent
I'm actually
what
quite
the score
anxious.
is in the Chelsea game, please. He's clearly hurting.
What we got?
Oh, your people are leading.
Come on!
Gerrard with a huge blunder, handling
Oh,
the ball to
poor
Demba Ba.
Stevie Gerrard.
Demba Ba, former Bundesliga Hockenheim player.
Yeah,
he's with Chelsea now?
Yeah,
Wow.
he's
What a career he's made.
absolute pants. Anyway, I'm going to love him for the moment. That means, what is there, 15 to go in that game? Gerrard with a huge... No, it couldn't have happened to a nicer bloke than Stevie Gerrard. I really hope
He's a good guy, right?
No, that was me being ironic. Okay. No, he's all right, Stevie Gerrard, but that has really made my day. That I really hope. Please hold on. Please make it interesting. Why did we lose to Sunderland at home? How is that even possible? Anyway, back to the chess. Nakamura is still thinking about what to do. He's probably looked at that rook ending and thought, that's bad.
I think it is bad, so he's probably, he's going to take his time if he can spot any chances. One of these lines we've been mentioning, like, I don't know, rook b7, rook a4, knight takes b4. All these moves come to mind. Knight takes b4 probably runs into knight c4 again, with rook takes e4 looming, and this knight really tying down the white army. So
Yeah, you can't take
Nakamura
that
is
either.
still in very, very serious distress, is that a word?
Yeah.
Serious trouble here.
So it's probably serious. Serious distress is like,
I wasn't sure.
you
if
know,
that's
he's
correct.
trapped in a burning fire in a building. You know,
Don't you think he'd rather be trapped in a burning fire in a building
Probably
than
not.
having this position? No.
Would you rather have a pawn or a finger?
Why do you keep coming back to this?
I'm
it's
just
a weird fascination you have with-
Whoever made that
with
quote, I
pawn
really
fingers.
hope I never meet him. Or was it Ruben? It's been attributed to Ruben Fine, according to our tweeters.
I don't know.
Who said I'd rather have a finger pawn than a finger?
Why do you keep bringing this up? We've spent 5 shows with it, discussing this.
I can't get over it. It's something I can't. I find it so insanely absurd that I give up.
To you, it's
pawns.
obvious you'd rather have the pawn, right? That's why.
I always give away my pawns in my games, Jan, as early as possible. I find
That's
pawns.
something we should
They
talk
restrict your pieces coming out.
about. I've heard that logic before. I don't think it's based on sound reasoning.
15 minutes into the
What's
second
going
half.
on Twitter? Someone's asking, what am I drinking, beer or coffee? This is coffee. I appreciate the implications of that question. Stop scrolling so quickly. Sorry for not looking at the camera. We're reading the Twitter feed. There's a lot of stuff going on. What's the soothing jingle you're playing when off the air?
Oh.
I have no idea. Probably Macaulay knows.
The producer will comment, or not. Maybe it's his own tune. I don't know. Maybe I've got no idea. But
I think we should play this song which they play on Game of Thrones called The Realms of Castamere. Whenever something horrible is going to happen, they have a song. They're the only song like when characters are dying or there's a war. Like that, they play the song. We should have that when something
I'm still
drastic
not
happens.
up to date on my Game of Thrones. I need to watch a few
I
seasons.
can't believe you're not watching Game
I
of Thrones.
am
It's really-
watching Game of Thrones. I'm just behind.
Of the many things wrong with you, I feel that's the biggest, you know, that you haven't kept up to date with Game of Thrones.
Were you a big Sopranos guy? Did you?
I wasn't a big guy. I watched it a bit. I enjoyed it. I got slightly bored
No.
at some point. I'm not sure why.
Then we're gonna have problems in this relationship.
You're like a huge
I'm
Soprano
a
guy?
huge James Gandolfini.
You know
guy.
what problem I have? Like all
Was.
these mafia-themed things, they're always worse than The Godfather. Like
No,
everything.
no. But this
I know
was
you
different.
can't compare them.
No,
blah,
you
blah,
can't
blah.
compare this one.
But I still do.
No,
and
trust.
It's worse.
Yeah. No, you just cannot. No, The Sopranos is so superbly written. He was such a powerful character, such a powerful actor. Such a shame that he passed away this year.
is a
and
good show.
Really fantastic.
It did
And
inspire me to think about getting my own shrink. It's a pity I'm too poor for my own shrink. I really need one.
I'll do it for you. For free.
Yeah, that's gonna help me. Oh, there's more porn and finger talk. No, let's stop this. All this finger stuff. I like my fingers.
Yeah. And well, okay. So Matt Nakamura's still thinking. He's now 20 minutes deep into this move, and it's not going to get any easier because the position objectively is still really, really bad. But that said, we'll bring up the live position. That said,
do
it's
that.
better than what it was before, and
But you know, there's different shades of lost, and I think this might still be one lost position where the computer might
50
only say
Shades
whatever.
of Lost.
Yeah, I was was thinking of
Tell
a
me
dumb
you've not
joke with
read
that.
that.
I have not read that.
Thank God for that. That would really sever any sort of.
You think our
potential.
relationship can survive the Soprano and Game of Thrones breaches, but not
Yeah.
the
No,
Shades of Grey?
50 Shades of Grey is a.
But isn't
know.
that a women's book?
Well,
No
that's
offense to all the great women out there, but
That's precisely why I thought you read it.
oh, okay. No, I haven't read it. I'm tempted now.
Don't. Yes, I'd rather have a pawn than a finger. Ruben Fine. Oh, I don't know.
Felix Kramer likes the Reigns of Castamere. So do I. It's by The National, one of his favorite bands. Did not know that. Interesting. It is a great song, though. Would you be upset if I spoiled like what's going on right now in
Yeah,
Game of Thrones?
I'd-
You'd be very upset, right?
That'd be pretty
So
sick.
we can't talk about that. I'm sure Nakamura watches Game of Thrones. He's into all kinds of things, pop culture.
And he's still not happy, clearly, after having the position he did earlier to then be suffering here. I mean, this is still not. And Magnus is he's quite relaxed. He always looks relaxed at the board, though, doesn't he, Magnus?
No, but you can see his emotions in his face. If
Yeah.
he's not happy,
Yeah,
his
it's
face
his
will
face.
show you. He doesn't have a poker face, really.
No. I've played
Bit
poker with Magnus Carlsen.
Kasparov-ish.
Oh, I've played a home game.
Right. Did you...
I bluffed him out of the big pot? I bluffed him. I think I three barreled him, bluffed him, and took down a pot. No, we were just playing friendly money, nothing massive. Actually, I played him twice. I've just realised. I played him twice, and
Congratulations.
he's not a bad poker player, actually.
You're very fortunate not to watch the Chelsea game, so congrats on that as well, according to Joseph Fischer.
Chelsea
sorry
wasting
if I
time.
mispronounced.
That's fine. That's fine. If we're wasting time, if we leave that place with a 1-goal win, I'll be ecstatic. I still don't think we'll win the league, but I think we'll ruin Liverpool's chances, and that's really what's
Are you a
important.
hardcore football fan? Are you
Yeah,
a
I am.
hooligan like in this movie with
Yeah.
Elijah Wood? Do you go to fight the other team's fans?
Yeah, no, I did. I was actually in that movie.
I thought I saw you somewhere.
No, I'm a hardcore. I am mildly obsessed with football. A bit like Peter is with cricket. I watch.
I'm heavily obsessed with basketball.
Right,
Looks
yeah.
like we all need our one obsession.
Yeah.
And I really need this broadcast to end. I believe that, I'm not that sure, I believe at 7 the first playoff game starts, so
Oh wow.
I'm gonna have a long night of watching.
Right. Dexter apparently is another very good series. I haven't watched it.
You haven't watched it?
No, but I heard it's very good.
It is very good. It's one of these series where I felt the first 3 seasons were really, really good, and then it kind of went downhill.
I'll tell you a series I did start watching, then kind of went off the boil. I think it got worse. Was Arrested Development.
Yeah,
I know it's very old.
No, I've also watched it. It doesn't crack me up like Curb Your Enthusiasm,
Curb is brilliant,
which is
yeah, I
really
mean,
brilliant and was running at the same time, so I
Yeah.
was always comparing it to that. I think it's watchable, it's good comedy, it's smart, it's well written, they have some very funny characters. It's not something like that I was obsessed
It's
with.
actually made me laugh out loud. It's so insane, some of the comedy.
Yeah, it is pretty good.
No, it's really. But Curb is, well, I'm a massive Larry David fan, anyway, and
I'm not a big Seinfeld guy, but I love Curb.
No,
It's so
Curb
funny.
is just another. It's just insanely good. It really is. Love Curb. Curb your enthusiasm. Don't you dare for this broadcast.
It's a good life motto as well, right? Curb your enthusiasm. Sometimes when I'm thinking about putting some human emotion in my voice, I think of that and I go back to my
What's it like to
chessy robot voice.
What's it like to speak in monotone? Is that something you practiced or?
It's something you gotta work on a little
Right,
bit. Yeah,
okay.
it doesn't come that natural. I mean, like, you gotta combine it with having these weird eye movements away from the camera to really make an impact.
Yeah, I will try. To
We'll
do
get
that.
you there. You're
Question-
still young.
Question from Laurent S. Do you pros use engines to train some positions, or only for opening games analysis?
That's a question for you.
Well, I suppose I am in some way professional, if that's even possible. No, I mean, I wouldn't say I use the computer to train certain positions. I would certainly say I use it much more in preparing my openings because it's a way to double check that what you're looking at isn't complete nonsense. And even though you still need to keep an open mind, because the computer still doesn't understand long-term things, I think, still. Jan is a big
I
computer guy.
religiously believe everything
Yeah,
the computer
no.
says, so I think to even dare to claim the 3150 Houdini doesn't understand something.
No. For example, in this position...
Blasphemous.
For example, in this position here, the computer will give it as minus 0.75, but in reality, I think it's much, much more than that. It just has its horizon and doesn't see.
Yeah, but we're talking opening preparation. Like, if I reach this position with black, I'll be fine. If it tells me -80. No, but I hear your point in rook endings, but that's a bit of a special case. The computer evaluation is not going to tell you all that much, even though they got a lot better playing them as well over the years.
Yeah.
You can't stop progress, I'm afraid. But there is a danger which the new generation, the Nakamuras, Carlsons, Caruanas, I believe have resisted more successfully than the older generation a little bit, which is to overuse the computer in preparation and becoming too obsessed with it, which is what happened to me amongst many other people, and it kind of hurts your over-the-board strength because you start panicking. Oh my God, I can't remember the computer evaluation. Am I supposed to think for myself? How am I going to do that? Normally I have the engine evaluation. So to go full circle, even though we give you the engine evaluation in our broadcast, it doesn't hurt to make your own moves using the user move mode and trying out your own stuff and using your own head once in a while to think about stuff.
Absolutely.
Mainly a note to self, really, what I'm just saying.
Barone, how about Hannibal? Brilliant series.
I disagree. That's
Brilliant.
one of the cases
Brilliant series.
where we have to disagree.
It's dark. It's a bit different. I actually really like it. I really like it.
I don't mind it, but
I
know
like
the
it. I
problem
enjoyed
with
it.
season 1 is they have all these long conversations which are supposed to be deep and subtle because it's really a show about psychiatry at the end of the day. And all these conversations are totally random. And if you check yourself, they have this 20-minute conversation in Hannibal Lecter's office between Will Graham and him. Ask yourself after watching it, what have they been talking about? You will have no idea. It's like
I know.
a lot of beautiful stuff.
I enjoyed Hannibal. I mean, it's not my favourite series by any stretch of the imagination, but I enjoyed it. I think we're just going to have to agree to disagree on.
It's
on
a
that.
good show. It's not a great show.
Okay. All right. Yeah, producer is shocked at how much television we've all watched.
It's not that much, you know. I haven't finished Breaking
Oh,
Bad.
don't
That's
bother.
a project I have.
No, Breaking Bad is one of the most overrated series I've ever.
I don't know. I haven't watched the
it's-
last 3 seasons. I
no,
got
forget
bored
it.
after the first
Yeah,
2 seasons.
it gets a lot better, but I tell you, it gets a seriously lot better.
That's what people tell me.
But you know what? There's just something. It just hasn't got the class of some other series. It hasn't got the.
My problem was, I thought it was beautifully done visually and all that. I didn't care at all about the characters. There's Walter White. He seems like a bit of a douche. I don't care if he breaks even better, or if he becomes good again, or if he defeats all his enemies or not.
Breaking Bad.
Similar
is-
to this Jesse Pinkman dude.
No
Like,
time. No time. For
I don't know. I might be wrong about this, but I haven't managed it till the end, which probably disqualifies me as a series expert in many people's minds. Shout out to True Detective, and then we'll get back to chess. True Detective is a great
I haven't seen
miniseries.
that, no.
It's so good. Back to chess. Watch True Detective.
No moves. I mean, the only problem is we've got no moves. So, you know, what to do?
I
mean,
think
we
he's
have,
just gonna triple check his options and then begrudgingly go into that rook
Yeah.
ending after 95. Not begrudgingly, but you know what I mean. 95,
no begrudgingly.
rook
Why
e5,
not?
rook a2,
95, rook e5, rook a2,
rook
rook
e4,
e4.
takes, king takes, king to g7, g4 also looks kind of forced.
Yeah.
The computer recommendation here is this strange move h5. I'm not sure I'm buying that.
No,
Maybe it's not. King f6 looks completely natural. King g3, king to e5. And here we have to, maybe that's why the computer was pointing out h5. We have to take care with the king h4, king h5 counterplay all of a sudden. Which one could end up being a race. Maybe black wins the race, but it's not
Let's have a
one-way
look.
traffic.
Let's have a look.
King c4, king h6, king c3, rook somewhere, let's say there, b3 I
There's
guess.
also d5.
There's also, yeah, maybe that pawn is quicker, d5, d4, d3, d2, rook
Rook
e1.
Oh my goodness.
Let's make some moves, king g7, d4, and
King
we're
g7
not
is
in
a
time.
terrible move.
Okay,
have
let's
to
make
get
another
going.
move. D4. Take
No.
it.
Yeah. No.
Could be winning for black, but that's
Could be
normally
winning.
not the kind of end game you really, or the kind of race you really want from such a situation. So probably our plan, let's go there once again. Rook e4, rook b2, rook b2, rook b2, rook b2. King g7 makes a lot of sense. G4, king f6 also makes a lot of sense. Maybe so does h5, who knows. But king f6, king g3, and maybe king e5 is not the way to go. Maybe,
Well, rooks.
yeah, maybe move like that. Or even king g5, as dumb as it looks.
Yeah.
It does look pretty dumb, I'll
That
give you
looks like
that.
a
But I
dumb-
want to provoke h4, so you can't go king h4 anymore, and I can break your structure with h5 later. I don't know, still some work. Rook endings are
Yeah.
never easy.
No. Cool, if he drew this. Wow.
Well, probably draw, if you
Fair
want
result.
to talk fairness, is probably the fair result, right? Then again, whoever's winning, if he wins, I think it's also always a fair result, no matter what happened before in the game. I like this move.
Could
king
somebody
g5.
update me on the Chelsea score? All of you
Jesus, you're
lovely.
really not with us. as
I
long
am.
as
I'm
this
with
game
this
is going.
ending. I'm here with the ending. You know, I'm nervous. You know, like imagine your NBA finals. The playoffs were taking place right now.
I wouldn't be doing this show.
Oh, right. Okay.
Just saying.
I was coerced.
Mm.
So this is basically.
One thing, instead of king g7, does it make any sense to go h5 to stop this g4 business? I was thinking even going h4 here, but then again, I'm a terrible rook ending player, as
H4 here.
regular viewers of this show will no doubt know. Yeah, it's probably too slow. King e3, and all of a sudden the rook is short of squares to
Oh my God, I'm
support
just-
his pawnee.
Look at that, and I'm
King
just.
d3, rook
That's a
f4,
dead
king
draw.
e3.
That's a dead draw.
Yeah, we
You've
can't do
blown
that. I'm just asking questions, you know.
It's okay.
Barone says True Detective is a good show.
He
He's
played
very right.
Rook A4.
He recommends Fargo, which I haven't seen yet, but I read good things about it by Andy Greenwald, my favorite TV writer on groundlet.com. Not sure why I'm plugging other websites, but I really like groundlet.com. So I'll check out Fargo when I get a chance.
He played Rook A4, which I'm slightly surprised about.
He didn't like this rook ending.
No, he didn't like the rook ending,
And
which is
rook a4,
well, you have to play knight D3. There's really no other move here.
b3 is, but then
No, but then you defend,
knight e5,
and then you can
rook
take.
e5.
And isn't this just a much better version?
Rook b4, and we're not getting
Yeah.
the e4 pawn in time. No, this is probably a draw.
No, this is a draw.
Yeah.
No, you have to go knight D3.
Knight
Still
d3,
one
what
nil.
was the line? Knight takes b4,
Now we're
then...
going Rook E4.
No, rook e4, there's rook a8, so we had to move the knight. Knight
Knight-
f4 or something like that, or knight c1, or somewhere. Knight f2. Many fine possible destinations
Knight
for that
F2
knight.
is cute. And the rook dominates this knight.
The rook is very well placed
It's
on
very
d2
good.
all of
It
a sudden.
takes 3 steps for this knight to ever attack the rook. And the point is, if you go rook a2, I can put my knight now on d1. I really like this. And then knight c3 becomes...
Yeah, and also rook takes e4 is
And rook
kind of
e4
crushing.
is in the air. I
So
can
knight d3 looks like an excellent move.
Yeah, knight d3, knight takes b4, and now knight f2. This is the key move.
Not the only move. Knight f4,
Yeah.
pretty good move too.
But knight f2 is...
You like knight f2?
Yeah, well, because...
You want on d1.
I want it on d1. I want to take your pawn. Let's just say you play knight a2. And now I can play this.
This looks completely winning. This is total domination.
And
Utter.
somewhere.
Rook c2, knight d2, or whatever.
Yeah, so it's just...
Or, you know, bring the king up. Just.
Yeah, or just eat all these pawns.
No, this is winning. No discussion needed here.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
I'm sorry. Do we need to take a
That
little
is
break?
absolutely shocking. What? We were 1-0 up. Is he lying?
I don't think he's lying. He wouldn't do that to you.
Taye, you wouldn't do that to me, right? Because somebody mentioned 2 minutes ago that it was 1-0. So if they've scored 2 goals in 1 minute, that's...
Also, you are aware we have internet on the computer in front of us, which we, of course, only use to watch the show.
We only used for the chess.
But theoretically, you could probably research.
Theoretically. 81 gone and still 1-0 2 minutes ago. I think he's winding me up. I think that's a good old trick by our friend Taye. I think he's winding... Please tell me you're winding me up, Taye. In the meantime, Rook A4. Please. We've had a request. Please could you recap for later rivals where Naka had his best chances? PB Gumby, it would be my pleasure, sir. I will show you exactly where he had his best chances. It was around this point here. Queen F6, this is the critical position. Here.
Also one move before, after H5, he had the very strong rook takes F4, if we're not mistaken, with the cute point knight takes F4, knight H6, which looks very, very strong.
The point is if you take, I take,
Queen
threatening
G5,
F4.
Queen F2, we've shown this line.
And when you come back, we can just take, and the lack of scope for this bishop is
alarming. Also the lack of squares for the queen. H4 is coming, rook A3 is on the agenda, but H4 is a massive, massive threat here. So this would have been one way to cause trouble. Knight F2 was another good move, actually.
It was a good move, yeah.
Like, also all the moves before were good. He did outplay Carlsen, I think is fair to say. And knight takes F2. Oh no, Queen F6 was played.
Queen F6 was a good move. And it was here. Knight takes H5 was also very strong. But
arguably simpler.
And arguably simpler. And then the
Key
important move,
A5.
A5 here. This is the key, is Zwischenzug here. And yeah.
With the healthy pawn up, and as opposed to the game, Black does not have a queenside majority here that could create counterplay, you know? This is just Black defending,
This is
hoping
Black
to survive.
defending a pawn down, and it's there are chances. There are chances. It's definitely not hopeless, but it's still still very bad. Thank you, Taye Svensson, for winding me up. That got me very, very nervous indeed. It's still 1-0. I knew they couldn't be 2-1 up in 1 minute. That was impossible. Great news. Okay, so he played knight d3, knight d3, and we were originally praiseworthy of this. Queen e3, rook b7,
rightly so.
and rightly so. Knight takes h5, attacking the queen. Queen h6 only move. And now I really believe in this move.
Yeah,
Queen
I think
d4.
you should have kept queens on the board as well. Has to be said though, over the board, this is a tricky decision to make. B takes a4, all of a sudden you're not necessarily material up and you still have to prove something. Well, it looks so inviting to go for this ending, queen takes h6. But I agree, both practically and from a positional standpoint, that was probably a bit of a misjudgment.
Yeah.
White might still be better from the get-go in this ending, but it turned around pretty quickly then.
And then quite incredibly, over the next few moves, Naka started to lose the thread. Carlsen...
Also, we haven't checked this in detail, but after bishop c2, knight takes b2 might or might not be possible.
Yeah. I don't think now's the time to check.
No.
But...
Carlsen took a practical decision and went knight e5 quickly.
Yeah. But even from here, Jan, look how he started to reorganise his pieces. Got his rooks connected on the back rank.
Yeah. Also,
then got his pawns going. And suddenly, incredibly...
Also, as we said, Nakamura, it's not so easy to find a plan for him here, but he went a bit passive with this knight g3, going back to e2, defending. I'm not sure if he had anything better. This ending is already tricky to play, so could be he should have gone for one of the other lines.
And from here, it's it was the Carlsen show.
Yeah.
Slowly but surely, rook d8. That's
Playing
a great
a lot of
move.
great moves. Bishop b5. I
Rook
also like
d8.
that he never cashed in too
Yeah,
early,
with
not
b3.
going b3, c3, just improving his positions to the max. Nakamura in time trouble, this h3, king h2 can also be critiqued, but his position was already tough to play actually.
And here, rook takes c2, objectively losing. Knight d4 is a losing move.
Well, the position is losing, so you can't call the move a losing move. Knight d6, rook d8 was also hopeless. Here it's already gone.
And inexplicably, Carlsen at this point missed b3. Such an easy move to see. The point is you take the rook, I take back, and I'm winning.
Winning by queening.
Winning by queening. But he went rook d2, which is a massive blunder. May still be winning.
I'm not sure you can call a move a massive
No,
blunder
it
if
is.
it's still winning.
No, it is. It is a massive blunder because it's not clearly winning.
Okay.
No, it's not clearly winning this position.
Okay.
You cannot say with absolute certainty, whereas before b3 is absolutely stone cold winning. So it is a blunder. And Carlsen's got
also,
his...
he's taking his time. He's got his
He played knight
thinking
d3.
post. Did he play knight d3? He did play knight d3, which is the best move. And knight takes b4. There were a couple tempting destinations for the knight now. Knight f2, one we mentioned. Knight f4, another good move. Even knight c1 I think is a pretty good move. I still give serious odds for Carlsen winning this game.
Absolutely. I think he is going to win this game still. I really do. But that said, b3 is a winning move on the spot. So any other move that doesn't win on the spot is a blunder. It's that simple. Laurent S. By the way, Mr. Gustafsson, your postmortems published on Chess24 are really good, both entertaining and educational. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much.
He
Not
liked
sure
it.
I'll find the time to do one today. I might not.
What is the score? Naka versus Magnus. It's monstrous, isn't it? Plus 10.
9 wins for Magnus with 15 draws at the time of speaking. If he wins this game, it's 10 wins with 15 draws. And I made up the 15 draws, but I think it's somewhere in that neighborhood.
Somebody please check for us, actually. I'm actually quite curious. What is the precise score of Nakamura versus Carlsen?
Oh, there's a True Detective tweet. I'm obsessed with True Detective. I have to take that one. Regarding True Detective, Magnus Carlsen is the yellow king of chess, and Black Star's rise for Hikaru, GM Hikaru. 10-0 is devastating. The yellow king is kind of the main villain of the show. I'm not sure we should... Is Magnus Carlsen the villain of the chess world? I don't think of him that way.
No, absolutely. I don't think there is a villain. Is there?
No, I don't think so either. I mean, like, different guys have different fans. But yeah, it's been a tough ride with True Detective and who the Yellow King is. It's such a tease, that show. But I won't spoil it for guys like Lawrence Trent who have not seen it yet.
Please don't.
What are you doing with your life? Not watching all these
Too
countless
busy
hours
studying
of TV
chess,
shows?
studying rook endings.
Sad but untrue.
Sad but true. Metallica. Metallica, if that's...
I've heard of Metallica.
Yeah. Knight d3 on the board.
You're not really with us, are you?
I am.
90, Liverpool pushing
Yeah,
with all they
I've
have.
got one
Chelsea
eye.
likewise
I've got one eye on the feed.
for overtime to play. You're really
I'm going to know in the next 5 minutes.
trying to figure out knight takes b4, knight f2, or knight c1.
No, knight c1 is not correct. I mean, it's correct.
Even knight c1 is good.
Knight c1, but I really like knight f2. That's such a cool move. Yeah.
But knight c1, you're aware, it takes the same amount of moves to get to e2 from there. To c3, sorry.
Yeah, knight c1's also very strong, right? Knight c6.
I don't think it's a very bad move.
Yeah, you have to play some weird king move, right? So, no, knight f2 is a better
You like knight f2.
No, it's
like
a better
your
move.
Knight on f2.
It's a better move. It's simply a better move.
Also, it introduces one idea, which would probably never happen, but I like it anyway. If we brought our pawn here, Let's do this very important sample. I'm not sure. Just occurred to me. We have this very strong move.
Very nice. That is quite cooperative of white.
It was a little bit cooperative and doesn't really... It's worth keeping in mind the idea of rook to d1 though. In some positions, you know, even after rook b2, rook h1, knight takes e4. This might win. Who knows?
Oh my lord, it's all over at Anfield. Beautiful, William. 2-0. Absolutely fantastic.
Right. Rob King points out the score between Nakamura and Carlsen. 9 wins, 16 draws. I said 15. That was pretty good. Or did I say 16?
That's incredible still that Nakamura's not beaten him in a... it must be only Magnus Carlsen, the only elite player left that he's not beaten, right? Absolutely
I
sure.
would guess so,
No,
yeah.
absolutely certain.
Yeah, I couldn't.
No,
I
there's
can't think of
nobody else.
another name.
I mean, you could
It's
maybe...
never beaten me, but you
maybe
could,
Dominguez or something like that, somebody who's just entered.
Well, they just
Really?
haven't played that much, I guess.
Yeah. Come on, you Blues. Beautiful. Beautiful, that's made my day. We've had a great day of chess, great day of football, going to be a nice night.
It's good to be you, basically, right? Let's face it.
No, not at all.
It's not good to be you?
No.
Okay. Knight takes b4 is on the board.
It is? Okay.
It is on the board.
Let's have a little side bet.
If he goes knight f2,
Or knight c1.
why not knight f4? That's the most
Or-
natural move.
Okay, I think he's going to go knight f2.
Okay, I'll go with the other options.
No, but no, you can't hit that.
Why not? You can't choose
You
more
have to
than
choose
one.
one. You have to choose knight c1 or knight f4.
Okay, I'll take knight f4.
So what are we doing here? What's
I don't know. I think the loser has to get coffee during our next break. I don't think we should
we shouldn't go
bet for money and like
break
agree
law.
on
Yeah.
it in front of the millions of viewers
Coffee,
we have
then.
all over the world.
I'm gonna have the biggest mocha cappuccino, mocha kappa mocha that you've ever seen.
Is
if
that
you place-
legal?
That's legal. Come on,
Okay,
knight
then,
f2.
knight f4. Come on.
Knight f2.
Yellow cards flying all over the place.
Come on, Magnus, I need a coffee quick. If you're gonna keep me going for another hour or two. I need another coffee.
I could use like a Starbucks frappuccino.
I could really.
something.
Are you hungry?
Oh, we shouldn't. I'm hungry too.
Yeah.
Probably we shouldn't plug Starbucks or Campus Suite or any of the very nice coffee places nearby.
Not unless they're giving us freebies.
Not unless they're giving
Are
us
they giving
freebies.
us stuff? Is anybody giving us stuff? We need to get the show sponsored, you know? Like Lawrence Trent, what could you be? Hand model maybe? Some hand cream? Anyway, if you want to sponsor this tremendously successful show, like, do it.
Yeah, just do it. Yeah, anybody, right?
And get a Chess24
Or account
premium
as
account
well,
to keep the
while
lights
you're at it.
burning in this office if you want to keep listening to us mumbling about
No, it's
whatever we're mumbling
We need
about.
to be serious.
We
So
need to be serious. with
Any
our part.
any TV
Help us out.
producers out there who are looking for somebody to sort of head something up, please get in touch with me. I am open to offers. Oh, okay. Only kidding. I wouldn't leave Jan. Who would he do his commentaries with?
I don't know.
You'd have to
man,
get
I don't know.
some patter in like Peter's fiddler.
Yeah, but
Hi
you
Peter, if you're
know,
watching.
I have a huge ego, as I'm sure you figured out by now.
You do?
And Peter, it's very tough for me to do this with a stronger chess player and someone who speaks better English and like has stuff to say. You know, I
Right.
mean, like,
That must
no
be
offense whatsoever, but you understand it's like.
I know what you're
tough, right?
going
I mean,
through, right? Okay. His English is spectacular, I must say. highly impressed by Peter's fiddler. Doesn't fail to amaze me, actually. So you're
He
going
hasn't been
knight
tweeting us,
f4.
pointing out your grammar mistakes, which we've been
Unbelievable.
waiting for.
I thought I was relatively accurate, but actually, no, Macaulay picks up on it as well. Macaulay sends me emails at 10 o'clock in the evening pointing out how bad my grammar is. True story. Absolutely true
surprised.
story.
Come on, knight f4.
I blame my East End roots.
Your eastern roots?
East End of London.
East End. Ah.
Yeah, we at the East End. Yeah.
East End, a working class neighborhood? Or? And West End is like the posh neighborhood.
That's Chelsea.
And
That's
all
where,
these songs, Western girls, Eastern boys and Western girls, is that a thing?
No, that's just a bad song. But no, traditionally the West of London is more affluent than the East.
So the grammar is different in the East, is the point you're making.
No, the grammar's the same wherever you should go in no, but okay, but there are various. You hear the difference.
Right.
You hear the difference. Basically,
So you're street. You're for real.
I'm very
You're
straight. Actually, the way I speak here is definitely not the way I speak with friends or some other people. So.
You're toning it down.
No, I'm toning it up.
Up. All right.
I'm toning it up.
Speaking of the premium account,
Look
there
at those
really is a lot
beautiful
of
people.
great content on Chess24 if you want to improve your game to one day become an international master like Lawrence Trent. We have all the tools you need. We have the former world champion and newly made world championship challenger Vishy Anand. We have Peter Svidler. We have Sopiko Guramishvili, who's doing a lot of very entertaining and educational videos, which is what we're shooting for. We have Lawrence Trent. We have yours truly, who did a D4 series and will be doing more random opening freak stuff shortly. So become a premium member. We'll try. It's already worth your while. Let's not undersell ourselves, but there's going to be new stuff coming.
I am so looking forward to my Mocha Doka
Did he play knight f2?
Yeah, he did.
Why did I go for this bet?
I can't believe.
knew
Why
knight
didn't I
f2
bet
was the best move.
That's it.
I'm such a degenerate gambler.
That's great. I'm so happy.
Let's see if we have a mochaccino in the kitchen of the office.
No, there isn't. We're gonna have to venture out. That said, actually, I think Hikaru might spend a few.
You really
minutes.
want to cash in instantly
I
on
wanna
your
cash in.
mochaccino? You're afraid you're not getting it?
No, I keep on
So
forgetting
sick.
these bets I made. Should we? We've been going for a while now. Actually, should we have a 2-3 minute break, 5 minute break?
We're not going to get your mochaccino in 2-3 minutes, so we can't lie to the audience. This would be like an 8-10 minute project.
Let's stick it out.
Should we stick it out? You can buy me afterwards.
Okay.
Let's stick it out. Nakamura, I think one of the reasons why we are sticking it out is because Naka only has 13 minutes.
What shirt is Nakamura wearing?
It's a Red Bull.
A Red Bull shirt?
Yeah.
Is it a football team? Like Red Bull is sponsoring a bunch of football teams, right? I'm aware they
I
have
think they
something in
sponsor-
New York, maybe? Some
Yeah.
Red Bull Leipzig.
New York Red Bulls.
Why are we plugging Red Bull? That makes zero sense for us.
Yeah, absolutely.
Give us some Red Bulls, though.
Unless they want to sponsor the show.
My eyes are getting smaller, as you can see here.
2 chess players now sponsored by Red Bull. Do you know the other one?
No.
Quiz. Nakamura, as most
Marcus
of you will-
Rugger?
Nope.
Why did I
Two
think that?
chess
'Cause of
players.
Austin.
2 chess players sponsored by Red Bull. Nakamura and which other chess player?
Josh
Tweet us.
Waitzkin?
Josh Waitzkin. Is he even playing chess anymore?
No.
Believe it or not, I actually added him on Facebook the other day. I've never spoken
Right.
to the guy.
I don't know the guy either. I think he's in martial arts.
Yeah, wouldn't he kick my ass?
I think he could
I
kick
think
your ass.
he's a judo world champion, actually.
Right. Paul Bellamy. I like that name. It sounds like Paul Bettany, whom I just saw the other day in Margin Call, which is a great movie. Anyway, he tweets us, haha, Lawrence and Jan are the new 2 Ronnies. What are the new Ronnies? What does that mean? Am I missing
see.
something?
The 2 Ronnies, Ronnie Corbett and Ronnie Barker, are a famous comedy duo in England.
Is that English stuff? Because
Yeah,
I'm very...
but they are absolutely brilliant. Unfortunately, Ronnie Barker died. Ronnie Corbett's still knocking around. But trust me when I say they were fantastic and
Thank you, then.
very
We'll
much
take it
adored.
as
It's
a
a big
compliment.
compliment. Thank you, Paul. I
I'm really
appreciate it.
uneducated on English comedy. I'm very
got some-
educated on US comedy. But the problem with the English is I don't understand English accent as well as I understand
Right.
American accent.
Yeah,
so I
that's-
really have to focus to watch comedy. I might not
We've got
get
some
everything.
fantastic comedy. Here's a picture of Hikaru in his Red Bull top. Or MLS.
That's Major League Soccer, right?
That's
It's
soccer.
New
That
York.
must be the New York Red Bull t-shirt.
I would guess it is.
Yeah. And of course, Hikaru. Is he got New York roots, Macaulay? Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
I think he's New York through and through, right? Yeah. And the other player, please let me know. Who else is sponsored by Red Bull? Very famous player.
A very famous player?
Yeah, very famous.
I have no idea. We
got
got
a
tweet. Oh, sorry.
We'll let that come up.
The answer.
Okay, we'll just wait for
I
that.
don't see it.
We'll wait for
I
that to
just
load.
don't see it.
Okay. I'm looking forward to my Mocha Choca Chino.
We need to keep you focused on the show. First of all, is
I
Chelsea
just
playing now? Is this
No, Chelsea,
mochaccino
that's
idea
finished.
like...
That's finished. That's already made me
I know.
Yes, Claudia Mendicute, Tanya Sachdev, the lovely Tanya.
She's sponsored by Red Bull.
She is sponsored by
Nice.
Red Bull. In fact, at the World Championships, when I was commentating with her, they sent her, although I did indulge, about 5 crates of Red Bull.
Is that the amount of the sponsoring? Free Red Bulls?
Free Red Bulls must be part of the perk, right?
Why not?
Hey, why not?
I was watching you guys at the World
What
Championship.
did
I
you
enjoyed the shows with Tanya.
She's very good, Tanya. Very, very good. Very strong.
Absolutely.
You know, she knows a lot about the game, and it was great to have a local around.
Right. Let's...
Okay, let's keep on
Baron
going.
is really tweeting us non-stop. Anyway, I'll keep rating them out and keep tweeting us. Mocha, normal coffee we use at home in Italy in the last 50 years or so. What's mochaccino?
I think
It's
it
probably
was,
made up word
it was-
because of all these coffee chains.
yeah, it was me trying to be funny.
No, but I'm pretty sure you can get a
Can you get it?
mochaccino at many places.
Maybe you
It's
can.
like a cappuccino with mocha or iced coffee. Some places have this frappuccino, which is cold, and the mochaccino frappuccino might be an iced coffee with mocha, you know. I don't really know. I'm not a big student of the coffee game.
Rook A2 played, and now Knight D1 is the only move available to Magnus Carlsen.
It's not the only move
And-
available to him, but it is the move he chose, and it
And-
was snapped
Wow,
off the board,
and look, we're going to have this position on the board,
which is
where it's just
probably
just
winning for black. The
totes.
rooks are just so active. They're just too active.
What's wrong with
Rook
this
F1.
move?
I like Rook F1, cutting off the king.
Sorry?
I like Rook F1 here, cutting off the king, cashing in the
That's
D pawn, the F pawn.
Yeah.
Looks very clean.
This is the position as it is. Magnus Carlsen will take this pawn on E4.
Well, he could think about Rook B8 or a move like that, but probably there's no need for it really.
Just take the pawn.
Rook B8 looks very strong though.
No, it's not.
Why not?
Well, you can just go rook B3.
This one looks winning. Rook D4.
Yeah, it's probably winning, but
Ah, no, I missed this intermediate check. No, I bungled it big time.
not only have you bungled it, I'm gonna.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I have to prepare my
He took the
maneuvering.
pawn on E4 like
He
a
is
normal
a smarter
human
man
being.
than all of us. He took
That's-
the pawn and he's gonna win this game.
Is he?
He is gonna win this game.
Are you gonna give me odds on this one?
I'll give you pretty good odds.
500 to 1?
No, not 500 to 1.
100?
No.
Really?
Mm.
It's pretty disappointing.
No, Nakamura, what could he try? He could try F6 as kind of a last-ditch effort, but even something like
Just
King
Rook F-
H7, King
But just Rook
G6,
F1 mopping up the pawn.
or Rook F1 mopping it up yet again. No, this is pretty hopeless. The
I mean, it's just a
black
full
rooks are
exchange.
just so active.
It's a full exchange. You can't really get a. The knights.
The knight doesn't have
No.
an anchor, you know? I mean,
Yeah.
it could sit on c6, but it's not doing anything there, and it doesn't have a stable square anywhere close to where it matters. So the game will continue for a bit, but I believe it is not a stretch to say that Magnus Carlsen will once again win this game, beat Hikaru Nakamura, and move into the sole lead of the Gashimov Memorial. Are we officially out of things to say? Have we reached that point?
No, but what can you say about this position? I mean, it's totally gone.
We can read out tweets. It's the Great Facial
He played
Expression
nice
Show
shots.
once again at C24 Live. Is that referring to us or no? Probably referring to Nakamura Carlsen, right? During Chennai, I was so sure Lawrence and Tanya would be a couple. Do you want to comment on that?
Oh goodness, no, absolutely not. I'm afraid. Do. So, on to the chess. We'll stay out of that stuff.
Yeah.
Rook takes d5 must be the move. And if you go f6,
You should not blunder 97 check, but any move, rook d1, will probably do the trick, right?
yeah, rook d3 probably or something. And if you check me, I move my king and there's no mate. Rook f2. Oh, I mean, I don't even know why I'm analysing this. It's so.
There's not much to analyze.
He played king g7, probably just as good. Actually, probably even better.
No funny business, you know. He's stopping
No,
f6.
I just don't. I don't see Hikaru carrying on. He
It's
played
not a
f6.
chess culture thing. Just bring the king to f6.
He played
and bury
f6.
any hope.
He played
Take it.
f6. Yeah, he's gonna take it. He's gonna take it, and
I would expect something like rook f2, spite check, king g7, and game to be over. Maybe he's going to try knight d8, but just rook e7.
yeah. No, it's
It ain't over till it's over, but it is over.
It ain't over till it's over, but it's over. He played rook f2 check. Magnus will retreat to g7.
Or g6.
Maybe g6 is better.
I don't think it matters all that much. So, yeah, to recap, Nakamura history repeating itself. Once again, uses the 4f3 Nimzo trendy line at top level. Once again, gets a very pleasant position out of the opening. Once again, strategically kind of outplayed Carlsen, has to be said. Carlsen did some time-consuming maneuvers in a position that is already risky strategically. He played rook b8, then he played knight d1, bishop to c8, and knight f d7. Nakamura, you could argue many of his choices. We'd really like the maneuver bishop d1, followed by bishop c2, maintaining control. Carlsen forced the issue with knight d3. His position is unpleasant, but that's also a decision that probably could be criticized, because now after f5, knight e5, f6 is just losing, and after knight f4, there's many attractive options for white. a4 and knight g4, very strong move. h5, and here it's not where the game was decided, but here twice in a row, or 3 times in a row, Nakamura had very tempting choices. Rook f4, one of them here. H takes g, kind of the only move we think, because knight f4, knight h6 is winning, or creates a horrible position for black at least. He went for knight f2, also a good move. Queen f6. Carlsen, after a slightly dodgy play before, now starts making only moves and seizing all his chances, as we've seen him do on many occasions too. Knight takes h5 is an option here. Knight takes d3 is the move played in the game. Knight takes d3. Here queen e3 we were praising. There could be other options here as well. Bishop c2, who knows. Knight takes h5. Miraculously black stays in the game with queen takes b2. And if queen g5, queen e5, which they probably both spotted. It's really very surprising that white is nothing here, but so it seems. Anyway, queen e3, good move. Rook b7, knight h5, queen h6. And we've been critical of his decision to go for the ending. We believe queen d4 was the move he should have played, keeping an extra pawn and keeping some attacking chances on the queen side. In the ending, slowly but steadily, it went downhill. Carlsen playing very, very well. Playing little moves, not hurrying. Bishop d7, bishop b5, rook dc8. Nakamura was in time trouble. Did probably not find all the best moves here, but it's already unpleasant to play. And let's fast forward. After knight d4, Black is already winning. b3 was a cleaner win and would have allowed Lawrence to get his mochaccino a couple hours early, or to never get it, because he would never have won that bet, earning him the mochaccino, which he did in this position, where I foolishly and out of degenerate gambling instincts agreed to bet on the move knight f4 instead of the strongest move knight f2, which of course happened. And after rook a2, knight to d1, White's position is pretty much resignable. Rook takes e4 will have a serious impact. So Nakamura decided to give up the exchange. Rook d1, rook d1, rook b2, rook e4, knight c6, king g7, no nonsense, no counterplay, just bringing the king up. f6, king f6, rook f2, king g6 has been played, knight to d8, and I am expecting the move rook to e7 followed by a win. If you're feeling funky, you could also try rook to e8, knight takes f7, and now try to trap that knight on f7 after rook takes d5.
Yeah, rook e8's a nice move.
Rook f8 and rook f8 knight e5, but this knight is pretty much gone. Maybe you prepare with king g7 followed by rook
cute.
f8.
It's cute.
No need for it though, you can just defend with rook e7 and Black will win this game. That's what's gonna happen.
He played rook e8, funnily enough.
He is cruel.
He's a cruel guy. He played rook
He's
e8.
a bad man.
He's a bad boy. And Naka is just continuing out of pure. Sometimes you play, you know you're going to lose. It doesn't matter, but you're just so angry with
Of
yourself.
course. And he also wants some closure. He wants some time to think about what happened this time, before you can get yourself to resign and face the press
That's
conference and the hotel
It's all
room
over.
and whatnot.
It's
He did
all
resign.
over. He did resign. Rook e8.
The
And
game
that's
is
the end of
over,
the game.
ladies and gentlemen.
And now that is an absolutely devastating blow for Hikaru Nakamura. He's going to really struggle to and Carlsen is going to love that win so much.
Yes.
Their little rivalry continues, and Carlsen plus 10 against Nakamura. What a massive score against such a
Can you
talented...
call that a rivalry? One is plus 10 over the other.
No, I mean, it's already a rivalry. It was already... It's the World Championship match I think a lot of people wants to see.
No, I agree with that. I'm just saying, so far the score is quite one-sided, but Nakamura twice in a row, and probably before that, really outplayed Carlsen with White and got so close. But then the world champion showed his resilience, his class, his hypnotizing skills, and won both of these games. Which I think is interesting. Just one random point.
Yeah.
This position after 4f3. We've seen 4 times in Carlsen games, and I've been critical of his opening preparation or of his choices or whatever against 4f3. And we've said it's causing him problems. If we look at the score, he scored 3.5 out of 4 with Black after 4f3 against Anand, twice Nakamura, and Karyakin. It's not such a bad score, and
It's
he
not bad.
keeps proving to us that the opening is not everything, and he just keeps making moves, and it works quite well for him. Again, after that little slump he's been in.
Okay, so with that said, let's have a look at the standings after round 7. We can see, of course, you can see them just below the board, but we'll put them up on the screen for your convenience, ladies and gentlemen. And we can see in a moment that Carlsen leading the pack 4.5 out of 7, plus 2, probably holding his rating, maybe even gaining, not sure. We'll have a quick look at that. Rajabov, very solid, sturdy tournament so far on 4. Caruana, 3.5 with Sergei Karyakin.
A little strange, Caruana's only on 50%, right? It feels like he's having a great
He
tournament.
lost against Mamedyarov. The game he should have held against Mamedyarov, he lost. Nakamura now slumps to -1, and Mamedyarov propping up the table on -2 with 2.5. And the pairings for tomorrow are the following.
And you said that we can't have another Carlsen Nakamura. I feel like it's the best show in chess at the moment.
It's the best
right?
show in chess by far. It really is such a show with the storyline and so on. We will try to get the pairings. You can see it right below those, so no big deal. I'll read them out for all of you guys who are too lazy to scroll down. Tomorrow we have Mamojarov white against Nakamura, Carlsen white against Karyakin, and Caruana white against Rajabov. I think with all that said, Jan, we've had a lovely day. I hope you guys at home have had a lovely day too. Remember to join us same time, same place tomorrow for round 8. And the Carlsen train keeps
Carlsen
on.
Karyakin, Battle of the Prodigies.
Battle of the Prodigies. Can anybody, is he 2 wins in a row? Can anybody stop the world champion? You'd be mad to bet against him. After all, he is number 1 for a reason. See you again tomorrow.